You ought to plead to Elder Zhao Ling. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the robust young man with a calm gaze, then said indifferently. He originally only intended to intimidate this new disciple, but now that Zhao Lin had interfered with the matter, it caused him to be unable to help rage to arise in his heart. Elder Zhao Lin, I beg you, please don't let this senior brother let me go. The robust young man hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian when he heard this, and was slightly hysterical, as if he was grasping onto the last life-saving straw. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold when he heard the robust young man, and looked at Duan Ling Tian, then suddenly shouted out explosively. Duan Ling Tian, killing a fellow disciple mercilessly. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to be killed. Killing a fellow disciple? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when Zhao Lin said this. The other people, including Lu Qiu, were stunned as well. When did Duan Ling Tian kill a fellow disciple? What did he mean by this? In next to no time, something flashed by the eyes of everyone present, and they completely understood what Zhao Lin meant by this. Whoosh! A terrifying aura was emitted from Zhao Lin's body, and his entire figure seemed to transform into a gust of wind that directly flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Vast origin energy raged and flashed. Swoosh! 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 The origin energy transformed into palm prints that covered the sky, then whistled as they descended toward Duan Ling Tian, enveloped Duan Ling Tian within the palm prints. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. Obviously, he was exerting his full strength, desiring to directly blast Duan Ling Tian to death. They could imagine how if Duan Ling Tian was blasted to death by Zhao Lin, then the new disciple that was held midair outside the chain bridge by Duan Ling Tian would surely die. No! The new disciple that was hung midair by Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Lin attacking Duan Ling Tian, and his face was devoid of blood as he exclaimed in grief. He closed his eyes in despair. Presently, anyone with discerning eyes could easily see that Zhao Lin wanted to directly kill Duan Ling Tian. Then, the responsibility for the death of the new disciple that was hung midair outside the bridge by Duan Ling Tian would be all pushed by him onto Duan Ling Tian. In this way, he would be removing evil for the sect. Duan Ling Tian's face went ghastly pale, as he never imagined that Zhao Lin would be so unscrupulous. At this moment, traces of coldness suddenly arose within his heart. Perhaps, since the start, when he threw the new disciple out of the chain bridge, Zhao Lin already had this intention in his heart. This Zhao Lin wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him. As for Zhao Lin's objective, Duan Ling Tian was extremely clear of it. It was none other than for the sake of the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll that he made up. These thoughts were all thoughts that Duan Ling Tian completely in an instant. As soon as he finished his thoughts, he saw Zhao Lin had arrived before him, and the palm prints that covered the sky and contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths enveloped down upon him, causing him to be practically unable to breathe. At his moment, he was not only unable to dodge in time, but he even didn't have the time to pull the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. Zhao Lin's speed was too swift. The palm print condensed by origin energy and covered the sky whistled as they descended, and continuous sounds of air exploding resounded out in the sky. Zhao Lin's face revealed insanity. He'd waited for so long, and he'd finally found a chance. At the instant that he attacked, he'd already condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into the ears of Lu Qiu, who stood nearby Duan Ling Tian. Elder Lu Qiu, so long as you don't make a move today, then I, Zhao Lin, will owe you a great favor. He believed that with the relationship between him and Lu Qiu, coupled with his promise, Lu Qiu ought to not interfere. So long as Lu Qiu didn't interfere, then Duan Ling Tian would die without a doubt. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Ling Tian realized that danger was upon him. His face went deathly pale, and he thought of Lu Qiu at the first possible moment. Now only Lu Qiu was able to stop Zhao Lin. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth had a wisp of disdain when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling out to Lu Qiu. This Duan Ling Tian thought Lu Qiu would help him? Naive. But, in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed before his eyes, and he saw Lu Qiu appearing before Duanling Tian in the blink of an eye. This scene caused this expression to be unsightly. Whoosh! Lu Qiu raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, and vast origin energy that contained an even more terrifying aura swept out. Above Lu Qiu, thousands of ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Bang! His sleeve swept out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd utterly destroyed the palm prints Zhao Lin slapped out that covered the entire sky to disappear in the sky. Duanling Tian, you've already taught him a lesson. Just leave this matter at that. Lu Qiu stared vigilantly at Zhao Lin, who had an unsightly expression as he spoke to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. At that moment earlier, he felt death to be that close, only just a little bit, just that little bit, and he would have been killed by Zhao Lin. Although he tried to call out to Lu Qiu, but he was extremely perturbed in his heart, because he knew that Zhao Lin and Lu Qiu had a good relationship, and was unsure of whether Lu Qiu would help him. If Lu Qiu didn't help him, he would surely die without a doubt. Duanling Tian withdrew his hand when he heard Lu Qiu, and pulled the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. They casually threw him onto the chain bridge. Along with the robust young man descended onto the chain bridge started to sway lightly. The robust young man collapsed limply on the chain bridge, and wasn't able to get up even after a long time. Earlier he had nearly died. He slowly raised his head with an enraged gaze. But he wasn't looking at Duanling Tian, but instead at Zhao Lin. What are you looking at? Zhao Lin noticed this new disciple daring to look at him with such a gaze. He was already incomparably irritated in his heart, and now his face sank as he shouted coldly. The robust young man lowered his head in the end when he saw this. Only now did he recall that this Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak. If he really offended Zhao Lin, then once Zhao Lin wanted to kill him, Zhao Lin would only need to find a place that was devoid of people to do it. Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu with a gaze that slowly went gloomy, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Zhao Lin. He's someone the Peak Master wants to see. Lu Qiu looked back at Zhao Lin without a shred of fear. Very good. You very good. Zhao Lin deeply glanced at Lu Qiu, then turned around to look at the 20 new disciples before coldly saying, "Let's go." Seeing Zhao Lin bringing the others along to leave, Duanling Tian gazed at Zhao Lin's figure, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. In this lifetime, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Duan clan's Duanling Xing was undoubtedly the first person that caused Duanling Tian to truly have infinite killing intent towards and wished for nothing more than to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Now, a similar killing intent had arose in his heart towards Zhao Lin. That feeling of his life hanging by the thread was something he wasn't willing to try another time in this lifetime. Duanling Tian's chest was filled with flames of rage that seemed ready to flow out at any moment. Duanling Tian, have you offended Zhao Lin somehow? Lu Qiu looked at Duanling Tian and asked uncertainly. Earlier, determination to kill Duanling Tian had obviously arose within Zhao Lin's heart, and even made a promise to him. If it wasn't for the Peak Master wanting to see Duanling Tian, and he had just recently obtained generous rewards from the Peak Master because of Duanling Tian, perhaps he would really agree to Zhao Lin's promise and not interfere in the matter. Even though Zhao Lin was only a first-level origin core stage martial artist, but Zhao Lin's background was something that he had to fear. He was clear in his heart that based on Zhao Lin's attitude earlier, Zhao Lin had obviously completely felt hatred towards him. Not only had the relations between the two of them completely destroyed, but Zhao Ling might even go against him at every possible chance in the future. I hope my choice is correct. Lu Qiu looked at the young man who had boundless potential before him, and silently said in his heart, I don't know as well. Perhaps I've inadvertently offended him. Duanling Tian shook his head. He didn't plan to speak of the matter between him and Zhao Lin. If he denied the existence of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, then wouldn't he be admitting to have consumed to 10,000-year stalactite milk? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to make anyone be moved by it, including Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu nodded. Let's go. He naturally didn't believe what Duanling Tian said, but he was able to discern that Duanling Tian had something difficult to mention. So, He didn't continue to question Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu walked shoulder to shoulder, continuing to head towards Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duanling Tian had a sincere expression when he spoke to Lu Qiu. Elder Lu Qiu, I, Duanling Tian, will remember the debt that you saved my life today in my heart. The day will come when I return this favor to you. Although it was impossible for him to tell Lu Qiu of the reason he was in conflict with Zhao Lin. But Lu Qiu had saved his life today, and he engraved this kindness into his heart. Lu Qiu lightly smiled and didn't refuse it, because he knew how valuable Duanling Tian's promise was. Perhaps, with Duanling Tian's current strength, Duanling Tian was unable to help him. However, in the future, Duanling Tian would be an existence that even he would need to look up to. Duanling Tian was able to have a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage at such an age, so soaring up into the sky in the future was nothing difficult. Of course, the precondition would be that Duanling Tian was able to safely mature. Otherwise, once he came to a premature death, then even if he had any high natural talent, it would still be in vain. After the two of them arrived at Dubhe Peak, under the lead of Lu Qiu, Duanling Tian walked all the way up Dubhe Peak, and when they neared the peak of the mountain he saw a spacious platform. Needless to say, the cultivation environment here was extremely good, and the origin energy within Duanling Tian's body was slightly pulsing. Elder Lu Qiu, could it be that this is the Dubhe Peak's spirit point? Duanling Tian looked at Lu Qiu and asked curiously, You even know of the spirit point? Lu Qiu was slightly surprised. I heard the Alcade Peak's elder Bai mention it. Duanling Tian nodded. He still remembered the words that Elder Bai said to him that day. The best place of cultivation within the 7-star sword sect was at the spirit point on Dubhe Week, and it had ample spirit energy. The advancement of cultivation of people that cultivated here was tremendously swift. Exactly. From here and above is the location of the spirit points of Dubhe Peak. Lu Qiu nodded, then lightly smiled. The Dubhe Peak's location of spirit points are divided into the 9 great spirit points. Each of our 7-star sword sect's 6 great outer court sword peaks peak masters occupy one of the spirit points. The other 3 spirit points are respectively occupied by the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders. When he spoke of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader, Lu Qiu's expression was still comparatively calm. But when he spoke of the 2 guardian elders, traces of admirations arose on Lu Qiu's face. Guardian elder. Duanling Tian deeply remembered it in his heart. Figures that are able to make Lu Qiu forget himself would surely not be simple. 9 great spirit points. This place ought to have a spirit point, right? As Duanling Tian spoke, his gaze descended onto the vast platform. On the platform was a palace that stood erect from the ground, with a vast imposing manner. This palace is Merak Hall, the place of cultivation of the Merak Peak's peak master. Lu Qiu nodded and slowly said, Merak Hall? Merak Peak's master? A vague smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. He still remembered that during the outer court martial competition a few days ago, the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Hu Shuifeng, that desired to kill him was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. Among the 9 great spirit points, the lowest spirit point is occupied by the Merak Hall. Going up from here is the location of the Mizar Hall that occupies another spirit point. Lu Qiu brought Duanling Tian along to continue towards the peak of Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duanling Tian saw many 7-star sword sect disciples. Without exception, the color of the 7 stars that surrounded the sword-shaped symbol on the attire of these 7-star sword sect disciple was silver. Obviously, these 7-star sword sect disciples were all inner court disciples. Elder Lu Qiu. Some of the inner court disciples that knew Lu Qiu lightly smiled as they saluted Lu Qiu. As for Duanling Tian, they only casually glanced at him, not even looking him in the eye. Although Duanling Tian was currently well known throughout the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and had slight reputation in the inner court, but in the inner court, there weren't many people who knew him. Duanling Tian quickly followed behind Lu Qiu to continue walking up. On the way, he could see many independent gorges. These places are the places of cultivation of the inner court disciples. even though it isn't on the spirit point, but it's still situated within the spirit point area that's formed by the 9 great spirit points, and the cultivation environment is pretty good. Lu Qiu introduced to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Even though the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the stalactite cave, compared to the other places within the 6 great outer court sword peaks, it was undoubtedly much better. This is Mizar Hall. Before long, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out. Duan Ling Tian glanced over. A vast platform appeared once again up ahead, and a palace with a vast imposing manor stood erect on the platform. Mizar Hall. Duan Ling Tian was clear in his heart that this Mizar Hall ought to be the place of cultivation of the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, who presided over the outer court martial competition a few days ago, right when Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qiu were intending to continue walking up the peak. A figure that was like the wind flashed out of a pavilion atop the Mizar Hall, and arrived before Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qiu in next to no time. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, wait. This was a young man around the age of 26 or 27, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, an impressive appearance. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised was that this young man was actually slightly similar to the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zhang Fan, between the brows. Thinking about this person seemed to have come out of Mizar Hall, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Could it be that he had some relationship with Zhang Fan? Elder Lu Qiu. After the young man lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian, he looked at Lu Qiu, who was beside Duan Ling Tian, and bowed in salute. Lu Qiu returned a smile. The young man looked at Lu Qiu and slowly said, Elder Lu Qiu, my father wants to say a few words to junior brother Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if you can spare him for a moment. Lu Qiu's brows knit and a trace of astonishment flashed within his eyes, and in the end he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I can't decide on this. I have to seek Duan Ling Tian's own opinion. At the same time that Lu Qiu spoke to the young man, he condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian. He's the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song. The son of the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zhang Fan? Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he felt this Zheng Song seems to be extremely similar in appearance to Zhang Fan, so they were father and son. In this way, everything could be explained. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. I'm Zheng Song. My father is the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. We were meditating as we drank tea in the pavilion earlier when he just happened to see you and asked me to invite you and Elder Lu Qiu to have a seat. Zheng Song looked at Duan Ling Tian and was refined and courteous. The smile on his face caused one to feel as if bathing in spring breeze. Even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Zheng Song was the son of the Mizar Peak's peak master, and was even an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. In terms of status and strength, he far surpassed the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master, Hu Shuefeng. But he didn't have the condescending arrogance that Hu Shuefeng possessed, and this was something that was extremely difficult to come by. Although it was the first time he'd met Zheng Song, but Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have a slight favorable impression towards him in his heart. I have no objection. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse and nodded. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, Elder Lu Qiu, please. Under the lead of Zheng Sun, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qiu walked towards Mizar Hall. And when they approached Mizar Hall, Zheng Sun brought Lu Qiu into the Mizar Hall's audience hall. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, a figure leapt off the pavilion atop Mizar Hall. Duan Ling Tian didn't even have the time to react when he felt a strength that was difficult to resist pass through the person's hand to grab onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian flew up, precisely saying he was brought flying up by another. This Mizar Peak's master ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage. When my spiritual force inspected him, there was actually a type of fuzzy feeling. Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was brought up the pavilion, and as he stepped onto solid ground, the thick hand that grabbed onto his shoulder had been withdrawn now as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at the person before him and lightly smiled. Peak Master. The person that brought Duanling Tian onto the pavilion from outside of Mizar Hall was none other than the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. Sit. Zhang Fan's face had a warm smile on it as he asked Duanling Tian to sit. Subsequently, he even personally made tea for Duanling Tian. This caused Duanling Tian to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Zhang Fan poured a cup of tea for Duanling Tian, then introduced it. This is the Cloudrise tea I cured myself, try it. Duanling Tian nodded and picked up the teacup, but didn't directly drink it, and instead put it before his nose and smelled it. Tea fragrance entered into his nose. It had a cool and refreshing flavor, as if able to transmit into Duanling Tian's mind and cause Duanling Tian to feel his own consciousness become incomparably clear. Good tea. Although Duanling Tian was well-versed in tea, but he was still able to perceive that this tea wasn't simple. Take a sip and try it. Zhang Fan lightly smiled. Duanling Tian nodded, then placed the teacup by his mouth and lightly took a sip. The fragrant tea dissolved upon entering his mouth, and the cool and refreshing flavor caused Duanling Tian to shudder. He was unable to refrain from closing his eyes, and he felt himself to be slightly floating, as if he had rose into the clouds and was walking on air. Who? After some time, as if descending from the sky and returning to the ground, Duanling Tian let out a mouthful of foul air, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. How is it? Zhang Fan looked at Duanling Tian and asked. Duanling Tian gasped in admiration. Peak Master, this Cloudrise tea of yours is truly amazing. It's still the first time that I've drank such a fragrant tea. With only a sip, it allowed me to instantly feel as if rising into the clouds and walking on air. At that moment, it was as if I'd forgotten everything. Ha ha. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, then slowly said, as a matter of fact, the method of curing this Cloudrise tea is something I perfected from an incomplete method in an ancient book. That incomplete curing method was the curing method for a type of fragrant tea called carefree tea. But unfortunately, half of it was incomplete. As he finished speaking, Zhang Fan slightly sighed with emotion. In my entire life, my biggest regret is being unable to savor that genuine carefree tea. Even though Cloudrise tea was something I cured according the incomplete curing method of the carefree tea and supplementing it myself, but it isn't the genuine carefree tea. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Zhang Fan. Peak Master, as the saying goes, one who is content will always be happy. There's no reason to insist on some things. Even though carefree tea is good, but that is only your imagination, or perhaps the true complete carefree tea is actually inferior to the Cloudrise tea you supplemented and cured. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Fan was as if suddenly enlightened, and was stunned on the spot. At this moment, only what Duanling Tian said remained within his mind. One who is content will always be happy. Perhaps the true complete carefree tea is inferior to the current Cloudrise tea. Finally, Zhang Fan came back to his senses, and his eyes flickered with traces of a strange sheen. Suddenly, Zhang Fan raised his hand, and a narrow saber that was thin as a cicada's wing and had flowing lights flash on its surface appeared. Grade 6 Spirit Weapon. Duanling Tian's gaze abruptly lit up when he saw the narrow saber in Zhang Fan's hand, as he had identified the grade of the spirit weapon narrow saber. Zhang Fan raised his hand. Origin energy twined around the narrow saber as it emitted a strange and terrifying aura, as if lightly cut through the air, and a clear white flowing light flashed before disappearing. And right at this instant, the aura on the saber in Zhang Fan's hand seemed to change completely. Through the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, and relying on his formidable spiritual force, Duanling Tian was vaguely able to perceive something. Swoosh! And at the instant that the aura atop the narrow saber in Zhang Fan's hand suddenly changed, traces of origin energy appeared on the surface of Zhang Fan's body, then slowly withdrew to finally disappear in the end. Although it was only an extremely short instant, but in Duanling Tian's eyes, Zhang Fan had completely changed. Before Zhang Fan withdrew the imposing manner on his body that had transformed, Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Congratulations, Peak Master. Meanwhile, the raging, imposing aura on Zhang Fan's body was slowly withdrawn by him, and the narrow saber in his hand vanished along with the imposing manner. It was put away into his spiritual ring by him. Ha ha! Suddenly, Zhang Fan couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Zhang Fan's laughter was unrestrained and carefree. It was also mixed with traces of inexplicable excitement. Duanling Tian was naturally clear of why Zhang Fan was excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have congratulated Zhang Fan earlier. Duanling Tian, you're able to discern what had occurred to me just now? Finally, Zhang Fan suppressed the wild joy in his heart, then looked at Duanling Tian with eyes that flickered with a sheen of wisdom, as he wanted to see through Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Congratulations, Peak Master, for comprehending the concept of saber, and broke through to the void initiation stage in one go. He was naturally able to discern what had occurred to Zhang Fan earlier. The words he said allowed Zhang Fan to be enlightened. Although it was only a small matter in life, but it was like a knot in Zhang Fan's heart. Perhaps even Zhang Fan himself never realized that just because of this knot in his heart, it had trapped him, causing him to be unable to comprehend the concept of saber for so long, and was unable to break through to the void initiation stage. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian understood that if one wanted to break through to the void initiation stage, then besides requiring a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage, one must also have sufficient comprehension ability. Only when one made their force transform into concept would a 9th level origin core stage expert be able to break through to the void initiation stage. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. So, this was also the main reason why a void initiation expert couldn't be fostered directly using treasures of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that Duanling Tian repudiated that the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, was a void initiation stage expert that day. In his eyes and the eyes of the formed Rebirth Martial Emperor, even if the comprehension ability of a 15 or 16-year-old girl was any higher or any more heaven-defying, it would still be impossible for her to comprehend concept. Duanling Tian, I've still underestimated you. Zhang Fan deeply glanced at Duanling Tian. His gaze of wisdom seemed as if able to see through everything. A person like you who came from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is actually able to know of concept as well? Looks like you really aren't simple. Duanling Tian's brows knit, and glanced at Zhang Fan with a slightly surprised gaze. Peak Master, you seem to know me rather well. He didn't feel it to be strange that Zhang Fan knew that he came from a kingdom that was subordinate to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As half a year ago when he had just entered the 7-Star Sword Sect, he had spoken of this matter in front of Wuxia and the group of new disciples. So, there was surely many people within the 7-Star Sword Sect who now knew of his background. Duanling Tian, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, it would be impossible for me to have broken through this bottleneck that has persisted for many years. I, Zhang Fan, owe you a favor. Zhang Fan looked at Duanling Tian and his face went serious as he promised. He deeply knew that if it wasn't for Duanling Tian awakening him to the truth, it would be impossible for him to directly break through. This favor was extremely huge, heavy like Mount Tai. A wisp of joy appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he heard Zhang Fan, and he didn't refuse. Then I'll thank Peak Master first. After today, the person before him would not only be the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. He was also a formidable void initiation stage expert. A void initiation expert. Even in the entire 7-Star Sword Sect, it was still something that could be counted with the fingers on one's hand, and it was the absolute pills of the 7-Star Sword Sect. A promise from a void initiation stage expert couldn't be measured with money. Zhang Fan's promise was undoubtedly a great trump card to Duanling Tian. Zhang Fan nodded, and his eyes sized up Duanling Tian with interest, then asked, Duanling Tian, if I intend to take you as a disciple, would you be willing to take me as your master? As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, Duanling Tian was stunned. No matter what, he had never imagined that Zhang Fan would suddenly say this, ask him to acknowledge a master? Zhang Fan thought Duanling Tian was hesitant when he saw Duanling Tian being stunned, then continued, if you take me as your master, I'm willing to bestow this tearless knight to you as a meeting gift. As he spoke, a narrow saber that was thin as a cicada's wing appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. The narrow saber was dark violet in color, like a specter in the night, flickering with strands of awe-inspiring coldness. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber Zhang Fan carried around with him everywhere. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 6 spirit weapon was an extremely valuable thing. There were quite a few grade 6 alchemists in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but grade 6 weapons craftsmen could be counted on one's fingers. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian recovered from his shock. Grade 6 spirit weapon? Truthfully speaking, he was really not interested in this grade 6 spirit saber. He was already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist now, and was able to condense grade 7 weapon flame, and was a grade 7 weapons craftsman. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would be able to condense a grade 6 weapon flame, and become a grade 6 weapons craftsman. At that time, he himself would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. Peak Master, everyone in the 7-star sword sect uses swords. I never expected that you used a saber. Duanling Tian glanced at the grade 6 spirit saber in Zhang Fan's hand, Tearless Knight, and lightly smiled. Zhang Fan lightly stroked the blade of Tearless Knight, and his gaze became slightly misty. After a long time, he sighed. I and my wife discovered this grade 6 spirit saber deep within the primeval forest all those years ago. At that time, I still wasn't the peak master of Mizar Peak. At that time, this grade 6 spirit saber was within the lair of a formidable nascent soul stage fierce beast. I originally intended to give up, but for the sake of allowing me to pass the test and become the inheritor of the Mizar Peak's peak master, she insisted on going to get this grade 6 spirit saber. In the end, for the sake of this grade 6 spirit saber, she was killed by that fierce beast. Even though Zhang Fan spoke calmly, but Duanling Tian was still able to feel traces of melancholy within his voice. She was one of the outstanding members of Alcade Peak, with natural talent and strength not inferior to me. In my entire life, what I regret the most was not stopping her that time, and instead accompanied her to do such an insane thing. As he finished speaking, his figure lightly trembled and had a slight sense of loss. Later on, that nascent soul stage fierce beast was killed by me with this grade 6 spirit saber. Before she died, she named this grade 6 spirit saber Tearless Knight. Knight is the name of this saber. As for Tearless, I understand in my heart that she wanted me and Song not to shed tears for her. Later on, relying on the 40% amplification of strength provided by this grade 6 spirit saber, I easily passed the Mizar Peak's Peak Master's Inheritors test, and was fostered by the previous generation's Mizar Peak's Master, then controlled Mizar Peak later on. In fact, everything I have now was something she gave me. As Zhang Fan spoke, his eyes became slightly wet. Grade 6 spirit saber that provided an amplification of 40%? Duanling Tian's eyes squinted. Even though once he broke through to the nascent soul stage and became a grade 6 weapons craftsman, he would also be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 40% amplification. But that was because he'd inherited all the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor, who was a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could imagine how the weapons craftsman that refined this grade 6 spirit saber was extraordinary. But at the same time he was shocked in his heart. Duanling Tian could deeply feel the love Zhang Fan's wife had for him. For the sake of her husband's future, she would not spare any cost. Even her own life. The string deep within his heart was stirred. Zhang Fan's wife was worthy of respect. Later on, for the sake of this tearless knight, I started to abandon the sword and train in the saber, changing to cultivate saber skills. Zhang Fan let out a breath of air, then looked at Duanling Tian as he forced a trace of a smile on his face. If you're willing to become my disciples, I presume my wife would agree to me bestowing this tearless knight that has extraordinary meaning to you. Peak Master. Duanling Tian shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't have any intentions of taking a master now. As for this tearless knight, it has an extraordinary meaning to you. You should keep it properly. Zhang Fan didn't speak, and seriously looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian looked back in his eyes, with a firm and unchanging gaze. He's inherited the lifetime's worth of memories of rebirth martial emperor, and was same as having inherited the pride of the rebirth martial emperor. The pride of the rebirth martial emperor caused him to be bound to not take someone weaker than the rebirth martial emperor as his master. After a long time, Zhang Fan seemed to be able to perceive Duan Ling Tian's resolution, and he nodded. Never mind. Everyone has their own aspirations. Even if you really take me as your master, I probably don't have anything to teach you. As he finished speaking, Zhang Fan didn't insist. Peak master. Then I'll take my leave first. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Zhang Fan. Then his figure flashed to leap off the pavilion and firmly descend onto the ground. Zhang Fan stood before the pavilion and looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure with a complicated gaze. What sort of person is he actually? Able to behave so composed when faced with a super top quality grade 6 spirit sword that's able to provide an amplification of 40%. This kid will surely be extraordinary in the future. Truly the fortune of my 7-star sword sect. Meanwhile, Wuxia, who was originally waiting for Duan Ling Tian, saw Duan Ling Tian appear, and he bid his farewell to Zhang Song, who was beside him before walking towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and Wuxia walked shoulder to shoulder and continued up Dubhe Peak. Their destination, Migra's Hall. Zhang Fan came back to his senses when he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear into the distance, and he sighed. He and Duan Ling Tian were bound to not have the fate of being master and disciple. Father. Meanwhile, Zhang Song arrived at the pavilion and asked, "Did he agree?" Obviously, Zhang Song knew of Zhang Fan's intentions. Zhang Fan shook his head. No. Zhang Song was stunned. That Duan Ling Tian is really so arrogant? Even father, the peak master of Mizar Peak, condescending yourself to take him as your personal disciple, and he still refused. It's far more than that. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth curled into a bitter smile. I even took out Tearless Night that your mother left for me, but he seemed to not be willing to even spare a glance. Tearless Night. Zhang Song's pupils constricted, as he never expected that for the sake of Duan Ling Tian, his father would even take out this grade 6 spirit saber that had extraordinary meaning. And what he never expected even more was that when faced with the temptation of a grade 6 spirit saber, Duan Ling Tian actually wasn't moved. Such composure was truly shocking. After all, even in the entire 7-star sword sect, the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession could only be compared to by the grade 5 spirit sword in the sect leader's possession, in terms of the amplification ability. The grade 6 spirit swords in the possession of the other peak masters and even guardian elders were far inferior from the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, the Tearless Knight. Father, I heard your laughter earlier. Why did you laugh? Zhang Song looked at Zhang Fan with a wondering expression. Zhang Fan smiled mysteriously. He heard his son's question. In your opinion, what is worthy of me laughing heartily now? Father, just speak frankly. Zhang Song smiled bitterly. How could he guess it? I've broken through, Zhang Fan slowly said with a calm tone. However, it instead caused Zhang Song to be stunned on the spot, and was unable to recover from his shock as he said in a daze. Father, you said you've broken through? Zhang Song looked at Zhang Fan with a face full of pleasant surprise and disbelief. Yes. Zhang Fan lightly smiled as he nodded. All thanks to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? Zhang Song was slightly uncertain. What can an outer court disciple like him help father with? Father, are you mistaken? This has nothing to do with if he's an outer court disciple or not. Zhang Fan shook his head. Today, even if the sect leader personally arrived, he still might not be able to help me break through. To sum it all up, if it wasn't because of Duan Ling Tian, I would probably still need a long time to break through. I owe him a great favor. Zhang Song let out a breath of cold air, as it was truly difficult for him to imagine how the heck an outer court disciple helped his father break through. In next to no time, under his deep inquiries into the root of the matter, Zhang Fan spoke of the sequence of events. Zhang Song came to a sudden understanding. Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Song's heart was filled with gratefulness to Duan Ling Tian. He was extremely clear of how long his father had stayed at the 9th level of the void-prying stage. Today, if it wasn't for Duanling Tian who awakened his father to the truth, even if another few years passed, his father might not be able to smoothly break through to the void initiation stage. This was indeed a great favor. Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu continued to walk along the mountain path of Dubhe Peak. The Migres Hall was above. Elder Lu Qiu, when is the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple test ordinarily held? On the way, Duanling Tian thought of the objective he had left the stalactite cave with today, and asked Lu Qiu who was by his side. There's an inner court disciples test every 6 months, and is usually 1 month after the outer court disciple test. Today just happened to be the day of the outer court disciple test. So, the inner court disciple test is precisely 1 month away from now. Lu Qiu slowly said. Presently, after witnessing Duanling Tian's cultivation to be at the 8th level of the origin core stage, he wasn't surprised by Duanling Tian's inquiry about the inner court disciple test. As far as he was concerned, with Duanling Tian's current strength, passing through the inner court disciple test was extremely easy. An outer court disciple broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. Passing through the inner court disciple test was practically certain. After a month? Duanling Tian nodded, then asked, Elder Lu Qiu, does this inner court disciple test require additional registration? Lu Qiu shook his head. No. Just go directly to the Dubhe Peaks test platform on the day of the inner court disciple test. Test platform? Duanling Tian was stunned, as he wasn't familiar with the main peak, Dubhe Peak. The test platform is the vast platform that you participated in the outer court disciple test 6 months ago. Lu Qiu patiently explained, with a shred of impatience. In his opinion, Duanling Tian currently had a boundless future. In the future, if Duanling Tian were to stay in the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be an important person of the 7-star sword sect, and becoming the next generation sect leader of the 7-star sword sect might not be impossible. If he were to leave the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a great figure whose name shocked the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to his knowledge, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there hasn't been even one figure that could compare to Duanling Tian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. He was convinced that once Duanling Tian matured, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to contain Duanling Tian. So that's the test platform. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. He remembered that vast platform clearly, and it was the place he participated in the outer court disciple test that day after all. Before long, Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu finally arrived at the location of Migres Hall. Migres Hall was similarly on a vast platform on Dubhe Peak, and had a vast imposing manner. Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu walked swiftly over, then stood shoulder to shoulder outside the Migres Hall. Peak Master, Lu Qiu and Duanling Tian seek an audience. Lu Qiu stood before Migres Hall and spoke in a loud voice. His voice contained origin energy and extended and spread out to envelop the entire Migres Hall. In next to no time, a gaunt young man around the age of 26 or 27 with slight gloominess mixed within between his brows, walked out of Migres Hall. His sharp eyes squinted as he gazed at Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu who stood outside. Master asked the two of you to enter. The voice of this young man was hoarse and low, causing one to feel uncomfortable when hearing it. Duanling Tian couldn't help but frown. He's our Migres Peaks Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. Lu Qiu condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian nodded and walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qiu, and under the lead of Wu Yongqian, they walked in the audience hall of Migres Hall. At the instant he entered the audience hall, Duanling Tian saw the middle-aged man that stood within. This middle-aged man had a similar age to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, and had an extremely ordinary appearance, the type of appearance that couldn't be found within a crowd of people. Duanling Tian's spiritual force was able to vaguely discern that the cultivation of this middle-aged man ought to be similar to Zhang Fan before he broke through. 9th level of the void prying stage. He ought to be the Peak Master of Migres Peak. Duanling Tian thought inwardly. Even though he had never met the Peak Master of Migres Peak before, but as a disciple of Migres Peak, he'd still heard of the Peak Master. The Peak Master of Migres Peak was called Wu Dao. Foster father, they have come. As expected, after Wu Yongqian brought Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu in, he bowed and reported to Wu Dao, and his hoarse and low voice was filled with reverence. Subsequently, Wu Yongqian went to stand behind Wu Dao. Peak Master. Lu Qiu respectfully saluted Wu Dao. Peak Master. Duanling Tian nodded to Wu Dao as well. If it was at another time and Duanling Tian was here alone, perhaps no one would mind. But now, the attitude Duanling Tian had when facing Wu Dao instead formed a contrasting comparison to Lu Qiu. Wu Dao lightly frowned and was slightly displeased. Presumptuous. An awe-inspiring sheen appeared within the sharp gaze of Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao as he looked at Duanling Tian and shouted coldly. However, Duanling Tian paid no attention to Wu Yongqian, and instead looked at Wu Dao with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed. Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw Duanling Tian disregarding him, and a gloomy cold light flickered within his eyes, seeming to be waiting to swallow Duanling Tian up. Lu Qiu stood by Duanling Tian's side, and was worried for Duanling Tian now. You are Duanling Tian? Wu Dao's brows relaxed. A wisp of a coldness and fierceness arose within his eyes as he stared at Duanling Tian. At the same time, a formidable, imposing manner surged out from Wu Dao's body to press onto Duanling Tian's body, the imposing manner of a 9th-level void-prying stage expert. But when faced with Wu Dao's formidable, imposing manner, Duanling Tian seemed as if to have no feeling, and he stood there on the spot with an unfazed expression, not moving like a mountain. The imposing manner on Wu Dao's body ceaselessly rose. Duanling Tian's expression still remained unchanged, and a wisp of a smile even appeared on the corners of his mouth. That was the smile of being unperturbed. What a fellow! Finally, Wu Dao's imposing manner was completely withdrawn by him, and he laughed heartily. The displeasure from earlier had vanished. As expected of the existence that's able to kill the number 1 disciple in the outer court, sure how. Duanling Tian, you're worthy of the title of number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duanling Tian made nothing of Wu Dao's sudden changes of countenance, and he nodded. Thank you for your praise, Peak Master. When Wu Yongqian heard Wu Dao praising Duanling Tian, his cold and fierce gaze had a trace of a sheen of envy and viciousness. He was the foster son of Wu Dao, but from when he was young, he'd never once heard Wu Dao praise him. Neither arrogant nor humble, an exceptional talent. Wu Dao looked at Duanling Tian and nodded in satisfaction, then said, Duanling Tian, you killed Shi Hao and seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, and have brought honor to our Migres Peak this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? Reward? Duanling Tian frowned. Wu Dao's manner of speaking was filled with a condescending feeling, as if someone of high position was speaking to someone lowly, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Peak Master, I'm a member of Migres Peak. Before I leave Migres Peak, doing something for the Migres Peak is something I ought to do. Duanling Tian said indifferently, and was slightly disinterested. Leaving Migres Peak? Wu Dao was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian, then recovered from his shock and nodded. I nearly forgot you obtained the first place in the outer court martial competition, and also obtain a profound origin fruit. If nothing unexpected happened, you ought to be already at the 7th level of the origin core stage now. 7th level origin core stage? The corners of the nearby Lu Qiu's mouth twitch. He felt the Wu Dao truly underestimated Duanling Tian. With your methods, it isn't difficult to pass the inner court disciple test after you step into the 7th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao looked at Duanling Tian and pondered for a moment, and a burning flowing light appeared within his eyes as he stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, do you know why I asked Lu Qiu to go bring you here? Duanling Tian shook his head. Peak Master, please clarify. Duanling Tian, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be straightforward. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, not only Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu, but even Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao, All looked at Wu Dao. Finally, Wu Dao took a breath, then said in a clear voice, I, Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Migra's Peak, desire to take you, Duan Ling Tian, as my personal disciple. At the instant Wu Dao said this, all the three of them, including Duan Ling Tian, were dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. When did he become so popular? Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock and shook his head. Peak Master, I'm sorry. I temporarily have no intention of taking a master. He even refused Zheng Fan, who had broken through to the void initiation stage now, let alone this Wu Dao. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao, had a bellyful of flames of envy that practically exploded his chest open when he heard his foster father wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as a personal disciple. Now, seeing that Duan Ling Tian actually directly refusing his foster father, he completely exploded out. Duan Ling Tian continued to choose to ignore him when faced with Wu Yongqian, who was about to go berserk. As if he entirely disregarded Wu Yongqian, he indeed didn't take Wu Yongqian to heart. Duan Ling Tian's disregard caused Wu Yongqian's flames of rage to practically burn to the limit. As the foster son of the Migra's Peak's Peak Master, and a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, when had he been disregarded by someone like this? Wu Dao's face slightly sank when being refused by Duan Ling Tian, and a bright light arose within his eyes as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you refuse me so straightforwardly? As the Peak Master of Migra's Peak, Wu Dao had his own pride. Now that Duan Ling Tian actually brazenly refused his good intentions, it caused a ball of flames to arise within his heart. Peak Master, I'm sorry. Duan Ling Tian had a calm gaze when faced with Wu Dao, who had a face full of displeasure, and said indifferently. Lu Qiu, who stood by Duan Ling Tian's side, had a wisp of a bitter smile on his face, and he sighed in his heart. This little fellow, it's his fortune that the Peak Master wants to take him as a disciple, but he actually refused it. Lu Qiu had never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually refuse to become Wu Dao's personal disciple. Although Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao could be considered heaven-defying, but he hadn't matured yet after all, and seeking a good master within the 7-star sword sect was undoubtedly of great benefit to him. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian could still obtain a backing that would cause those people who wanted to do harm to him to feel afraid. Now, Duan Ling Tian's decision completely exceeded his expectations. Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Migra's Peak, an expert whose strength could be placed in the top 10 of the 7-star sword sect, actually desired to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple, but Duan Ling Tian straightforwardly refused him without any considerations for Wu Dao's feelings. This caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Dao's gaze slowly became calm, but his expression when looking at Duan Ling Tian didn't have the face filled with smile from before, and his tone was slightly low. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Do you think that with your natural talent, I, Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Migra's Peak, don't have the qualifications to be your master? Duan Ling Tian frowned, then shook his head and said, Peak Master, I've never thought like this. It's only that I temporarily don't have the intention of taking a master. Take a master? Since he merged with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, it was equal to Duan Ling Tian having a master in a different form, a master that didn't hold back from him in the slightest. That master was the Rebirth Martial Emperor. The Rebirth Martial Emperor had once been an expert that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Now, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to be refusing in a mild manner. If he really were to say what he thought in his heart, he would say to Wu Dao, Want me to take you as my master? Are you worthy? Duan Ling Tian's polite refusal was undoubtedly an excuse in Wu Dao's ears, causing Wu Dao's expression to become even gloomier. Duan Ling Tian, you're extremely confident, but a person can be confident, but once a person is overconfident, then it's conceited. Today, since I, Wu Dao, have spoken wanting to take you as my personal disciple, then I naturally wouldn't easily take it back. Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and his words were filled with an indisputable overbearingness. Peak Master, nothing forcibly done is good. Duan Ling Tian's face slightly sank, as he never expected the Peak Master would be so hard to deal with. At this moment, he felt that Zheng Fan was so amiable when compared to Wu Dao. Could it be that this Wu Dao wanted to force him to take Wu Dao as his master? Lu Qiu slightly frowned, as he felt Wu Dao was slightly going too far. But Wu Dao was the peak master of Migra's peak, where he was only an outer court disciple of Migra's peak. Thus there was a great disparity in their statuses. So, even if he didn't like it, he didn't dare say anything. Duan Ling Tian, since I've already spoken, there's naturally no room for taking it back. Wu Dao had a terrifyingly calm voice. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit together. Is this Wu Dao a madman? If I'm unwilling to take him as my master, he's still able to force me? Of course. Suddenly, Wu Dao spoke once again, and looked at Duan Ling Tian. I can give you a chance. Battle my foster son. If you can defeat my foster son, I can take it as I never spoke earlier. But if you suffer defeat at the hands of my foster son, then you must obediently become the personal disciple of I Wu Dao. You can give up this opportunity, but after you give up, no matter if you're willing or not, you, Duan Ling Tian, will be the personal disciple of I Wu Dao. If you dare speak rashly outside and deny being the disciple of I Wu Dao, then you're going against I Wu Dao. In the future, there won't be place for you in the 7-Star Sword sect anymore. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao's tone was filled with overbearingness and tyranny. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. This Wu Dao so overbearing. There won't be a place for me in the 7-Star Sword sect anymore? Does this Wu Dao really think he's the sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect? If one were to say who was the happiest at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao. Duan Ling Tian, do you dare fight me? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that flickered with a sharp light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile. As far as he was concerned, this was an opportunity. If he defeated this Duan Ling Tian, his foster father would surely be extremely pleased. And the status he possessed within the heart of his foster father would surely rise. Peak Master, will you keep your word? Duan Ling Tian still disregarded Wu Yongqian, and when Wu Yongqian's expression became incomparably ferocious, he looked at Wu Dao and asked indifferently. His tone didn't contain any feeling. I, Wu Dao, am the peak master of Migra's peak. Would I deceive a kid like you? Wu Dao sneered when he heard Duan Ling Tian, but traces of bright lights appeared within his eyes. He knew that Duan Ling Tian had taken the bait. Even though he had heard of Duan Ling Tian killing Shi Hao with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, and knew Duan Ling Tian had the ability to kill enemies that were stages higher than him, but as far as he was concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage now, it would still be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for his foster son. Even though the natural talent of his foster son wasn't high, but his foster son was a 9th level Origin Core stage inner court disciple after all. Even if Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, that would also be having just broken through, and Duan Ling Tian's foundation wouldn't be stable yet. Moreover, Qian. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Wu Dao's mouth as he suddenly spoke. Foster father. Wu Yongqian withdrew his vicious gaze from Duan Ling Tian and looked respectfully at Wu Dao. In his heart, his foster father was the heavens that couldn't be defied. Duan Ling Tian frowned. What did this Wu Dao want to do? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw a 3-foot-long blade appear out of thin air in Wu Dao's hand, and Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. Qian, use father's autumn water, and properly experience the ability of the number 1 disciple in our 7-Star Sword sect's outer court. Wu Dao passed the 3-foot-long blade in his hand to Wu Yongqian. This 3-foot-long blade had a smooth blade that was flickered with translucence, like a pool of autumn water swaying. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Ling Tian, had a shocked expression, and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when he saw the 3-foot-long blade in Wu Dao's hand. Autumn water. Wasn't it the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in the possession of the Migra's Peak's master, Wu Dao? He never imagined that for the sake of allowing his foster son, Wu Yongqian, to defeat Duan Ling Tian, Wu Dao actually even took out the Grade 6 Spirit Sword he carried everywhere on his person. Wu Dao's actions caused Lu Qiu to feel uncomfortable in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in this way, even if Wu Yongqian were to win, it was a victory that didn't rely on Wu Yongqian's own strength. Yes, foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes lit up and solemnly received autumn water. His figure slightly trembled as he was rather excited. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Even though as far as Wu Yongqian was concerned, even if he didn't have a Grade 7 Spirit Sword, it would be impossible for Duanling Tian to be his match. But now that he had the opportunity to use his foster father's Grade 6 Spirit Sword, it still caused him to feel a burst of joy. Don't let me down, Wu Dao indifferently said to Wu Yongqian. Don't worry, foster father. Wu Yongqian solemnly nodded. He held autumn water in his hands. As his fierce gaze descended onto Duanling Tian, seeming to be waiting to swallow Duanling Tian up. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's expression eased up slightly. But his gaze when he looked at Wu Dao instead became icy cold and unfamiliar. For the sake of making me his personal disciple, this Wu Dao is actually despicable to this extent, even taking out his own Grade 6 Spirit Sword and passing it to Wu Yongqian. Just for the sake of allowing Wu Yongqian to defeat me. If it was said that Duanling Tian was dissatisfied of Wu Dao earlier, then now he held Wu Dao in disdain from the bottom of his heart. As far as he was concerned, this was a person that couldn't take a loss. Asking an inner court disciple to deal with an outer court disciple like Duanling Tian was already a victory that wasn't because of one's strength. But now he actually even took out his Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Was there any difference from cheating? Such a person wants to become my master? Duanling Tian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of cold ice, and he looked calmly at Wu Yongqian, who stared at him fiercely. He noticed the confidence on Wu Yongqian's face. This Wu Yongqian really thought that he would be able to defeat me once he had a Grade 6 Spirit Sword? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain that was difficult to notice. Meanwhile, Wu Dao retreated a few steps, and under his gaze Lu Qiu moved aside to observe from the side. For a time, there was an empty space within the vast audience hall. Duanling Tian and Wu Yongqian stood facing each other. Whoosh! In Duanling Tian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the Grade 7 Spirit Sword he withdrew from his spatial ring. Even though Duanling Tian was a Grade 7 weapons craftsman now, and was even capable of refining a Grade 7 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 31%, but he still didn't refine one himself yet. This Grade 7 Spirit Sword was one of the spoils from his previous battles, and possessed an ordinary amplification ability. Duanling Tian, my foster father wanted to take you as a personal disciple, and that's looking highly of you. You not only were you not be grateful for his kindness, but actually arrogantly refused. Today I, Wu Yongqian, will properly teach you a lesson in my foster father's place. I will let you know that there are always others that are stronger than you. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out, traces of a sheen of origin energy fluctuations arose on autumn water in his hand. The origin energy increased explosively and raged about. Swoosh! Instantly, lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. One by one, above Wu Dao, he prepared to dash out at any moment. Wu Yongqian, an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and a 9th-level origin core stage martial artists. At full force, he was able to exert the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Now, relying on the Grade 6 Spirit Sword, Autumn Water, 164 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the air above Wu Yongqian. Autumn Water, a Grade 6 Spirit Sword, provided an amplification of the strength of 44 ancient mammoths to Wu Yongqian. A Grade 6 Spirit Sword that provides an amplification of 37%? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth, and the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his hand trembled suddenly, drawing out a pattern in the air that was dazzling and resplendent. At the same time, origin energy jumped out and bloomed to be incomparably magnificent on the Grade 7 Spirit Sword. Instantly, first 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duanling Tian. Then suddenly, along with the fluctuating of the origin energy on his Grade 7 Spirit Sword, the ancient mammoth silhouettes explosively increased to 140. The strength of 140 ancient mammoths. 8th level origin core stage? The strength that Duanling Tian revealed now caused the gaze of Wu Dao, who stood in the distance, to focus, and a sense of astonishment appeared on his face. He was able to discern that Duanling Tian was able to exert such a formidable strength by using his 8th level origin core stage cultivation and relying on his grade 7 spirit sword. 8th level of the origin core stage at the age of a little over 20. A profound origin fruit allowed him to directly break through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao was extremely shocked in his heart, and slightly couldn't believe that the scene before him was real. However, all this occurred before his eyes and he had to believe it. Only now did he realize that he had still underestimated Duanling Tian. Now his heart slightly sank. Even though his foster son, Wu Yongqian, had a grade 6 spirit sword in his hand, but he never imagined that Duanling Tian had actually broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. He had heard of the outer court martial competition that was carried out a few days ago. Duanling Tian relief on a strength that was weaker than Shi Hao by 20 over ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao. Now, the strength that his foster son, Wu Yongqian, exerted was only the strength of 24 ancient mammoths more than Duanling Tian. Wu Dao took a deep breath and eased his mood up, and his pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Duanling Tian with a surging state of mood. Let me see if you're able to defeat the stronger with a weaker strength like what you did in the outer court martial competition from a few days ago, and defeat my useless foster son. Useless foster son. This was the evaluation of Wu Yongqian that Wu Dao had in his heart. That year, the only reason he took Wu Yongqian as his foster son and brought Wu Yongqian back to the 7-star sword sect was because he liked the natural talent that Wu Yongqian revealed during Wu Yongqian's younger days. Unexpectedly, after a few years passed, Wu Yongqian's natural talent slowly seemed to become common, and it caused him to be extremely disappointed. This time, when he heard of Duanling Tian's deed, he originally thought that he could take a personal disciple that would become an all-powerful figure on the stage that is the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. But unexpectedly, Duanling Tian actually decisively refused him. Lu Qiu stood in the distance and wasn't surprised when he saw the strength that Duanling Tian revealed. Today, on the chain bridge before they arrived at Dubhe Peak, he'd already seen Duanling Tian's strength and knew that Duanling Tian was already an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. 8th level origin core stage? Wu Yongqian stared at Duanling Tian, and coldness arose in his sharp eyes as he said in a hoarse and low voice, Duanling Tian, today, I'll rely on my foster father's autumn water to defeat you. I want to let you know the difference between an inner court disciple and outer court disciples is something you're unable to pass. Although he knew that Duanling Tian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now, but Wu Yongqian wasn't afraid in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, the rumors about the outer court martial competition from a few days ago was very likely an exaggerated truth from the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. He didn't believe that Duanling Tian had such an ability. He suspected that Duanling Tian was actually already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at that time, and only intentionally concealed his cultivation before others. Later on, when Duanling Tian fought Shi Hao, Duanling Tian revealed the strength of a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at the critical moment, and only then was he able to kill Shi Hao, who was careless. Now, when he saw the cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage that Duanling Tian revealed, he was even surer in his heart of the previous guess he made. It was impossible for the profound origin fruit to allow a 6th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. If Duanling Tian knew Wu Yongqian's current thoughts, he wouldn't feel surprised. A profound origin fruit was indeed unable to allow him to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, and he currently wasn't at the 8th level of the origin core stage. He was only a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated, is instead allowed him to possess a strength that was no inferior to an 8th level origin core stage martial artist when he was only at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I'm unable to pass the distance between an inner court disciple and outer court disciple? Duanling Tian smiled indifferently when he heard Wu Yongqian's provocative words, and his eyes narrowed into a line. I don't know about other inner court disciples, but I really didn't take you, Wu Yongqian, to heart. He had always returned respect tenfold. This Wu Yongqian had aroused killing intent against him earlier, although he didn't pay attention to it, but it didn't mean that he didn't care. Inner court disciple? So what? I'll bash you all the same. A cold light flashed within Duanling Tian's eyes. You're courting death. When Duanling Tian's words entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, it caused him to go berserk, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind that swept towards Duanling Tian. Nether sword technique. At the same time that Wu Yongqian flashed out, his hoarse and low voice had an intent of slaughter mixed within. The autumn water in his hand suddenly vanished, and when it appeared next, it wasn't a moment before it vanished once again. Nether sword technique? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experiences in martial arts of the rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian saw through the profundity of the sword skill that Wu Yongqian executed with a single glance. This sword skill was none other than stressing upon surprise attacks. This was something that was extremely similar to his sword-drawing arts, but its speed was inferior to the sword-drawing arts. The nether sword technique strived for the integration of fast and slow. When it was fast, it was like a swift bolt of lightning, causing it to be difficult to be caught by one's eyes. When it was slow, it was like a cool breeze stroking the clouds, confusing the vision of the opponent. Whoosh! Duanling Tian felt a gust of wind blow against his face, but it was Wu Yongqian who had flashed before him, and that nether sword technique that caused one to find it difficult to ascertain it following behind Wu Yongqian like a shadow, vanishing in the next moment after it appeared again. Of course, although Duanling Tian's eyes were unable to ascertain the location of Wu Yongqian's sword, but his spiritual force was still able to clearly sense it. Die! Suddenly, Wu Yongqian shouted explosively, with crimson-red eyes as he attacked with his full strength. Duanling Tian could clearly sense with his spiritual force that the autumn water in Wu Yongqian's hand had now flashed towards his abdomen, desiring to heavily injure him. Even though this Wu Yongqian wished for nothing more than to kill me, but unless Wu Dao said the word, he wouldn't dare kill me in the end. Right in this instant, this thought arose within Duanling Tian's heart. In the next moment, Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold. Sword-drawing arts. The hand which Duanling Tian held his sword trembled, and his grade 7 spirit sword moved. Whoosh! The sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning, vanishing before Wu Yongqian's eyes. Even though the strength that Duanling Tian exerted was the strength of an entire 24 ancient mammoths inferior to Wu Yongqian, however, the specialty of the sword-drawing arts was speed. In the martial skills under the heaven, only speed was undefeatable. So fast! In the distance, Wu Dao and Lu Qiu both watched in concentration at the battle between Duanling Tian and Wu Yongqian, and they were shocked by the speed that Duanling Tian's sword flashed out. The speed that grade 7 spirit sword flashed out was actually not a shred inferior to the grade 6 spirit sword. Autumn water. In Wu Yongqian's hands. Duanling Tian's eyes were unable to catch a glimpse of the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand, but it didn't mean that they were unable. Now, relying on their formidable cultivation, their eyes clearly saw the trajectory that the swords in Duanling Tian's and Wu Yongqian's sword flashed through. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand caught up from behind and chased up to the speed of the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hands. Clang! A burst of iron weapons knocking each other sounded out. It was the grade 7 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand blocking the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hands in time. At the critical moment, this scene caused Wu Dao's gaze to focus. He was clear in his heart that victory and defeat would be decided in this clash. Duanling Tian and Wu Yongqian, if any one of them would be able to clash with their opponent head-on, then they would obtain victory in one go. The speed of the sword skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, your strength is far inferior to me. Wu Yongqian's hoarse and low voice revealed a trace of a sneer, and origin energy suddenly increased explosively on the autumn water in his hand, The strength of 164 ancient mammoths poured out without holding back in the slightest. He wanted to blast away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and injure Duan Ling Tian heavily. Is that so? A brilliant smile bloomed on Duan Ling Tian's handsome face that had starry eyes and sword-shaped eyebrows when he heard Wu Yongqian, and strong confidence was mixed within his smile. This scene caused Wu Dao to be stupefied. This Duan Ling Tian, where did he get such strong confidence from? Lu Qiu, who stood nearby, concentrated his gaze to look at the scene before him. He wasn't at the scene when Duan Ling Tian killed Shi Hao the other time, and it was regrettable to him. Today, he wanted to properly see Duan Ling Tian's methods of defeating a stronger person with a weaker strength. He was confident towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted when he felt the violent strength that instantly surged out from the autumn water in Wu Yongqian's hands, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Quake energy. Practically at the instant that he felt the strength increasing explosively on the grade 6 spirit sword, Duan Ling Tian made his move and executed the formidable ability that was bestowed upon him by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques WIRM Python form. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand started to vibrate in a manner that was difficult to notice. The frequency of the vibration grew higher and higher. Clang! The 2 spirit sword that had only just separated had once again clashed together. Just when Wu Dao thought the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand would be blasted flying by the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hands. Humph! An oppressed grunt suddenly sounded out. Wu Yongqian had a ghastly pale expression, and the hand that he grasped the sword with seemed to tremble as he gritted his teeth and resisted. In next to no time, his palm split open, and fresh blood splattered out. Fresh blood dripped down from the hand Wu Yongqian held his sword with. His hand vibrated along with his sword, but he still gritted his teeth and forcefully held on. Humph! Let's see how long you can hold on for. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw this. The frequency at which the quake energy vibrated increased to the limit. Ah! Instantly, Wu Yongqian emitted a shrill cry and let go of the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water, in his hand. But it was still too late, and his carpal bone was shattered by the quake energy. His entire arm completely went limp, weak and feeble as if without bone. The bones within his entire arm was shattered. Clang! The grade 6 spirit sword autumn water was blasted flying by the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and crashed onto the ground. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian withdrew his sword and slapped out with his palm that contained raging origin energy. He slapped Wu Yongqian, who was temporarily shaken by the quake energy, to the point of collapse and sent him flying. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of bitter and shrill cries, Wu Yongqian crashed onto the ground. Wu Yongqian, who had a ghastly pale expression, tightly held onto the hand that held the sword earlier. But no matter how he swayed his hand, there was no response from the hand that held the sword anymore. Cripple! No! 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 Wu Yongqian's shrill cries came to an abrupt stop. At this moment he seemed to be completely numb to the pain. He had a ghastly pale face and his sharp eyes were sprung wide open, unable to believe that all this was real. His right hand, his most important hand, was completely crippled. Die! I want you dead! I want you dead! Wu Yongqian suddenly stood up, and had a gaze that emitted dense hatred as he flashed towards Duan Ling Tian, wanting to put his life on the line to fight Duan Ling Tian. His right hand was crippled, but he still had his left hand. Wu Yongqian's left hand was suffused with origin energy, and he struck out towards Duan Ling Tian, wanting to annihilate Duan Ling Tian to vent the hatred in his heart. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw this scene. This Wu Yongqian wasn't his match when relying on a grade 6 spirit sword. Could it be that Wu Yongqian thought he could be a match for him while empty-handed? Naive. Laughable. Enough! Suddenly, an enraged shout caused Wu Yongqian, who was dashing at Duan Ling Tian, to stop and freeze on the spot. Even though he still had a face full of unwillingness, but he still didn't dare make any moves. You think you haven't lost enough face? Wu Dao's expression was unsightly as unsightly can be, and his sharp gaze descended onto Wu Yongqian as he spoke in a low voice. Wu Yongqian lowered his head in embarrassment. But at the instant that he lowered his head, his eyes swept towards Duanling Tian, and they were filled with bloodthirsty hatred, wishing for nothing more than to tear Duanling Tian into pieces, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Peak Master, can I leave now? Duanling Tian looked at Wu Dao and indifferently spoke with a calm tone. Humph! Wu Dao was currently enraged, and he coldly snorted, but didn't pay any attention to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian didn't mind. He nodded to Lucio, and the two of them left the audience hall together, then left Migres Hall. For a time, only Wu Dao and his foster son remained within the spacious audience hall. Wu Dao put away the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. Then with a raise of his hand, a medicinal pill shot out to flash straight towards Wu Yongqian. Humph! This grade 6 great recovery pill ought to be able to heal your right arm. Thank you, foster father. Thank you, foster father. Wu Yongqian received the grade 6 great recovery pill with a face full of wild joy, and he hurriedly consumed it. In the Cloud Continent, healing medicinal pill were divided into 9 grades. The lowest grade was undoubtedly the gold injury pill. The gold injury pill was further divided to the grade 9 gold injury pill, grade 8 gold injury pill, and grade 7 gold injury pill. The middle grade healing medicinal pill was the great recovery pill that was further divided to the grade 6 great recovery pill, grade 5 great recovery pill, and grade 4 great recovery pill. As for high-grade healing medicinal pills, the life recovery pill, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, it was still in existence of legend. In the legends, the life recovery pill was divided into 3 grades: the grade 3 life recovery pill, grade 2 life recovery pill, and grade 1 life recovery pill. Supposedly, the grade 1 life recovery pill was able to resurrect a person and regrow lost flesh and bones. So long as one still has a breath in them, they could be saved with a grade 1 life recovery pill. Of course, these were only legends. But, in next to no time, the joy on Wu Dongqian's face completely froze, and he swayed his head with a sense of loss, then had an absent-minded expression full of melancholy. It's no use. The grade 6 great recovery pill is of no use. What? Wu Dao was shocked. He knew that Wu Yongqian had injured his muscle and bones during the battle with Duanling Tian. So he bestowed the grade 6 great recovery pill to him. So long as the marrow wasn't injured, the grade 6 great recovery pill was able to help heal split bones. But now, the grade 6 great recovery pill was useless? Whoosh! Wu Dao's figure swayed and brought about a gust of wind as he instantly appeared before Wu Yongqian. His speed was extremely swift, more than 10 times faster than Wu Yongqian's speed from before. Wu Dao's hand grabbed onto Wu Yongqian's limp arm, and his origin energy fused into the arm to inspect the injuries. In the end, his pupils constricted and had an astonished expression. What method did that Duanling Tian actually use? Actually shattering the bones in your arms to this extent. The marrow within the bones of your arm has been completely destroyed. Marrow destroyed. Unless it was the life recovery pill of legends that was able to resurrect a person and regrow lost flesh and bones. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible to recover such injuries. Moreover, one must consume the life recovery pill within 1 hour of being injured. Otherwise, even a grade 1 life recovery pill lacks the strength to heal the injuries. Foster father, my hand is crippled. Wu Yongqian's face was ghastly pale, and his body slightly trembled, as he was unwilling to believe all this was real. This hand of his had an extraordinary meaning to him. Since a young age, he had cultivated all his martial skills with this hand. Now that this hand was crippled, his strength would reduce drastically. If he wanted to cultivate the high-grade profound rank sword skill, nether sword technique, once again with his other hand up to the perfection stage, it would undoubtedly require him spending many years of bitter effort. In this way, it would surely delay the advancement of his cultivation. His life was completely ruined. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yongqian felt as if he had fell into a thaw hole, and his entire body was terrifyingly icy cold. Hatred that come from within his bones arose in his heart. Duanling Tian, we are absolutely irreconcilable. We can't live under the same sky. Wu Yongqian's eyes sprang open like two round saucers and were practically sprung open to the point they nearly popped out. The nearby Wu Dao was stupefied for a moment, and when he recovered from his shock, his eyes revealed a dazzling sheen as he looked at Wu Yongqian and then asked in a low voice, "What happened earlier? Tell me in detail." As for Wu Yongqian's being crippled, he seemed as if not to really mind. Perhaps he had long since not held any expectation towards Wu Yongqian. Wu Yongqian seemed to have realized this, and his heart was like icy. Deep within his heart, the hatred towards Duanling Tian grew deeper, but he still obediently replied to Wu Dao. "I originally thought that my strength that far surpassed him was sufficient to directly suppress him. But unexpectedly, just when my strength poured out, his origin energy seemed to start to vibrate. Moreover, the frequency it vibrated at grew higher and higher. In the end, the vibration of his origin energy directly shattered my origin energy and caused me to have no successive strength. Not only that, but when his origin energy passed through his grade 7 spirit weapon onto the sword in my hand, my sword and my hand started to vibrate as well. I forcefully held on for an instant, and it caused my palm to split open." As he spoke up to hear, Wu Yongqian's voice was slightly trembling. Later on, I continued to persist. The vibration of his origin energy instantly spread out onto my entire arm. Now it would seem that if it wasn't for me letting go in time, perhaps the bones in my entire body would be shattered by him. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with regret. If he knew earlier that his opponent had such an ability, he would have surely abandoned his sword when his palm split open. In that way, his palm would have split open at most, and his right arm would surely be fine. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this word. Even if he was any more regretful now, it would be of no avail, and would make no difference. Duanling Tian. In the end, Wu Yongqian transformed all the regret into dense hatred, and poured it all onto Duanling Tian. His eyes revealed a blood-thirsty sheen that was virtually fiercer than the most venomous snake. Origin energy? Vibrate. Wu Dao slightly pondered for a moment after he heard Wu Yongqian's description. That Duanling Tian relied on this to defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker strength? This seems to not be a martial skill and not be force. Could it be that it's a method that's included within the cultivation method he cultivated? Or perhaps it's a method of cultivating the origin energy that's broken away from martial skills? Looks like I have to find an opportunity to have a private chat with him. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao came to a decision in his heart, and traces of a greedy sheen appeared in his eyes. If he was able to master this ability, he dared say that no one below the void initiation stage would be a match for him. Outside in the primeval forest, atop the calm sky, two incomparably swift figures flashed out from within the primeval forest and hung high in the air. The owners of these two figures was a young girl and an old woman. The old woman wore green clothes and respectfully followed behind the young girl. She had a humble expression, as if she was a lowly servant. The young girl wore yellow clothes with a beautiful and cute appearance. Her eyes slightly revolved as they flickered with a cheeky sheen. Hiss hiss, suddenly, two small heads stuck out from beneath the young girl's sleeve. It was two little pythons that ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Among the two little pythons, one was black and the other white. Their gold and silver eyes now gazed towards a faraway directions, and within their gazes was traces of reluctance of parting. "Little black, little white. You two miss Big Brother Ling Tian again." The yellow-clothed young girl stroked the small heads of the two little pythons, then mischievously smiled. The two dimples on her face were extremely cute. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons nodded like humans. "We're leaving. I'll bring the two of you to look for Big Brother Ling Tian in the future. Okay? When you two meet Big Brother Ling Tian next, you two must give him a huge surprise." The yellow-clothed young girl revealed a cunning smile on her face. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons were joyful when they heard the yellow-clothed young girl. "Miss, it's time for us to go." The green-clothed old woman that floated behind the yellow-clothed young girl bowed as she spoke to the yellow-clothed young girl. "Okay. Qing Nu, let's go." The yellow-clothed young girl nodded. Swoosh! Instantly, the green-clothed old woman raised her hand. An extremely strong shapeless force enveloped her and the yellow-clothed young girl. Suddenly, the air shook. In the next moment, the two figures transformed into flowing lights that couldn't be caught with the eyes and disappeared without a trace. After Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu left Migre's hall together, they followed along the earlier route to return. Duanling Tian, you? On the way, Lu Qiu was slightly hesitant. He wanted to say something but seemed to have some misgiving. Elder Lu Qiu, you've saved my life once, and gave me the grace of rebirth. If you have something to say, then speak straightforwardly. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. His smile was like spring breeze brushing on one's face. Lu Qiu nodded, then continued to say, although I don't know what methods you relied on to defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker strength, and killed Shi Hao and even defeated the Peak Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. However, just like the saying, a man's wealth is his own ruin by causing greed in others. Today, you've revealed such a terrifying ability before the Peak Master. I'm afraid. Afraid the Peak Master would covet the ability that I possess, right? Duanling Tian continued on from what Lu Qiu wanted to say, and the corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. Lu Qiu nodded with a serious expression. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu Qiu, but I didn't have any other choice at the time and could only do that. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into a line as he lightly smiled. Indeed, he had no other choice. If he didn't use the quake energy, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Wu Yongqian. Once he lost at the hands of Wu Yongqian, according to the agreement between him and Wu Dao, he must become Wu Dao's personal disciple. For the sake of making Wu Dao dispel this thought, he naturally had to go all out and defeat Wu Yongqian. Only then would he be able to get out the predicament. I really don't understand. Why didn't you comply with the Peak Master's request? If you became the disciple of the Peak Master, then you would be able to obtain his protection to a certain extent. At least, Zhao Lin would be fearful because of this and wouldn't act rashly. Lu Qiu shook his head, as he really didn't understand Duanling Tian's decision. As far as he was concerned, if Duanling Tian took Wu Dao as his master, Duanling Tian would gain everything but lose nothing. Duanling Tian only smiled when he heard Lu Qiu, but didn't say anything further. He had his own way of thinking. Moreover, not to mention he had inherited the lifetime memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and he utterly had no reason to acknowledge someone weaker than the rebirth martial emperor as his master. Just the reason that Wu Dao wanted to take him as a disciple was something anyone with a discerning gaze would be able to see through. Wu Dao didn't sincerely want to take him as a personal disciple, and instead wanted to use Duanling Tian to satisfy his own vanity. Duanling Tian believed that as long as he was willing, even the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect would probably fight to take him as a personal disciple. The natural talent he revealed had already transcended above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there hadn't been an existence that had a cultivation like him at his age. It's you. Suddenly, an explosive voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out near Duanling Tian, causing him to be as if jolted awake from a dream. Duanling Tian looked over and he saw that there was one person following along the road to walk up Dubhe Peak now. This was a young man who wore the inner court disciples' attire of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and was around the age of 25 or 26. With just a glance, Duanling Tian felt this person to be slightly familiar. This inner court disciple had eyes that seemed to erupt with flames as he looked at Duanling Tian, as he wished for nothing more than to directly charge up to Duanling Tian and fight Duanling Tian to the death. Fan Jian. Lu Qiu, who was beside Duanling Tian, obviously recognized this inner court disciple. Meanwhile, this inner court disciple noticed Lu Qiu and took a deep breath, then slightly respectfully nodded to Lu Qiu. Elder Lu Qiu. What? You know Duanling Tian? Lu Qiu looked at Fan Jiao and was slightly surprised as he asked. Earlier, he clearly saw the gaze Fan Jian looked at Duanling Tian with. It was a gaze filled with hatred and rage. He couldn't help but be curious. According to his knowledge, Fan Jian had left the Seven-Star Sword sect half a year ago to go far away. And looking at Fan Jian's appearance that was fatigued from a journey, Fan Jian had obviously only just returned, whereas Duanling Tian had entered the Seven-Star Sword sect half a year ago, and was someone from a small kingdom that was subordinate to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fan Jian to know Duanling Tian. Far more than that. Fan Jian looked at Duanling Tian. His gaze emitted a fierce light and his face revealed resentment. I know you. Duanling Tian frowned and was slightly speechless. There was something wrong in the head of this inner court disciple, right? Although he felt the inner court disciple was familiar. But he remembered that during the 6 months he'd arrived at the Seven-Star Sword sect, he seemed to have entirely not have come into contact with any inner court disciple. Look like you've really forgotten. Then I'll remind you properly. Half a year ago, Black Bamboo City, restaurant. Fan Jian gnashed his teeth. This fellow asked his follower to throw him out of the restaurant, causing him to lose all face. Now, this fellow actually completely forgot him. Fan Jian originally thought that he'd thrown that incident to the back of his mind. And only until he met the person once again did he realize that the displeasure in his heart hadn't dispersed yet. Half a year ago, Black Bamboo City, restaurant? Before long, Duanling Tian's eyes flickered, and he completely recalled it. You are that inner court disciple that was together with Xianxia and Yuan Wu, and desired to forcefully buy the infant mouse in my possession? Humph, looks like you've finally recalled it. Fan Jian sneered when he saw Duanling Tian recognize him. But he was slightly puzzled in his heart. This young man had actually become an outer court disciple now. Looks like the guesses of Xianxia and Yuan Wu at that time weren't wrong. This young man appeared in the Black Bamboo City that day, and as expected was intending to enter the Seven-Star Sword sect. Moreover, this young man seems to know of Xianxia and Yuan Wu. Could it be that Xianxia and Yuan Wu have already taught him a lesson? Xianxia, Yuan Wu? The corners of the nearby Lu Qiu's mouth twitched when he heard Duanling Tian. He vaguely realized something. He still remembered that half a year ago, not long after Duanling Tian entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, conflict had arisen between Duanling Tian, Xianxia, and Yuan Wu, and they even ascended the life and death arena. Xianxia and Yuan Wu were killed by Duanling Tian in a single move atop the Migra's Peak's life and death arena. And it was precisely after that battle that Duanling Tian became a famous person within Migra's Peak. At that time, he felt it to be slightly strange, as Duanling Tian had only just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to have such a huge conflict with Xianxia and Yuan Wu that was actually to the extent they had to ascend the life and death arena. Now, when he heard what Duanling Tian said, he seemed to have understood something. So it turned out the Xianxia and Yuan Wu actually wanted to forcefully buy something of Duanling Tian's. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they came into conflict. At that time, Fan Jian came into conflict with Duanling Tian together with Xianxia and Yuan Wu. Lu Qiu's heart jerked as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Yes, I remember now. Duanling Tian nodded indifferently. He looked at Fan Jian with a calm gaze and a carefree expression. Humph! A slight rage arose on Fan Jian's face when he saw Duanling Tian seeming to be indifferent, and said in a low voice, You're called Duanling Tian, right? Since you know that the 2 outer court disciples that were by my side that day are Xianxia and Yuan Wu, I presume they have already taught you a lesson before. But those are 2 independent things. Them teaching you a lesson was them getting even with you. But you still haven't repaid what you owe me. Fan Jian. Fan Jian looked at Duanling Tian, and his gaze gradually became icy cold. Yes, I've indeed been taught a lesson by them. Duanling Tian nodded in all seriousness, and deeply glanced at Fan Jian, as he secretly said, But for the sake of teaching me a lesson, they lost their lives as well. Very good. Fan Jian's face revealed a gloomy smile. That day in Black Bamboo City, you had a nascent soul-stage martial artist by your side to protect you, but now, you're instead in the Seven-Star Sword sect. No one can protect you. So what? Duanling Tian started laughing brilliantly. Now, he was able to perceive that this Fan Jian had probably only just returned to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. He remembered that either Hua Xian or Yuan Wu had said that Fan Jian seemed to have left the Seven-Star Sword Sect and went far away. Now it would seem that Fan Jian had probably just returned. So what? Fan Jian's face sank when he saw the smile on Duanling Tian's face, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. Duanling Tian, you made me lose face in public that day. Today I'll give you a chance. You crawl over from under my crotch, and the matter between the two of us will be written off. The smile on Duanling Tian's face completely froze when he heard Fan Jian. Crotch? Instantly, raging flames jumped about deep within Duanling Tian's eyes. As if capable of setting everything ablaze, Duanling Tian was enraged. This Fan Jian really thought he was afraid of him? Lu Qiu's expression suddenly went gloomy, and he looked at Fan Jian as he shouted out, Fan Jian, apologize to Duanling Tian right now. Lu Qiu felt Duanling Tian's rage. Fan Jian was shocked by Lu Qiu's sudden shout, and frowned in slight displeasure. Even though he was from Migres Peak and had quite a good relationship with Lu Qiu, but Lu Qiu acting like this was undoubtedly asking him to lose face in public. Elder Lu Qiu. Fan Jian's face sank and wanted to say something, but he hadn't finished speaking when his face froze, and his eyes revealed traces of disbelief and terror, because, just at this moment, he received a message from Lu Qiu. Fan Jian, half a year ago when Duanling Tian had just entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect, he killed Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in the life and death arena. Later on, he killed another 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. A few days ago, during the Outer Court martial competition, Duanling Tian killed the number 1 disciple in the Outer Court Shi Hao. Just earlier, my Migres Peak's master's foster son, Wu Yongqian, an existence at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage lost at his hands in merely a single move. If you don't want to bring trouble to yourself, and end up like how Hua Xian and Yuan Wu ended up, then apologize right now. Lu Qiu's voice was like a thunderclap, blasting on Fan Jian to cause him to feel a burst of astonishment. This Duanling Tian had only entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect for half a year and had done so many shocking deeds? Moreover, senior brother Wu Yongqian wasn't a match for him? Forget Hua Xian, Yuan Wu, and Shi Hao, they were only outer court disciples and he didn't take them to heart. But Wu Yongqian was an inner court senior brother that even he felt himself to be inferior to. Now, even Wu Yongqian had lose at Duanling Tian's hand. He could imagine the result of him clashing with Duanling Tian. Even though he was unwilling to believe it, but Fan Jian was clear in his heart that it was impossible that Elder Lu Qiu would deceive him. Humph! Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold. When he saw Lu Qiu call out to Fan Jian, then Fan Jian's throat seemed to be as if choked by someone and was unable to say another word. He'd already guessed that it was surely Elder Lu Qiu who had condensed his origin energy into sound and warned Fan Jian. Duanling Tian, I'm sorry. Fan Jian's face started to slightly tremble and was briefly distorted slightly. In the end, as if he'd made a great resolution, he gritted his teeth and apologized to Duanling Tian. He had a face full of unwillingness that was without a shred of sincerity. Today, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu, I can let our formed grievance be melted away like ice. But the common saying is correct. It's difficult to gather up spilled water. Duanling Tian looked at Fan Jian, and his gaze became slightly ice-cold. There are some words that once spoken, you must pay the price for it. At practically the instant that Duanling Tian finished speaking, and Lu Qiu's and Fan Jian's face changed, Duanling Tian moved. Whoosh! The grade 7 spirit sword that appeared out of thin air on Duanling Tian's hand seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning that whistled as it flashed by. At practically the exact same instant. Ah! Fan Jian emitted a shrill cry, and the pinky on his right hand was severed by Duanling Tian. Fresh blood splattered out as the severed finger dropped onto the ground. This was the price that Duanling Tian wanted Fan Jian to pay. Fan Jian took a deep breath and his face flushed red. Origin energy jumped about at the spot his pinky was cut off to temporarily stop the bleeding. right when Fan Jian's gaze descended onto the severed finger on the ground and wanted to pick it up later to get an alchemist to connect it for him. Whoosh! As if he perceived Fan Jian's intentions, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand trembled then flashed out, flicking up the severed finger then sweeping it out of Dubhe Peak to descend the bottomless abyss and disappear. Now, even if Fan Jian ran down Dubhe Peak and found his severed finger, it would be impossible to connect it back. Duan Ling Tian. This scene caused Fan Jian's eyes to transform into a crimson-red color as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Fan Jian seemed as if he'd transformed into a fierce beast that had opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Duan Ling Tian. His chest was filled with restless flames of rage that would gush out at any moment. The grievances between the two of us are written off right now. Duan Ling Tian ignored the enraged Fan Jian as he spoke with a calm voice. He didn't wait to see if Fan Jian agreed as he casually put away the spirit sword in his hand and started to walk down Dubhe Peak. Meanwhile, some of the inner court disciples that passed by and spectated were all dumbstruck as they watched Duan Ling Tian leave. Who the heck was this outer court disciple? Actually so bold and powerful, severing the pinky of an inner court disciple and sweeping it down the bottomless abyss, entirely not allow him a chance to reconnect his pinky. Fan Jian, good luck. Wuxia glanced deeply at Fan Jian, who had a face full of rage, and shook his head and sighed. The saying troubled are caused by the mouth is precisely talking about the current Fan Jian. He was able to perceive that even when Duan Ling Tian recognized Fan Jian earlier, his mood still remained stable and cable, and there was no signs of getting enraged. In other words, at that time, Duan Ling Tian didn't intend on doing anything to Fan Jian. Until Fan Jian wanted Duan Ling Tian to crawl under his crotch did Duan Ling Tian emit a killing intent that was so dense it even caused him to feel afraid. He knew that if it wasn't for him saving Duan Ling Tian's life on the chain bridge today, then Duan Ling Tian would absolutely not easily let off Fan Jian earlier just for the sake of him. In Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. Every martial artist that had the heart of an expert would have their own pride. Duan Ling Tian was a rare genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and Duan Ling Tian's pride undoubtedly surpassed ordinary martial artists. If a person that trampled on his pride could survive, it could already be considered as getting lucky. Fan Jian's eyes emitted dense coldness as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian's figure that disappeared in the distance. Want him to write off all the grievances between him and Duan Ling Tian like this? No. He was unwilling. But when he thought of the strength that Duan Ling Tian possessed now, a trace of reason arose in his heart. Finally, his reason took the advantage and suppressed his bellyful of rage. When Fan Jian returned to his sense and saw the crowd of inner court disciples that stood nearby to stare at him, his face sank and shouted in a low voice, "What are you all looking at?" The crowd of inner court disciples scattered when they saw Fan Jian getting angry from embarrassment. When they arrived nearby the chain bridge that led to Migra's Peak, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he said to Wuxia, "Elder Wuxia, I have other things to take care of, so I won't be following you back." "Okay, go ahead." Wuxia nodded and walked towards the chain bridge alone. Duan Ling Tian looked around at his surroundings, then took a circle around the various mountain paths where streams of people surged on Dubhe Peak. After half an hour, once he was sure that no one was following him, only then did he walk down Dubhe Peak. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived nearby the entrance of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. The Seven-Star Sword Sect had a place that specialized in raising horses, and the Fergana horse that Duan Ling Tian rode over here half a year ago was left here. "I've come to take my horse." Duan Ling Tian walked in the stable, then lightly smiled to one of the outer court disciple that was raising the horses. "Number plate." The outer court disciple spoke as he raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian. With a glance, the outer court disciple was stunned on the spot and stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian. Then he rubbed his eyes before asking slightly uncertainly, Your senior brother Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian withdrew a number plate from his spatial ring and passed it to the outer court disciple. Then he nodded. "You know me?" "Of course." The outer court disciple hurriedly nodded and had an excited expression. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I went to see the outer court martial competition that day as well. You're too formidable. Even senior brother How wasn't a match for you. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Is the horse within the stable that corresponds to this number plate yours? Suddenly, the outer court disciple glanced at the number plate Duan Ling Tian passed to him and asked respectfully. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Hee. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, in the future, I'll surely properly give more good food to your horse. I guarantee to make it run as if on wings. The outer court disciple laughed slyly as he said to Duan Ling Tian. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. What's your name? The outer court disciple instantly had an excited expression on his face when he heard Duan Ling Tian ask his name. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'm called MOU, the MO of ink, and the U of corn. I've remembered it, MOU. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Come. Take me to get my horse. Yes. MOU hurriedly brought Duan Ling Tian to walk inwards when he heard this. MOU? Did you willingly come to the stables to take care of horses? Duan Ling Tian looked at the outer court disciple who had a similar age to him and asked curiously. Yes. MOU nodded, then laughed slyly. The conditions in my family are only ordinary, and my current strength isn't strong, so I don't dare go deep into the primeval forest. So, I applied to come here and take care of these horses, as in this way I'm able to earn a salary. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw his Fergana horse. Compared to half a year ago, the Fergana horse had become much fatter. Now that he thought about it, this past half year the Fergana horse was raised here like raising a pig. It would be weird if it didn't gain weight. Duan Ling Tian leapt onto the Fergana horse and smiled to MOU. Then I'll be leaving first. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, take care. Under MOU's respectful gaze, Duan Ling Tian galloped his horse to leave the stable, then left the 7-star sword sect to head towards Black Bamboo City. I wonder when I'll be able to possess half the strength of senior brother Duan Ling Tian. MOU's eyes was filled with anticipation and staunchness. After half a year, Duan Ling Tian once again arrived at Black Bamboo City. In next to no time, he'd arrived at the courtyard house he bought that day. Young master. As before, Xianxia was humble and respectful when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then slowly said, Xianxia, I came to look for you this time, mainly to refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill for you to consume. After 3 months, your cultivation will be able to completely recover. Completely recover my cultivation? Xianxia had an excited expression when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and his fierce eyes now had traces of mist appear on them. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Xianxia excitedly thanked Duan Ling Tian. He could finally recover his cultivation when he was at his prime, the 6th level of the void prying stage. Moreover, although during these few years, his cultivation was no longer like before, but he didn't dare slack on his cultivation. He was confident that once his cultivation recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. After a short while, Xianxia calmed his mood and realized he'd left Duan Ling Tian out in the cold, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Young master, I'm sorry, I was too excited. I can understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded and didn't mind. Young master, you're able to refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill now. Then doesn't that mean that you've already broke through to? Finally, Xianxia, who had come back to his senses, realized an important question. According to his knowledge, only an alchemist at the 7th level of the origin core stage was able to condense a grade 7 pill fire and refine grade 7 medicinal pills. Right, I've broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal it and nodded. Congratulations, young master. At the same time that Xianxia congratulated Duan Ling Tian, raging waves arose within his heart. It had only been half a year and the young master had broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. The young master seems to have not turned 21 yet, right? A martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage and not yet 21 years old, Only thinking about it caused Xianxia's scalp to go slightly numb. All right, stand on guard for me and don't let anyone disturb me. I'll be refining the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill for you in the room. Duanling Tian said to Xianxia, then walked into his old room. The room was extremely clean as Xianxia had obviously gotten someone to clean it regularly. Whoosh! Duanling Tian withdrew the cauldron, but didn't directly start to refine the medicinal pill. What he wanted to refine now was a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill, and this grade 8 spirit cauldron wasn't sufficient anymore. The grade 7 pill fire was sufficient to directly destroy a grade 8 spirit cauldron. So what he needed to do now was to refine a grade 7 spirit cauldron. This grade 8 spirit cauldron was given to him by Li Fei's grandfather all those years ago, and it was a cauldron refined by the master of Li Fei's grandfather with superior weapons refining materials. Duanling Tian only needed to add on some materials and he would be able to increase the grade of the cauldron to a grade 7 spirit weapon. This was something Duanling Tian had planned since long ago. So much as when he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the materials to refine the grade 7 spirit cauldron was included within the materials he asked the various powers to gather. So what he needed to do now was to increase the grade of the cauldron. Once the grade of the cauldron was increased to a grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to refine the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. After he withdrew the material, Duanling Tian's gaze focused. Hiss! As he flipped his palm, a strand of flame was lit ablaze at the center of his palm. The flame rose up suddenly as it raged and spread out. This flame assumed a gold color, and it was dazzling and resplendent. It was precisely a grade 7 weapon flame. Followed by the grade 7 weapon flame leaping up, the pile of weapons refining materials that Duanling Tian withdrew had quickly been melted and transformed into pools of liquid that combined together under the control of Duanling Tian in the end. In next to no time, Duanling Tian melted the grade 8 spirit cauldron and another pool of liquid appeared. In the end, the two pools of liquids converged together and gradually fused together. Under the fueling of the grade 7 weapon flame in Duanling Tian's hand, the liquids gradually fused into one, not differentiating between each other any longer. The entire process spent more than an hour. The grade 7 weapon flame raged, and under Duanling Tian's control, that liquid that completely fused together gradually condensed into form, transforming into a rough outline of a cauldron. The shape of the cauldron gradually became clearer to finally transform into an exquisite cauldron. Surrounding the cauldron were 9 domineering, lifelike divine dragons. I'll call you 9 Dragons Cauldron in the future. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth as he looked at the cauldron before him, and as the grade 7 weapon flame in his hand gradually extinguished, the 9 Dragons Cauldron slowly descended into his hand. This was the first time Duanling Tian refined a weapon after becoming a grade 7 weapons craftsman. He who possessed the lifetime worth of weapons refining experience of the rebirth martial emperor was skillful and dexterous when refining this cauldron, and he didn't encounter any obstructions. Everything was that natural. Since he had the grade 7 spirit cauldron, 9 dragons cauldron, Duanling Tian was able to start refining the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. The grade 7 spirit cleansing pill was sufficient to completely remove the remaining origin sealing parasite in Xianxia's body, and allow Xianxia to recover his strength at his prime. Once Xianxia recovered, he would become an extremely huge assistance to Duanling Tian. And it was precisely because of this that not long after he broke through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and became a grade 7 alchemist, he urgently hurried back to Black Bamboo City just to help Xianxia remove the remaining poison from the origin sealing parasite. The materials required for the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill were also one of the material he had asked to various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to collect during that time. Now he could directly refine it. Hiss! As Duanling Tian flipped his hand, a strand of gold flamed was once again condensed in his hand. This strand of gold flame was different from the grade 7 weapon flame from before, as it was completed condensed together with a deep color. Grade 7 pill fire. Duanling Tian withdrew a pile of medicinal material and combined with the 9 dragons cauldron and his grade 7 pill fire. He spent an entire 2 house to refine the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. 3 grade 7 spirit cleansing pills. Duanling Tian walked out of the room and passed the 3 grade 7 spirit cleansing pills to Xiongquan and instructed at the same time. Xiongquan, your cultivation will be able to recover to your prime after 3 months. At that time, I intend to make a trip to the Solitary Summit. Solitary Summit, Shangguan Yen. It was precisely the person the Boundless Sect's young sect leader asked Duanling Tian to go look for. There was a voice transmission jade slip in Duanling Tian's possession, and it was something the Boundless Sect's young sect leader entrusted Duanling Tian to pass to Shangguan Yen. Yes, Xiongquan replied respectfully, and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Xiongquan was once a member of the Boundless Sect, and Duanling Tian, able to remember what the young sect leader of the Boundless Sect entrusted to him even after so long, caused Xiongquan to feel heartfelt gratitude. You recover properly. I'll come look for you in 3 months. Duanling Tian said to Xiongquan, then left the courtyard house and left Black Bamboo City. He returned to the 7-Star Sword Sect and returned to Migres Peak. After half an hour of vigilantly taking a few circled on the mountain paths on Migres Peak that surged with streams of people and confirmed that it was impossible for someone to follow him, Duanling Tian turned into a remote mountain path and walked towards the peak of Migres Peak. Today, the madness of Zhao Lin made Duanling Tian perceive danger. He had no choice but to be extremely careful. Once Zhao Lin found an opportunity, he would be eternally doomed. After returning to the stalactite cave, Duanling Tian calmed his heart and cultivated as he awaited the arrival of the inner court disciple test. Besides cultivating during this month, Duanling Tian had also made a trip to the primeval forest. During the process of killing fierce beasts, he had tested the scope of effect of the quake energy he controlled now. He still remembered that when he was at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 5th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Now that his cultivation had stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy had advanced in one go to be within the strength of 50 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of his opponent didn't exceed the strength of 50 ancient mammoths from him, his quake energy would be able to affect his opponent. Once my cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, would attain perfection. At that time, the quake energy would advance to the limit. I wonder to what extent the quake energy advanced to would at that time. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. His eyes flickered with a bright light, and he was filled with anticipation. A month's time passed by quickly, and the day of the inner court disciple test arrived at the appointed time. Duanling Tian left the stalactite cave, then left the peak of Migres Peak to arrive nearby the trade hall. Right when Duanling Tian wanted to step onto the chain bridge. Duanling Tian. Suddenly, Duanling Tian heard a slightly familiar voice sound out from behind him, but for a moment he was unable to recall who the owner of the voice was. He turned around and he saw a young man walked over towards him in large strides. The young man squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. He Dong. Duanling Tian replied with a smile. The person that arrived wasn't anyone else, but precisely the 7th level origin core stage disciple of Migres Peak, He Dong. In next to no time, relying on his sharp spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experiences of the rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian was able to feel that there seemed to be an extra trace of a slight change on He Dong, and he had a guess in his heart. Duanling Tian, you're intending to participate in the inner court disciple test, right? He Dong came to stand before Duanling Tian and asked with a light smile. He could be arrogant before other Migres Peak disciples, but before Duanling Tian, he was unable to become arrogant in the slightest. In terms of natural talent and strength, he was unable to compare to the young man before him that was slightly over 20. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. I heard you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go after consuming the profound origin fruit. Congratulations. He Dong smiled as he congratulated. Duanling Tian nodded. He wasn't surprised in the slightest that Hidong was able to know his current cultivation. After all, many people saw him exert a strength comparable to the 8th level of the Origin core stage that day, and now, perhaps it had already spread throughout Migre's peak. Same to you. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and congratulated Hidong as well. Same to me. Hidong was startled, and wasn't able to recover from his shock for some time. Duan Ling Tian deeply glanced at Hidong, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Didn't you break through to the 8th level of the Origin core stage as well? You ought to intend to participate in the inner court test now, right? You? How did you know? Hidong was stunned. How did this Duan Ling Tian discern this? After all, he'd only broken through a few days ago, and after he broke through, he didn't mention the matter of him breaking through to anyone, so how did he reveal his cultivation that was at the 8th level of the Origin core stage before anyone? Now, he felt extremely astonished when Duan Ling Tian laid bare his secret with a single remark. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. Duan Ling Tian, I'm more and more unable to see through you now. Hidong sighed. No matter was it when he saw Duan Ling Tian kill the number 1 disciple in the outer court, sure how, with his own 2 eyes during that day, or this time when Duan Ling Tian was able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. They all allowed him to realize the mysteriousness of Duan Ling Tian. There seemed to be many secrets concealed within this Duan Ling Tian. Since the both of us are going to participate in the inner court disciple test, how about we go together? Hidong looked at Duan Ling Tian and invited. I don't mind. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and showed indifference. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Hidong stepped onto the chain bridge together, and after they arrived at Dubhe Peak, they walked down the mountain towards the test platform. Duan Ling Tian had come to this test platform 7 months ago. At that time, he had just arrived at the 7-star sword sect, and passed the outer court disciple test there to become a member of the 7-star sword sect. When Duan Ling Tian and Hidong arrived at the test platform, there were already many people waiting here. Duan Ling Tian. A familiar voice sounded near his ears, and glanced over to see a woman that stood alone at a side walking over slowly. The woman's appearance was delicate and pretty, her eyes incomparably bright, and a trace of a light smile appeared on her face. Senior Sister Zhuqing. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the delicate and pretty woman. The delicate and pretty woman was precisely Li Fei's senior sister, Zhuqing. Duan Ling Tian, I heard you broke through to the 8th level of the Origin core stage 1 month ago. Looks like the medicinal strength of the profound Origin fruit was really completely brought out by you. Obviously, Zhuqing had heard of Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said modestly. There's nothing to be lucky about. Zhuqing shook her head then said. After hearing that you broke through to the 8th level of the Origin core stage, Junior Sister started cultivating even more painstakingly. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the Origin core stage. When she mentioned Li Fei, Zhuqing's eyes emitted traces of doting. She had heartfelt love towards that junior sister with extraordinary natural talent of hers. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. That little girl is always so eager to do well in everything. Zhuqing, you've come to participate in the inner court disciple test as well? Could it be that you've broken through as well? Hidong looked at Zhuqing with a surprised expression. Zhuqing shook her head. Who said I had to break through to participate in the inner court disciple test? It's indeed difficult for a 7th level Origin core stage martial artist to pass the inner court disciple test, but it doesn't mean that there is no chance. As she finished speaking, Zhuqing had a confident expression. What's more, you're able to come. So why aren't I able to come? Zhuqing looked at Hidong and her words were incomparably dominant. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw the attitude that Zhuqing treated Hidong with. Looks like this senior sister Zhuqing of his still found it difficult to liberate herself from the fact of losing at the hands of Hidong during the outer court martial competition. At that time, it was only because of a momentary slip of Zhuqing's that she lost at the hands of Hidong. Otherwise, the two of them might not be able to decide on a victor. Hidong laughed bitterly and glanced at Duan Ling Tian. seeking for help. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhuqing and lightly smiled. Senior sister Zhuqing, there's something you might not know. He Dong has already broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage a few days ago. Zhuqing's expression froze when she heard Duan Ling Tian, as she obviously never imagined that He Dong would break through a step quicker than her. After a moment, Zhuqing looked at He Dong again and snorted lowly. Although she was unwilling to admit it, but she had to admit it. Even if He Dong was purely lucky when he defeated her in the outer court martial competition that day, but now, He Dong had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage and wasn't at the same level as she was. Thus, he was able to defeat her extremely easily. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out nearby. Then a familiar and ear-piercing voice sounded out. He Dong, I never expected that you've broken through as well. Let's have a spar if we have the chance. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Without seeing the person, and only hearing his voice, Duan Ling Tian had already discerned who the owner of the voice was. Hu Xuefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. He was able to perceive from what Hu Xuefeng said now, that Hu Xuefeng has already broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Hu Xuefeng has just stepped onto the test platform now and obviously heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Zhuqing. He walked over with large strides, then looked at Zhuqing, and his eyes narrowed. Zhuqing, between the few of us now, it seems that only you haven't broken through. You need to work hard properly. Haha. He Xuefeng's words were filled with ridicule. Hu Xuefeng. Zhuqing's delicate and beautiful face sank, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have rage arisen within. What? Getting angry from embarrassment? Hu Xuefeng laughed. Zhuqing, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even if I didn't break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, you're still not a match for me. As for now, you're at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. I, Hu Xuefeng, only need a single sword strike to defeat you. Zhuqing was angered to the point her delicate figure trembled, and a slightly livid expression appeared on her beautiful face as he said coldly, You can try. Happy to accompany you. Hu Xuefeng laughed brilliantly. A slight arrogance was mixed between his brows, and he completely looked down upon Zhuqing. Meanwhile, the other outer court disciple on the test platform that intended to participate in the inner court disciple test had noticed the events here, and gathered over to watch the scene, right when everyone thought that Hu Xuefeng would battle Zhuqing. Humph! A cold snort that seemed as if it sounded out from a thaw hole brought about extreme icy coldness that caused the bodies of the people present to stiffen, and be unable to refrain from shivering for a while. For a moment, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Ling Tian, who was beside Zhuqing. This cold snort was precisely emitted by Duan Ling Tian. Zhuqing was the senior sister of Li Fei. Li Fei was Duan Ling Tian's woman. Under the extension of his love towards Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian naturally took Zhuqing to be his own senior sister. Now, his senior sister was provoked and humiliated before him. With his temper, could he endure it? The answer was no. Hu Xuefeng. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was slightly cold as it descended onto Hu Xuefeng, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Even if you broke through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, so what? Do you believe that I only need a single sword strike to kill you? Only need a single sword strike to kill you. Duan Ling Tian's clear-cut words entered into Hu Xuefeng's ears, causing his face to stiffen, and fierce lights shot out in all directions from his eyes. Hu Xuefeng's was angered to the point his body started to tremble, and he was enraged to the utmost limit. Duan Ling Tian, what are you complacent about? You merely consumed a profound origin fruit to possess your current cultivation. If it wasn't for that, why would I, Hu Xuefeng, need to be afraid of a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple like you? Hu Xuefeng's face sank, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. He had heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage 1 month ago. At that time, the flames of his rage soared into the sky. As far as he was concerned, that profound origin fruit was supposed to be his, and it was Duan Ling Tian who appeared midway to seize it from him. Otherwise, when he consumed the profound origin fruit, his cultivation might have already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Ha! Duanling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard Hu Shuefeng, and after he laughed, his eyes squinted as they descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, I was only a 6th level of the origin core stage outer court disciple during the outer court martial competition that day. You were a lofty 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Why didn't you dare fight me? Now, do you think that because you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you've become confident and think that I, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage at that time, isn't a match for you? As Duanling Tian finished speaking, the cold smile on the corners of his mouth grew colder. Of course, Hu Shuefeng sneered, and his eyes revealed a trace of a cold light. If you're still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, the current me only needs a single sword strike to kill you. Shameless! Zuoqing couldn't refrain from spitting when she heard Hu Shuefeng. The spectating crowd of outer court disciples now had weird expressions as they looked at Hu Shuefeng. When this Hu Shuefeng was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the courage to battle Duanling Tian, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Now that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he spread the word here that he was able to kill Duanling Tian when he was formerly at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Preposterous! You, Hu Shuefeng, have broken through, and you still want others to not improve so that you can bash them? Simply fool's talk. Ha! Duanling Tian started laughing once again, and a bright light flickered within his eyes as he stared at Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, according to what you said, if the current you goes against me of 1 month ago that hasn't consumed the profound origin fruit, you wouldn't be cowardly and not dare battle me? Even to the extent that you can kill me with a single sword strike. Of course, Hu Shuefeng had an arrogant expression, as he who had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage was incomparably confident. If Duanling Tian was still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist now, he was confident in being able to kill Duanling Tian with a single sword strike. Okay. Duanling Tian started laughing, and a trace of a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since you said this, then I'll give you a chance. Duanling Tian's words caused most of the people present to be stunned, as they didn't understand what Duanling Tian meant. Zuoqing and Hidong looked at Duanling Tian as if they thought of something. As for Hu Shuefeng, his face slightly sank, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Hu Shuefeng. Duanling Tian looked at Hu Shuefei and suddenly took a step forward. His body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky as his fierce gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. I, Duanling Tian, am willing to suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle you on the life and death arena. If I use a strength that exceeds the 6th level of the origin core stage, I'm willing to take my own life on the spot. Do you dare? Do you dare? Along with Duanling Tian finishing speaking, in the eyes of the spectating crowd of outer court disciples, the Duanling Tian before them was that lofty. As if he's transformed into a war god that never lost a battle. Domineering and fearless. What a man! Hidong looked at Duanling Tian, and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. He noticed that at this moment, he was completely won over by Duanling Tian, and it was difficult for an intention to compare himself with Duanling Tian to arise in his heart. Junior sister, why didn't you come here with me today? This is your man. Zuoqing's gaze was complicated, and a slight envy was revealed within her eyes. If a woman is able to obtain the love of such a man in her lifetime, then she wouldn't have regrets even in death. Senior brother Duanling Tian is a true man. From today onwards, my idol is senior brother Duanling Tian. The faces of some of the spectating outer court disciples flushed red, as if the person that stood there facing Hu Shuefeng and issuing an invitation to the life and death arena wasn't Duanling Tian but themselves instead. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone all descended onto Hu Shuefeng's figure. Hu Shuefeng repeatedly said earlier that the current him was able to kill Duanling Tian with a single sword strike if Duanling Tian was at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Now, Duanling Tian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to invite Hu Shuefeng to ascend to the life and death arena for a battle. Did Hu Shuifeng dare agree to the battle? Hu Shuifeng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He dare speak like that earlier because he had blind confidence towards his strength, and felt that if Duanling Tian was still the 6th level origin core stage martial artist from before, then he would surely be able to easily kill Duanling Tian. But now, Duanling Tian actually dared to suppress his cultivation to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle him on the life and death arena. His heart swayed as he looked at Duanling Tian, who stood there with a confident expression and battle intent that shot into the sky. Could he really kill Duanling Tian, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage? Although he still firmly believed this now, but he didn't dare speak to agree to Duanling Tian's invitation to the life and death arena. He hesitated. Duanling Tian's current confidence caused traces of fear to arise within his heart. If he wasn't confident, would Duanling Tian issue such a challenge? Hu Shuifeng placed himself in Duanling Tian's position and thought, and he felt how mysterious and terrifying Duanling Tian was even more. Perhaps Duanling Tian was really able to use a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to kill the current him. After all, Duanling Tian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage that day to kill Hao, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duanling Tian's methods were too strange. Tsk tisk. Duanling Tian seemed to be able to see through Hu Shuifeng's state of mind that was at war when he saw Hu Shuifeng's expression that kept changing, and he said in ridicule, "Hu Shuifeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master? Merely so. Just a pussy." Pussy? Duanling Tian's words caused a bellyful of rage to arise within Hu Shuifeng, and he stared furiously at Duanling Tian. What? Unwilling to admit it even until now? Didn't you say earlier that with your current strength, you're able to kill me when I was at the 6th level of the origin core stage with a single sword strike? Now, I've suppressed my cultivation to the 6th level of the origin core stage and desire to battle you on the life and death arena. But you've hesitated for such a long time and didn't dare agree. Isn't this being a pussy? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer, and every word of his pierced Hu Shuifeng's heart, causing Hu Shuifeng's expression to become even more ghastly pale and unsightly. Pussy. As the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master, how could Hu Shuifeng, who had always been arrogant, admit that he was a pussy? But, now that he perceived the strong confidence emitted from Duanling Tian's body, he didn't dare agree to the battle. He could only maintain silence. He naturally noticed the gazes from the surroundings that were like sabers and contained traces of ridicule. His heart was filled with humiliation and resentment. Duanling Tian. At this moment, the resentment Hu Shuifeng had in his heart towards Duanling Tian was practically to the extent that it was incapable of further increasing. If he was given the chance, he would kill Duanling Tian without a shred of hesitation, and even burn Duanling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. A trace of disdain appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth when he saw Hu Shuifeng had a gloomy expression but didn't dare agree to the battle even after a long time, and he grunted coldly. Pussy! There was originally interaction between him and Hu Shuifeng originally, but during the outer court martial competition, this Hu Shuifeng actually wanted to take his life. Today, Hu Shuifeng even humiliated Zuoqing, the senior sister of his woman, in front of him. This caused the flames of rage in Duanling Tian to completely gush out. Hu Shuifeng's breathing became hurried, and his eyes transformed into a crimson-red color, but he just didn't dare flare up. He didn't dare gamble. The confidence Duanling Tian revealed caused him to be incomparably terrified. The spectating group of outer court disciples looked at Hu Shuifeng with gazes that were stranger by the moment. However, when their gazes descended onto Duanling Tian, it was instead filled to reverence. Senior sister, feel free to tell me if this pussy dares to be disrespectful to you. Duanling Tian looked at Zuoqing and lightly smiled. Zuoqing was the senior sister of his woman, and was also his senior sister. He had the responsibility to protect Zuoqing and not allow anyone to humiliate her. Zuoqing lightly nodded, and a brilliant smile hung on her beautiful face. Duanling Tian, you're really something. Hidong shook his head and smiled, and he admired Duanling Tian from the heart. The test elders have arrived. Suddenly, An outer court disciple with a sharp gaze shot his gaze into the distance and exclaimed in a low voice. Duanling Tian turned around to look when he heard this, and he followed along the outer court disciple's gaze to look over. The test elder that Duanling Tian had met once 7 months ago had once again appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes now. Presently, the test elder came down from atop Dubhe Peak. Behind him, 8 inner court disciples follow, and they were divided into 2 groups as they carried 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth as they walked slowly onto the test platform. Test elder. The group of outer court disciples on the test platform respectfully greeted the test elder that was in the lead. The test elder nodded indifferently, and after he stood at the center of the test platform, he said to the 8 inner court disciples, "Put the 2 cages over here." "Yes." The 8 inner court disciples replied, then carried the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth and walked over. Cages? The outer court disciples present were all had perplexed expressions when they heard the test elder. "It's a fierce beast?" Duanling Tian used his spiritual force to investigate a trace of an inkling at the first possible moment. He noticed that there was actually a formidable fierce beast that was dormant within each of the 2 enormous things that was enveloped in red cloth. Could it be that this was the inner court test? Duanling Tian guessed in his heart. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds echoed out, and the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth descended onto the test platform. Presently, besides the test elder and the 8 inner court disciples, only Duanling Tian among the people present was composed. Including Hidong and Zhuqing, all the outer court disciples had curious expressions as they stared at the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth. They wanted to know what actually was within it. Lift open the red cloth. Meanwhile, the test elder looked at the inner court disciples that stood nearby the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth and said indifferently, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" Along with the red cloth being lifted open by the inner court disciples, the enormous thing under the red cloth was completely revealed before the eyes of Duanling Tian and the group of outer court disciples. This? Some outer court disciples couldn't help but open their eyes wide in astonishment. Violent ape! It's a violent ape! An outer court disciple could help from shouting out in surprise, and his face went ghastly pale. Presently, 2 enormous cages appeared before everyone's eyes, and the cages were obviously made of special materials. Within the 2 enormous cages, each sat an enormous monster that was sleeping soundly. These 2 enormous monsters were both enormous apes with a body full of black fur. They were 3 meters tall and the muscles on their bodies all bulged up, and with a glance one would know that they weren't ordinary fierce beasts. Violent ape, a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast. Duanling Tian's eyes squinted and he recognized the origins of the 2 fierce beasts. The violent ape was a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast that possessed boundless strength and speeds that were swift as wind. It could smash a tiger or leopard to death with a single punch and ram down large trees that required a few adults to surround with a single charge. It was an extremely terrifying fierce beast that was difficult to deal with. Wake them up! Right when the gazes of Duanling Tian and the group of outer court disciples descended onto the violent ape, the test elder continued to instruct. Instantly, 2 inner court disciples withdrew 2 medicinal pills and shoved them into the mouths of the 2 violent apes. In next to no time, the 2 sleeping violent apes woke up, and they opened up their crimson-red eyes that were large like gongs. They saw a group of people the moment they opened their eyes, and they instantly became irritable. Ayo! Ow! The 2 violent apes beat their robust chests as they excitedly charged at the cages that barred them up. But unfortunately, even though they had boundless strength, but they were still unable to do anything to the 2 cages. The material of this cage seems to be 1,000-year dark iron. Duanling Tian looked at the dark black-colored enormous cage and couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of the 7-star sword sect, such extravagance. This 1,000-year dark iron was a main material that's able to be refined into grade 7 spirit weapons, but now it was actually used to make cages. Extravagant. Too extravagant. In the end, the 2 violent apes seemed to realize that they would be unable to solve their problem with brute force, so they stopped their actions, and their eyes that flickered with a human-like gaze descended onto the test elder's figure. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but praise in his heart when he saw this scene. Worthy of being ape-type fierce beasts that are the closest to humans. Even though they're only at the 9th level of the origin core stage, but they already have an early understanding of human reason. Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Ao! Ao! The two violent apes looked at the test elder and roared in a low voice, and their two eyes that were huge as gongs had a slight sense of begging mixed within. So long as you two cooperate, once this is done, I'll ask someone to send you both back to the primeval forest. The test elder looked at the two violent apes with a calm gaze and said indifferently. Aowu seeming to have understood what the test elder said. The two violent apes nodded like humans and obediently stayed within the cages. These two violent apes wouldn't be the content of the inner court disciples' test this time, right? And outer court disciples couldn't help but guess. It shouldn't be, even though a violent ape is strong, but it's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast after all, and its strength is only comparable to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Not to mention senior brother Duan Ling Tian and the others, even I, with my cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, have sufficient strength to kill it while relying on a grade 7 spirit sword. Another outer court disciple shook his head. His words obtained the agreement of most people. Duan Ling Tian agreed as well. A 7th level origin core stage martial artist possessed a strength of 100 ancient mammoths. And if the martial artist used a spirit weapon, the offensive strength of the martial artist would completely suppress the violent ape. Coupled with being within this cramped cage, the violent ape would be utterly incapable of using its speed, and in the end could only be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What? All of you look down upon the violent ape that much? The test elder heard the group of outer court disciples whispering in discussion, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked when he saw the fox-like smile of the test elder. Traces of a bad premonition arose in the hearts of the other outer court disciples as well. Test elder, could it be that these two violent apes are really the content of the inner court disciple test that we're carrying out? An outer court disciple looked at the test elder and couldn't help himself from asking. Exactly. The test elder nodded. Right when the group of outer court disciples had complacent and excited expression, and they felt that the inner court disciple test this time was extremely simple. The test elder continued. Right? I nearly forgot to tell all of you. You've all guessed correctly of the content of the inner court disciple test this time. It's to ask all of you to battle the violent ape. But, when all of you battle them, you're not allowed to use any sources of external strength, including spirit weapons, inscriptions, and other. When the test elder finished speaking of the first half, the hearts of the group of outer court disciples all floated up. And when the test elder finished speaking, the outer court disciples couldn't help from going pale. Without sources of external strength? At this moment, besides Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up and had a calm expression, the other people couldn't help from going pale, including He Dong, Zhuo Qing, and Hu Shuefeng. The expression of the three of them was extremely unsightly. Even if He Dong and Hu Shuefeng had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, but they similarly didn't have any confidence when using their bare hands and without using any external sources of strength to battle two 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts, violent apes, who possessed boundless strength. Test elder, how is this possible? If we don't use external sources of strength, how could we possibly go against the violent ape? An outer court disciple was frightened by what the test elder said to the point his legs shivered, and he asked slightly hesitantly. His words obtained the agreement of all the outer court disciples beside Duan Ling Tian, including the strongest Duan Ling Tian, He Dong, and Hu Shuefeng. The strongest amongst all the outer court disciples present was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, and not even one was at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Humph! The test elder grunted lowly, and his fierce gaze swept past all the outer court disciples that were present. His brows couldn't help but frown when he saw all the outer court disciples with unsightly expression, and his frowned brows only relaxed when his gaze descended onto a young man that was around a little over 20. You're Duan Ling Tian? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed the test elder looking over at him. Test Elder. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile to the Test Elder. You're indeed young. I heard that you've already broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage after you consumed the Profound Origin Fruit. When the Test Elder faced Duanling Tian, a brilliant smile was hung on his face. Duanling Tian's natural talent was already worthy of him facing Duanling Tian with a smile. Meanwhile, the gazes of the 8 inner court disciples that stood nearby all descended onto Duanling Tian. He's that Duanling Tian? He's really as young as the rumors say. Oh my god! Such a young man is an 8th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. During the outer court martial competition, using a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to kill the number 1 disciple in the outer court, sure how. 1 month ago, he consumed the Profound Origin Fruit, and his cultivation broke through from the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in one go. All this happened on a young man whose age was merely a little over 20. This young man was Duanling Tian. Now, even within the 7-star sword sect's inner court, the name Duanling Tian reverberated like thunder as well. So long as it wasn't an inner court disciple who was especially ill-informed, practically all of them had heard of Duanling Tian. But, even though the 8 inner court disciples had heard of Duanling Tian, when they really saw Duanling Tian, they couldn't avoid being slightly shocked. Only because Duanling Tian was truly too young. Shockingly young. For a time, Duanling Tian had become the absolute center of attention. Even the Test Elder greeted Duanling Tian with a smile. No one noticed that at the corner of the group of outer court disciples, Hu Shuifeng stood there with a pair of icy cold eyes that emitted a sheen of envy. Duanling Tian. The grievances between the two of us is absolutely irreconcilable. Hu Shuifeng was enraged in his heart, and silently swore an awe-inspiring oath. Just luck. Duanling Tian lightly smiled to Test Elder as he replied. Test Elder shook his head. This isn't luck. Being able to directly break through from the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in one go after you consumed the Profound Origin Fruit is sufficient to show that your natural talent is shocking. Work hard. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no one is able to compare to your natural talent, and it can be said to be unprecedented. I will. Duanling Tian smiled modestly, in a polite and respectful manner. I rare that you're neither arrogant nor impetuous. I really anticipate your future. The Test Elder smiled to Duanling Tian, then asked, I heard you entered the 7-star sword sect 7 months ago? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. When I entered the sect that day, it was precisely you, Test Elder, who presided over the outer court martial competition. I didn't notice you that day. Test Elder shook his head and smiled. There are a total of 5 Test Elders in the 7-star sword sect, and every Test Elder takes turns to be in charge of the outer court disciple tests and inner court disciple tests for a year. This year, I'm successively in charge of your test, and it's sufficient to say there is fate between the two of us. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. Indeed. If you are free in the future, you can frequently drop by my place. I'm called Zhang Huai. The Test Elder said to Duanling Tian. The surrounding group of people were all shocked. The Test Elder even told Duanling Tian of his own name, and it was sufficient to show how highly he thought of Duanling Tian. Don't worry, Elder Zhang Huai. I'll surely come disturb you if I'm free. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. Okay. The Test Elder, Zhang Huai, nodded. Then his gaze swept the outer court disciples present, and he said in a clear voice, I've told all of you of the content for the inner court disciple test earlier. Every one of you must take turns to enter the cage and battle the violent ape. As soon as Zhang Huai finished speaking, the outer court disciples that were present trembled in fear. Isn't this asking us to go give away our lives? Exactly. How are we supposed to deal with those 2 violent apes if we can't use any external sources of strength? Once we enter the cage, we would die without a doubt. Some outer court disciples whispered in discussion. Humph! Even though the sounds of discussions of the outer court disciples were soft, but it still entered Zhang Huai's ears, and he said coldly, If all of you are afraid of death, you can withdraw from the inner court disciple test this time. No one is forcing all of you to participate. The group of outer court disciples instantly went silent when they heard Jian Huai. Meanwhile, Zhang Huai continued. Although the inner court disciple test today is to make all of you enter the cage and battle the violent ape, but you aren't required to kill the violent ape. So long as any one of you is able to persist for the time of 10 breaths and above while facing the violent ape, then you'll be able to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding when Zhang Huai said this. So it's only like this. For a moment, both He Dong and Hu Shuifeng heaved a sigh of relief. Asking them to kill the violent apes without using any external sources of strength was practically impossible. But if they only had to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent ape, then it wouldn't be a difficult thing to them. Even Zhuqing had a staunch expression now, and her eyes were filled with burning desire and yearning. Yearning to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. At this moment, even though the other outer court disciples felt extremely huge pressure, but they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Persisting for the time of 10 breaths is much simpler than killing the violent ape. Now, the outer court disciples that want to participate in the inner court disciple test stand over by my side. Zhang Huai spoke. For a moment, all the group of outer court disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, He Dong, and Zhuqing, stood by Zhang Huai's side. No one gave up. They came here today precisely for the inner court disciple test. If they didn't try, then they wouldn't be resigned. Moreover, the inner court disciple test today was nothing more than asking them to persist for a time while facing the violent apes. If they weren't confident, they were completely able to choose to flee. Very good. Zhang Huai looked at the group of outer court disciples, then nodded. When the test is carried out in a moment, there will be an inner court disciple that will follow all of you into the cage. They will save you if you're unable to persist. Zhang Huai's words caused all the outer court disciples to be reassured in their heart. Now, when the person that is called, enter the cage and battle the violent ape. As Zhang Huai spoke, he looked at the outer court disciples. You, enter the cage on the left. You, enter the cage on the right. Subsequently, Zhang Huai selected an outer court disciple. The two outer court disciples took deep breaths, then walked towards the faraway cages. Then entered the cages with the two inner court disciples. Now, the two violent apes seemed to have realized something. They raised their arms to fiercely thump their chests, and their crimson-red eyes that were large like gongs flickered with a bloodthirsty sheen. Ayo! Ow! The cries of the two violent apes caused the two outer court's disciples to go ghastly pale, and their legs started shivering. Getting afraid before the battle, they probably would even be able to persist for the time of 3 breaths. He Dong shook his head and said to Duan Ling Tian, who was beside him. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. He thought so as well. In next to no time, the two outer court disciples respectively went against one of the two violent apes. Whoosh! One of the two outer court disciples flashed out, seeming to transform into a gust of wind that blew towards the violent ape. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level origin core stage. Ayo! The violent apes instantly burst into a rage when they saw the humans before them daring to attack them, and their robust arms opened out as they pounced over. The strength of 120 ancient mammoths that belonged to a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast fully exploded out. Whoosh! The outer court disciple's fist shot out to fiercely smash onto the arm of the violent ape. But it didn't do any substantial harm to the violent ape. Ow! The violent ape roared out explosively, then swung up its arms before fiercely smashing its arms towards the head of the outer court disciple. If he was be smashed directly by it, the outer court disciple would surely die without a doubt. The outer court disciple went ghastly pale when faced with the violent apes that was enraged, and his legs seemed as if filled with lead, and he was unable to move in the slightest. No! He exclaimed out in grief when faced with the violent ape's attack, and his voice had a trace of despair mixed within. Bang! Right at this moment, the inner court disciple made a move. He slapped his palm out to block the violent ape's attack. This inner court disciple was in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage as well. Ayo! The violent ape roared furiously, and its enormous figure trembled, about to launch an attack once again. Whoosh! The inner court disciple raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Above him, over 150 ancient mammoth silhouetted condensed into form. Instantly, the violent ape stopped its enormous figure and glanced fearfully at the 150 over ancient mammoth silhouettes, then retreated before obediently standing there. You persisted for less than one breath. Eliminated. The inner court disciple looked at the outer court disciple that was shocked stiff and said coldly. The outer court disciple smiled bitterly, then obediently left the cage. Earlier, when faced with the violent ape, he felt as if his heart was about to jump out from his chest, and he even forgot to dodge. Within the other cage, the mental state of the outer court disciple was much better, and he had dodged the violent ape's attacks twice. But even then, he was still unable to dodge the third attack. Luckily, the inner court disciple made a move and stopped the violent ape, otherwise he would have surely died. Persisted for 2 breaths, not bad. The inner court disciple nodded to the outer court disciple. But, you don't satisfy the conditions for passing the inner court disciple test. Eliminated. The outer court disciple smiled bitterly as he nodded, then left the cage. Although this outer court disciple didn't pass the test as well, but he still received gazes of admiration from the group of outer court disciples. Able to persist for 2 breaths while facing a 9th level origin core stage, violent ape, with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage was already not bad. Subsequently, the outer court disciples were called upon by the test elder, Xianxia, one by one. One by one, the outer court disciples miserably suffered elimination. If the 7th level origin core stage martial artists don't possess brilliant movement techniques when facing the violent ape, then it would extremely difficult to persist for 10 seconds. Hidong shook his head and sighed. Even if it's a brilliant movement technique, it would still be of no use. The disparity in strength is too great, so 10 breaths of time isn't easy to persist for. Duanling Tian's eyes squinted. He glanced at Zhuqing, and a trace of a bright light vaguely flashed within his eyes. Zhuqing. Before long, Zhang Huai's gaze descended onto Zhuqing, and for the first time he'd called out the name of an outer court disciple. Obviously, he knew Zhuqing. Zhuqing took a deep breath, then walked towards the cage in large strides. Zhuqing isn't skilled in movement technique, and it's not very likely for her to pass the test. Hidong shook his head, and he didn't have too much expectations for Zhuqing. But Zhuqing ought to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage soon. If she isn't able this time, she'll surely be able to pass the test the next time and become an inner court disciple. Hidong, aren't you speaking a bit too early? Duanling Tian smiled slightly disapprovingly when he heard Hidong. What? Could it be that you think Zhuqing is able to persist for 10 breaths when facing the violent ape? Hidong had a face full of disbelief. He wasn't able to see through this little freak, Duanling Tian, but Zhuqing was his old rival. He was extremely clear on Zhuqing's abilities. Just watch. The smile on Duanling Tian's face still remained, as if he was extremely confident of Zhuqing. Hidong frowned. Needless to say, he was filled with bewilderment towards Duanling Tian's current attitude. Although he didn't mix together with Duanling Tian much, but he was able to perceive that Duanling Tian wasn't the type of person to talk nonsense. Now, Duanling Tian was so confident of Zhuqing. Could it be that he knew something? But he was unwilling to believe no matter what that Zhuqing, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, would be able to persist for 10 breaths when facing the 9th level origin core stage violent ape. Even if it was him, if he hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he wouldn't have even a shred of confidence. Some people boast too much that even the people beside them don't believe them. Laughable. A mocking voice that was incomparably ear-piercing abruptly sounded out. Duanling Tian's face sank when he heard this voice. Then he turned around and looked at the owner of the voice with a cold and indifferent gaze. It was precisely Hu Shuifeng who stood at the other side of the test elder. What? Am I wrong? The corners of Hu Shuefeng's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile when he saw Duanling Tian look over. Getting angry from embarrassment? Duanling Tian glanced at Hu Shuefeng as if glancing at an idiot. Then he sneered. Hu Shuefeng, you said I boaster. Then how about we make a bet on whether Senior Sisters Wuqing is able to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent ape to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Then you, Hu Shuefeng, will ascend the life and death arena to battle me until the death of one of us. Do you dare? Duanling Tian once again spread word of inviting Hu Shuefeng to battle on the life and death arena. Do you dare? The loud and clear question that was exactly similar to before descended into Hu Shuefeng's ears, causing his face to be changed between a pale and livid expression. He was once again hesitant in his heart when he saw the confidence on Duanling Tian's face. He didn't dare agree. Including Test Elder, Jiang Huai, all the other 8 inner court disciples all looked at Duanling Tian in surprise, and at the same time they looked at Hu Shuefeng. He didn't know of the conflict between Duanling Tian and Hu Shuefeng on the test platform before they had arrived. If you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me, I'll still do as I said before and suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle you. Do you, Hu Shuefeng, dare battle me? Duanling Tian's gaze gradually became icy cold, as if transforming into icicles that pierced towards Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng's face was extremely livid, but he just didn't dare to agree to the battle. Duanling Tian's confidence once again caused him to not be confident in his heart. Suppress his strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage? The pupils of Jian Huai and the 8 inner court disciples couldn't help but constrict when they heard Duanling Tian, and they were all startled. As far as they were concerned, Duanling Tian was simply courting death. Hu Shuewang was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. They had heard of the news that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage half a month ago. As far as they were concerned, even if Duanling Tian's ability was any more strange and heaven-defying, but it was still impossible to use a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to kill a genuine 8th level origin core stage martial artist. Right when they thought Hu Shuefeng would agree to the battle, they instead noticed Hu Shuefeng had an unsightly expression, and he didn't dare make a sound even after a long time. Hu Shuefeng didn't dare agree to the battle? For a moment, they were all stunned, and their gazes they shot at Hu Shuefeng changed. An 8th level origin core stage martial artist didn't even dare accept the challenge of a 6th level origin core stage martial artist? Truly shameful. Hu Shuefeng naturally noticed the gazes of disdain from Jiang Huai and the 8 inner court disciples, and this caused his expression to become even more unsightly and even more livid. Duanling Tian naturally knew that Hu Shuefeng was frightened when he saw Hu Shuefeng's appearance, and Duanling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing in ridicule. I really don't know why the Peak Master of Merak Peak would take such a coward like you to be his personal disciple. You've really thrown all of the face of the Merak Peak's master, and even the face of the Merak Peak itself. Meanwhile, many people thought that Hu Shuefeng would explode out in rage because of what Duanling Tian said. In next to no time they were disappointed. Hu Shuefeng stood there with his head lowered and his body trembled. He was enraged to the utmost limit but just didn't dare vent it out. Hu Shuefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master, is merely SOSO. I heard that the Merak Peak's Peak Master took his as a personal disciple because of his clan. The Hu clan is a great clan of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So it turns out that he's from the Imperial City's Hu clan. Looks like he relied on relationships to obtain his current position. Truly laughable. Senior brother Duanling Tian wants to suppress his cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle him. But he, an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist, actually is afraid. The outer court disciples all whispered in discussion. Even though their voices weren't loud, but practically all the people on the test platform were existences at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above, which of them weren't people with shocking listening ability. They naturally heard it. Duanling Tian. Hu Shuefeng's head was lowered as crimson-red color appeared in his eyes and blood threads covered his eyes. His eyeballs seemed as if they would split open at any moment. Duanling Tian glanced at Hu Shuefeng in disdain. then withdrew his gaze and shot it at the faraway Wuqing. Because of the small disturbance earlier, the inner court disciple test was temporarily stopped. Now it continued. Duan Ling Tian, you're too ruthless. But this Hu Shuifeng's background isn't simple, and you need to be more careful when you do things. He Dong condensed his origin energy into sound and sent it into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and smiled lightly with a face full of indifference. Then his gaze descended onto Wuqing, who had walked into the cage and faced the violent ape. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wuqing moved, as if transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards the violent ape. Roar! The violent ape roared in rage when it saw Wuqing's actions. As a fierce beast, it completely didn't know how to be tender towards woman, and its strong arms spread out, as if transforming into a heavy bow before pouncing on Wuqing. Wuqing's figure flashed out, right when everyone thought that she would dodge the violent ape's attack. Her figure abruptly dropped down. What does Wuqing want to do? This was the question within the hearts of most of the people that were present. Roar! The violent ape's enraged roar sounded out once again, and within the enraged roar this time was a sense of pain mixed within. Everyone's vision blurred, and they noticed that after Wuqing descended on the ground, she once again leapt up to dodge the arms of the violent ape that whistled out towards her before firmly descending onto the shoulder of the violent ape. A time of one breath had passed. Oh my God! Wuqing stepped onto the violent ape's legs to leap up. It seems so. Wuqing is simple courting death. Doing this will only enrage the violent ape. Most of the outer court disciples didn't look favorably on Wuqing. Duan Ling Tian, what's Wuqing doing? He Dong frowned when he saw Wuqing's gentle and graceful figure firmly descend on the violent ape's wide shoulders, and he had a puzzled expression. Continue watch and you'll know. Duan Ling Tian Light smiled with a carefree expression. Whoosh! Within the cage, Wuqing stepped onto the violent ape's shoulder to gain momentum. Then her leg shot out to fiercely flash towards the violent ape's neck. Although the violent ape's strength was strong and had a swift speed, but it required to go through a reflexive process. Now it was unable to avoid Wuqing's kick and suffered it head-on. Aw woo! The violent ape was in pain and it roared in grief. Its crimson-red eyes seemed to have a burning flame of rage lit ablaze within it, and it raised its arms, wanting stretch its hand backwards to grab Wuqing. Wuqing seemed as if she knew beforehand that the violent ape would move in this way, and had stepped on the violent ape's shoulder to leap up before it, barely avoiding the arms that the violent ape swung out. This, in the eyes of the others, the violent ape was cooperating with Wuqing's leap, then swung out its arm to sweep over after her, thus hitting nothing. The time of 2 breaths passed. Roar! The violent ape seemed to have realized that it must occupy the initiative, and its enormous figure shook, wanting to dash to the other side of the cage to pull apart the distance between it and Wuqing. A scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared once again. The direction that the violent ape rushed towards was precisely the direction Wuqing descended towards after leaping off the violent ape. Wuqing had once again firmly descended onto the violent ape's body. Whoosh! A kick that was suffused with raging origin energy once again descended onto the violent ape's neck, causing the violent ape's head to vibrate and emit an extremely grievous howl. The time of 3 breaths had passed. Seeing Wuqing seeming to have foresight, and time again she occupied the initiative of the battle as she avoided the furious attacks of the violent ape. Besides Duan Ling Tian, everyone present was dumbstruck, including the inner court disciple within the cage. 10 breaths have passed. The inner court disciple only recovered from his shock when Duan Ling Tian condensed his origin energy into sound and pierced it into the inner court disciple's ears. Then the inner court disciple's figure moved to stop the violent ape. Wuqing persisted for more than 10 breaths of time, and she had passed the inner court disciple test. Yeah! Wuqing's figure descended. Her beautiful face flushed rosy, and she walked in graceful steps to leave the cage. Wuqing has passed the inner court disciple test to become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the test elder's voice sounded out at the right moment, causing everyone that was dazed to recover from their shock. Oh my God! Unbelievable! Truly inconceivable! Senior sisters Wuxia actually passed the test like this. Why do I feel as if that violent ape is intentionally letting her have her way? I have this feeling too. Humph. Could it be that all of you didn't see that violent ape staring at senior sisters Wuxia like it's gone insane? Obviously, everything from earlier caused it to be extremely aggrieved. All the outer court disciples discussed. Before long, everyone noticed that the violent ape that was subdued by the inner court disciple and stood inside the cage now looked at Wuxia's figure as it madly roared in rage. Its arms swung out swiftly like the wind as his fiercely thumped its own chest, as if venting the rage in its heart to its heart's content. It had lost control of its mood. Fuck! This violent ape has gone mad. I wonder who is the misfortunate soul next that has to go battle this violent ape. The gaze of one of the outer court disciple descended on some of the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the test yet. This will depend on who the test elder calls. The gazes of all the disciples descended onto Xianxia. The expressions of some of the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the test now flickered between a pale and a livid expression. Their legs shivered, and they ceaselessly begged in their minds, begging the test elder not to call on them no matter what. Finally, the gaze of the test elder, Xianxia, flashed past all the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test yet. The face of the inner court disciples went ghastly pale everywhere Xianxia's gaze swept past. Xianxia frowned. Then in the end his gaze descended onto Duanling Tian, Hidong, and Hu Shuifeng. Duanling Tian, Hidong, Hu Shuifeng. Who among the three of you are going first? Duanling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression. Hidong was slightly burning with eagerness to try. Me! But their actions weren't as fast as Hu Shuifeng. Hu Shuifeng stood out, as if wanting to use his actions to once again win the honor he had lost earlier. At the same time that Hu Shuifeng volunteering causing the group of outer court disciples to be shocked, it did indeed make many people feel admiration. Even though Hu Shuifeng is inferior to senior brother Duanling Tian, but he still has some ability. Yeah, he dared to volunteer himself when faced with that violent ape gone mad. He's worthy of being the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master. There was a change in the view of some of the outer court disciples towards Hu Shuifeng. A trace of complacency that was difficult to notice appeared on the corners of Hu Shuifeng's mouth when he heard similar discussions. Meanwhile, a few outer court disciples had been successively changed in the other cage. None of them passed the test. Now, besides Duanling Tian, Wuxia, and Hidong, the gazes of everyone else descended onto the figure of Hu Shuifeng, who walked swiftly towards the violent ape that had gone mad. Hu Shuifeng was about to battle the violent ape that had gone mad. They anticipated it extremely. Meanwhile, Wuxia had returned to Duanling Tian's side, and she condensed her origin energy into sound. Duanling Tian, thank you. Duanling Tian shrugged, then replied by condensed origin energy. Senior sisters Wuxia, you're the senior sister of little Fei, so you're also my senior sister. We're family, so there's no need to be polite. Family? A brilliant smile appeared on Wuxia's beautiful face when she heard Duanling Tian, and she nodded. Wuxia, how did you do it? Hidong had an expressions of disbelief and bewilderment as he stared at Wuxia, as Wuxia's actions earlier caused him to be shocked. During the 10 breaths of time that Wuxia confronted the violent ape, it was simply like play that had been rehearsed countless times between Wuxia and the violent ape. But this play was acted to an extremely realistic and dangerous degree. You should ask Duanling Tian about this. Wuxia only gave Hidong a single sentence before her gaze descended onto Hu Shuifeng, who had walked into the cage to face the violent ape that had gone mad, and the smile on her face was casted off to be replaced by gloominess. Duanling Tian? Hidong looked at Duanling Tian when he heard Wuxia, and he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. No wonder Duanling Tian was so confident of Wuxia earlier. So it turned out that he knew very well in his heart. Even to the extent that Duanling Tian's contribution seemed to not be small in allowing Wuxia to pass the inner court disciple test. Duanling Tian, how did you do it? Hidong looked at Duanling Tian and asked in a light voice, His tone contained slight astonishment mixed within. To him, this was simple too unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, then slowly said, "Actually, it's extremely simple. You only need to know the habits of a violent ape." Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian roughly explained to Hidong. All this was him speaking from the lifetime worth of experience that came from the rebirth martial emperor. Hidong seemed to be intoxicated as he listened. But this violent ape has been deceived once, and won't be deceived again. If you want to do this, you can only do it to the other violent ape. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he smiled. Duan Ling Tian, you actually know so many things I have never heard of before. Now, I'm really curious. How many more secrets are contained within your head? Hidong was currently admired Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of his heart, and was completely won over by Duan Ling Tian. His gaze descended onto the other violent ape. I hope the test elder will call my name and ask me to deal with this violent ape, so I'll be able to try the theory you taught me. Roar! Meanwhile, Hu Shuefeng had already started a fierce battle with that violent ape that had gone mad. Rather than calling it a fierce battle, it's better call it Hu Shuefeng fighting as he dodged. As a 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist, even though Hu Shuefeng was unable to use the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his possession, but his strength was not to be trifled with. Time after time, he barely dodged the violent ape's attacks. Of course, Hu Shuefeng didn't have an easy time either and was in an extremely sorry state. Hidong. The test elder called out Hidong's name to enter the other cage and battle the other violent ape. My luck isn't bad. Hidong smiled, then walked in swiftly. In next to no time, everyone was able to discern that the methods Hidong used to deal with the violent ape were exactly like Zuoqing. Senior brother Hidong has broken through as well? The group of outer court disciples were stunned when they saw the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Hidong. Even the test elder Jiang Huai had a trace of surprise on his face. Hidong relied on his cultivation at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage to dupe the violent ape more easily than Zuoqing. In the eyes of the others, Hidong was as if he was playing, easily persisting for the time of 5 breaths. Meanwhile, in the other cage, the time of 10 breaths had passed. Hu Shuefeng had passed the inner court disciple test. However, Hu Shuefeng was currently dusty and dirty in appearance, and completely didn't have his earlier handsome appearance. Right when complacency arose on Hu Shuefeng's face and was waiting for the others to cheer, he instead noticed that no one was looking at him now, and the gazes of everyone had descended onto the other cage, as if there was an even more brilliant scene there. Hu Shuefeng frowned and looked over. A single glance caused his pupils to constrict and his face sank. Within the cage, Hidong's figure was graceful as he easily dodged the violent ape's attack, and until 10 breaths later and he's passed the inner court disciple test, the violent ape didn't even touch the corners of Hidong's clothes. Ayo! Aowu! Along with Hidong passing the test and at the same time that the group of outer court disciples cheered for him, the violent apes within the cage were already starting to go berserk as they were completely enraged. Hidong and Hu Shuefeng have passed the test. The test elder Jiang Huai slowly spoke. The 2 8th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples passed the inner court disciple test as expected. An outer court disciple couldn't help but sigh. An 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist has shocking strength, and it isn't strange for them to pass the test. But, even though they've passed the test, but who's superior and who's inferior is instead able to be seen through with a glance. That's true, even though senior brother Hu Shuefeng passed the test, but he was in a sorry state. Whereas senior brother Hidong completely didn't seem like he was someone who had battled the violent ape. Hidong and Hu Shuefeng stood there and formed a clear contrast. Hu Shuefeng's face sank and he fiercely glared at Hidong. Now he hated Hidong as well. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Hidong who had stolen all his limelight, now he would surely be the absolute center of attention of this scene. He hated. Within the 2 cages, the 2 violent apes were incomparably restless as they ceaselessly thumped their chests, and their crimson-red eyes that were large as gongs causing one so be terrified. The few outer court disciples who hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test yet All had pale faces when they saw the gaze of the test elder, Zhang Huai, sweep over. I give up. I give up as well. In the end, they chose to give up. Earlier, they'd clearly seen the ability of the violent ape that had gone mad. Even the 8th level origin core stage, Hu Shuefeng, was in such a sorry state. If it was them, then perhaps they wouldn't even be able to persist for the time of one breath. They knew their own limitations. For a moment, only Duan Ling Tian remained as the person on the scene that still hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test. Everyone's gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian, awaiting Duan Ling Tian's performance. Duan Ling Tian, the young man that had just entered the 7-star sword sect 7 months ago. In the short 7 months' time, he'd already spread his name across the entire 7-star sword sect and become the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in the 7-star sword sect. The #1 genius since the sect was established. The halo above Duan Ling Tian's head now was dazzling and resplendent. An 8th level origin core stage martial artist that's a little over 20. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the Darkstone Empire or even in the Darkhan Dynasty, such natural talent was still a top-notch existence. Duan Ling Tian. The gaze of Test Elder, Zhang Huai, descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and he lightly smiled. Which of the 2 violent apes will you choose? Now, the 2 violent apes within the 2 cages were as if they had gone mad and were completely berserk. Of course, there was a difference in how berserk the 2 violent apes were. The violent ape Hidong face earlier was still alright as it had only just been enraged. And now that some time had passed, its mood had eased up quite a bit. However, the violent ape that Hu Shuefeng faced was even more furious and enraged to the limit as compared to after Zhuqing battled it. After successively being made fun of by people whose strength were inferior to it, at this moment this violent ape seemed to have transformed into a mad ape. Now, even if an ordinary 9th level origin core stage fierce beast appeared before it, the fierce beast might be directly torn into pieces by it. I wonder which violent ape Duan Ling Tian will choose. An outer court disciple was slightly curious. His curiosity brought about the curiosity of the group of outer court disciples as well. I think he will probably choose the violent ape that Hidong faced earlier. After all, the rage of that violent ape seems to have cooled down quite a bit now. I think so too. The violent ape Hu Shuefeng face was already enraged by Zhuqing, and its rage hadn't dispersed when it was enraged by Hu Shuefeng again. Now, the strength of this violent ape under its rage would have probably already reached an extent that's difficult to imagine. Its strength now is absolutely at the limit of strength of a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast. Right when everyone's gazes had descended onto Duan Ling Tian and were curious how Duan Ling Tian would choose. Hu Shuefeng's icy cold gaze followed to descend onto Duan Ling Tian, and he sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you should choose the violent ape that Hidong faced earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be unable to pass the inner court disciple test. Dense ridicule was mixed within Hu Shuefeng's sneer. Eft. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that Hu Shuefeng still dared to provoke him at this time, and he couldn't help but laugh in ridicule. Hu Shuefeng, when you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me when my strength is suppressed at the 6th level of the origin core stage, then talk. The current you seems to not have the qualifications to speak about me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Shuefeng, and a wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth as he slowly spat out a word. Pussy. Pussy. Duan Ling Tian once again ridiculed Hu Shuefeng as a pussy in public. This time, the test elder Zhang Huai and the 8 inner court disciples were present, and they now were looking at Hu Shuefeng with a strange expression. Hu Shuefeng's expression was unsightly to the utmost limit, but he just didn't have anything to retort with. He currently noticed the mocking gazes coming from the surroundings, and he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole nearby and hide within. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze that was on Hu Shuefeng, and swept his gaze past the 2 violent apes in the distance before walking over in large strides. Everyone present remained motionless and concentrated their attention. They were all curious. Which violent ape would Duan Ling Tian choose as his opponent? The restless mood of the violent ape Hidong faced earlier had eased up now, and Duan Ling Tian wanting to persist for 10 breaths while facing it ought to not pose any difficulty to him. The other violent ape's rage had reached its peak after being provoked successively by Zuoqing and Hu Shuifeng, and it was still madly thumping its sturdy chest. Bang! 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 The sound of the violent ape that seemed to have gone mad, ceaselessly swinging its arms to thump its own chest, could be vaguely heard in the test platform that had temporarily quieted down. Ayo! The violent ape emitted an extremely enraged roar from time to time, and the muscles on his body that was like a hill bulged. Its strong muscles could be vaguely seen to be ceaselessly pulsating. Duan Ling Tian stopped nearby the two cages. Duan Ling Tian's going to choose. The hearts of everyone on the test platform, including the test elders, couldn't help but rise. Gazes descended one by one onto Duan Ling Tian. They were curious what choice would Duan Ling Tian make in the end. Duan Ling Tian. He Dong and Zuoqing gazed at Duan Ling Tian's figure, and flowing lights flickered within their eyes. They were similarly curious. Humph! Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar, and his handsome face was slightly distorted and incomparably unsightly. Finally, Duan Ling Tian moved. He took a step forward and his entire figure flashed as is transformed into a spirit serpent, flashing swiftly into one of the cages. He had made his choice. It's the violent ape that Hu Shuifeng dealt with earlier. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian still choose that violent ape that's enraged to the limit after all. With the strength of senior brother Duan Ling Tian, persisting for 10 breaths while facing this violent ape that has gone mad ought to not be a problem. I only wonder if he will be in a sorry state like Hu Shuifeng. All the outer court disciple looked at the scene before them in anticipation. Everyone's gazes descended within that cage, and now, Duan Ling Tian and the violent ape were standing facing each other. After Duan Ling Tian entered the cage, he started to size up the cage, and at the moment when everyone was bewildered by his actions, he looked at the inner court disciple within the cage and lightly smiled. Senior brother, you go out first. The inner court disciple wasn't able to react for a while when he heard Duan Ling Tian and was stunned. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian asked that inner court senior brother to leave the cage? Formidable. Too formidable. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, violent ape, that has gone berserk. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is so confident. Worthy of being the #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is too formidable. You can do it. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The hot blood within the bodies of some of the outer court disciples were aroused by Duan Ling Tian's decision. Their hot blood boiled. Duan Ling Tian, you really want me to leave? The inner court disciple was hesitant when he heard Duan Ling Tian. If I leave the cage, then even if 10 breaths time has passed, it would still not stop. Are you sure you don't need my help to subdue it? I don't. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a face full of confidence. The inner court disciple nodded, but he still looked over to the test elder, Zhang Huai, and only after Zhang Huai nodded and he obtained the permission of Zhang Huai did he leave the cage. What a man! Zhang Huai looked at Duan Ling Tian, and for a moment he felt that Duan Ling Tian was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His face revealed a wisp of a smile. Our 7-star sword sect has really found a treasure this time. Once this Duan Ling Tian matures in the future, he will surely become a proud son of the heavens of his generation within the Darkhan dynasty. A proud son of the heavens of his generation. Figures that are able to be called a proud son of the heavens of their generation in the Darkhan dynasty were all the outstanding figures in the Darkhan dynasty. It was imaginable how great expectations Zhang Huai had towards Duan Ling Tian's future. After the inner court disciple left the cage, Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and actually closed the door of the cage, and even casually locked it. This scene caused the scalps of everyone present to go numb. What does senior brother Duan Ling Tian want to do? He wouldn't be thinking of killing the violent ape, right? The group of outer court disciples were completely dumbstruck, and they were unable to understand Duan Ling Tian's actions. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian acting in this way was virtually sealing up his own path of retreat. Ow! Within the completely sealed cage, the berserk violent ape stared open its crimson red eyes that were the size of gongs as it sized Duanling Tian up. Then it suddenly roared explosively with a roar that was filled with an intention to intimidate. Duanling Tian stood on the spot, and a light smile hung on his face. He had a carefree expression that seemed it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. In the eyes of the others, Duanling Tian currently stood within the cage, not moving like a mountain. As if he wasn't facing a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast that had gone berserk, but instead a meek little cat. The violent ape is going to attack. An inner court disciple that had been paying attention to the changes in the violent ape all along couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Instantly, the gazes of everyone descended onto the violent ape. Ayo! Within the cage, the violent ape roared out explosively. At the same time that it swung up its arms and took a stride forward, it fiercely smashed its arms at Duanling Tian. The strike the berserk violent ape smashed out brought along the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. The strength of a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast fully exploded out without reservation. Right when everyone thought that Duanling Tian would choose to dodge, a scene that caused them to gape with astonishment appeared. Duanling Tian took a stride forward, and he actually didn't dodge nor move to avoid. Not only that, Duanling Tian currently took a stride forward, and his body was like a collapsing mountain as he actually followed the violent ape to swing up his arm and directly swung it out. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's arm swung out and it tore through the sky, causing the people present to have a misconception that what Duanling Tian swung out wasn't an arm, but a strong tail of an enormous python. His arm tore through the sky like a raging python swinging its tail. Above Duanling Tian, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This arm swing brought along the strength of 110 ancient mammoths. Madman! At practically the exact instant that Duanling Tian moved to attack the violent ape head-on, the same thought couldn't help but arise within the hearts of everyone present. Going toe-to-toe using the strength of 110 ancient mammoths against the violent ape's strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Is it really rational? Besides the outer court disciples present seeming to have thought of something, the test elder and the inner court disciples all gasped in astonishment. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duanling Tian's arm that he fiercely swung out smashed together with the arm of the violent ape that it smashed downwards. Instantly, the dust beneath the feet of Duanling Tian and the violent ape were affected by the two formidable strengths, and suffused up into the air. Satisfying! Duanling Tian's face revealed an excited smile, and he felt the hot blood in his entire body starts to boil, swinging out his fist to smash against a violent ape that's gone berserk. How many martial artists under the nascent soul stage dared so this? At this instant that the arm he swung out smashed against the arm of the violent ape, Duanling Tian felt a formidable strength come from the sturdy arm of the violent ape, causing the vital energy and blood in his body to roil. However, in the blink of an eye, this strength was dissolved by his quake energy that started to vibrate slightly. So, in the eyes of the other, he was currently evenly matched with the violent ape, and it was difficult to differentiate between victor and loser. In fact, this was only the beginning. Duanling Tian actually was evenly matched when going head-on against the violent ape. The spectating group of people were shocked. Looks like it's as said in the rumors. This Duanling Tian does indeed possess an unfathomable and mysterious method to defeat the stronger with a weaker strength. Zhang Huai thought in his heart. Ayo! Within the cage, the violent ape instantly burst into a rage when it saw the human before it blocking its attack. Then it roared out explosively as its other arm swung up before smashing down towards Duanling Tian. Whoosh! Everywhere the arm of the violent ape passed, the air was shocked and emitted oppressing sounds of air exploding as it smashed towards Duanling Tian's head. It could be imagined how Duanling Tian's head was smashed by the arm. He would surely die. Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth when facing the arm the violent ape smashed down in extreme rage, and Duanling Tian's other hand formed a fist as origin energy increased explosively and raged on it. Whoosh! He smashed out his fist to seem as if transformed into a cannonball. As it moved to intercept the arm, the violent ape smashed down. The origin energy on Duanling Tian's fist started vibrating at a higher and higher frequency. It was precisely Duanling Tian executing the quake energy that was difficult to be noticed by another. Bang! Suddenly, Duanling Tian's fist smashed onto the violent ape's arm and emitted an oppressive bang. In a short time, the violent ape's figure trembled and its crimson-red pupils constricted, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Its enormous body trembled as it hurriedly retreated, then looked at Duanling Tian in terror. This scene caused the group of spectators to be astounded. What's going on? The violent ape actually retreated. The 8 inner court disciples had faces full of shock, and even though the group of outer court disciples were mentally prepared, but they still couldn't help from being moved. Senior brother Duanling Tian's ability is too terrifying. Yeah. He used the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to kill Hao, who exerted the strength of over 120 ancient mammoths the other day. Today, the violent ape is only stronger than him by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Even if it went berserk, I'm afraid it still isn't a match for him. In the next moment, the scene that followed caused the faces of the outer court disciples to flush, and their throat were as if being choked by someone, unable to make a sound for a long time. You're smart and know to retreat from something formidable. Duanling Tian's figure jerked before flashing towards the violent ape, and at the same time that his arms trembled as they latched onto the legs of the violent ape, a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This violent ape was smashed by Duanling Tian's fist that contained the terrifying quake energy earlier, and it noticed something was off at the first possible moment. So its enormous figure decisively retreated. This caused Duanling Tian to have no choice but to sigh emotionally. This violent ape was simply as smart as a human, worthy of being a human-shaped fierce beast. Ow! Suddenly, the violent ape whose legs were latched on by Duanling Tian roared out in rage. Then it pulled back its arms as if transforming into a heavy bow before once again smashing it down towards Duanling Tian. Too late! A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth, and origin energy increased explosively on his hands. Quake energy! The terrifying quake energy instantly surged into the violent ape's legs, then spread out to shake the violent ape's origin energy to the point it dissipated. In the next moment, under the gazes of everyone present, Duanling Tian pulled back his arms and forcefully swung the violent ape up, then swung it on a circle before fiercely smashing it onto the side of the cage. Bang! The cage trembled as the violent ape was forcefully smashed onto it by Duanling Tian. Ow! The violent ape roared in grief. Where did the violent ape have the earlier bloodthirsty and furious expression now? It was simple like a woman that had suffered an injustice. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's arms trembled, and he once again swung up the violent ape before smashing onto the other side of the cage. Bang! The enormous figure of the violent ape once again smashed onto the cage and emitted a loud bang. This loud bang entered the ears of the group of people that were spectating, causing them to feel a chill run down their spine. They could imagine that if that violent ape was them instead, they would probably be swung up by Duanling Tian in the same way then smashed to death. Bang! Another loud bang echoed out, and this time, the violent ape was swung up and spun in a circle before being smashed on the ground. Ow! The violent ape that had a body full of injuries lay on the ground as if emitted a wave of low grievous howls. The violent ape held its head with its arms, and its pair of eyes that were the size of gongs flickered with a pitiable sheen as it stared at Duanling Tian, as if pleading for mercy from Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian didn't intend on doing anything to the violent ape, so he directly let go. Whoosh! At the same time, he raised his hand and a medicinal pill flew out to directly shoot into the violent ape's mouth. Eat it! After the violent ape consumed the medicinal pill, its injuries gradually recovered and it finally stood up. After it stood up, it knelt down on one knee and lowered its head to Duanling Tian. This scene caused everyone who was shocked to shudder, and they recovered from their shook, then watched the scene before them in disbelief. This conduct of the violent ape seemed to be the conduct of submission. Logically speaking, this type of submission conduct ought to only be revealed by the violent ape when before the king of their clan. Normally, even if they battle to the death, they still would submit. An inner court disciple that was more knowledgeable couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva and was astonished. Looks like Duan Ling Tian obtained the true respect of this violent ape. Another inner court disciple spoke with a tone that had traces of astonishment mixed within. As for the other people, they were completely dumbstruck. Submit? That violent ape actually submitted before Duan Ling Tian? Fuck! An outer court disciple recovered from his shock and couldn't refrain from swearing. This inner court disciple test seems to only ask us to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent ape, and we're considered to have passed, right? But senior brother Duan Ling Tian instead directly beat the violent ape to the ground, and even made the violent ape submit beneath his feet. Too formidable. The faces of most of the remaining group of outer court disciples flushed red, and they were incomparably excited. That violent ape is a fierce beast at the 9th level of the origin core stage after all. But before senior brother Duan Ling Tian, it's just like a little animal. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian swinging it up and violently smashing it down seemed simply too easy for him. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I'll completely not believe that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist can do this. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast and not a little animal. I've decided. In the future, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is my idol. When I recall the scene from earlier, I still can't stop my hot blood from boiling. The violent ape was swung up and smashed here and there by senior brother Duan Ling Tian just like that. In the end, it was simply smashed to the point it was helpless. The outer court disciples now looked at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. Abnormal. He Dong and Zhuqing looked at each other, and the 2 of them who weren't to each other's liking had a rare tacit understanding. Humph. Hu Shuefeng's expression was as unsightly could be when he saw this scene. He was barely able to persist for 10 breaths before this violent ape, and in the end, he passed the test in a sorry state. Now, the same violent ape was instead bashed by Duan Ling Tian to the point it submitted. Such a large difference caused Hu Shuefeng's heart to be unable to refrain from trembling, and the hatred in his heart to Duan Ling Tian rose to the limits. The test elder, Jiang Huai, looked at the scene before him with an astonished expression. Even though he was confident of Duan Ling Tian, but he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be so barbaric and directly beat the violent ape to the ground. It was precisely like how the outer court disciple had said earlier. This inner court disciple test seemed to only require them to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent apes, right? But this Duan Ling Tian directly smashed the violent ape until it was completely helpless. Ow! The violent ape that knelt on one leg before Duan Ling Tian suddenly lowered its head, and its cries were filled with respect. The actions of the violent ape caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from being stunned. He possessed the lifetime memories of the rebirth martial emperor, so he naturally was able to discern that the violent ape was carrying out the conduct of submission. This was a conduct that was only carried out by the violent apes when facing their ape king. Now, this violent ape carried out such conduct before him, caused his heart to feel a burst of shock. Rise! According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian learned the actions of the ape king when faced with such a situations, and he extended his hand to rub the lowered head of the violent ape for a total of 3 times. Ow! When Duan Ling Tian finished rubbing its head for the 3rd time, only now did the violent ape stand up, and it obediently stood at the side, meek like a kitten. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian opened the lock on the cage and walked out. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the gazes of everyone present had now descended onto him. These gazes contained various feelings. There was astonishment, reverence, adoration, yearning. Of course, there was also hatred. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, and he looked at the person who stared at him with hatred, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Hu Shuefeng really is lingering like a ghost. Duan Ling Tian has passed the inner court disciple test to become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, test elder Jiang Huai announced. Duan Ling Tian's face emitted a smile. From today onwards, he would be an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Today, a total of 4 people passed the inner court disciple test today. Duan Ling Tian, He Dong, Zuoqing, and Hu Shuifeng. This is your inner court command tokens. After I return today, I'll report your names to the sect. Tomorrow, all of you can rely on the inner court command token to head to the registration point that's nearby the Dubhe Peaks Trade Hall to register yourselves. Then receive the inner court disciples attire. Zhang Huai raised his hand and 4 simple command tokens appeared from thin air. Then he passed them to Duan Ling Tian and the other. Humph! Hu Shuifeng glanced at Duan Ling Tian in hatred after he obtained the command token, then left swiftly. If it wasn't for waiting for this inner court command token, he would have left long ago. Elder Zhang Huai, then we'll be leaving first. Duan Ling Tian said the Zhang Huai before leaving the test platform with Zuoqing and He Dong to head up Dubhe Peak. The group of outer court disciples respectfully sent Duan Ling Tian off with their gazes. Today's matter will probably quickly spread throughout the entire sect. This Duan Ling Tian really shocks people to death. Zhang Huai looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure and shook his head as he sighed. Ow! Duan Ling Tian had just walked out of the test platform when he heard a respectful roar sound out from behind him. He turned around to look, and he saw that violent ape kneeling on one leg within the cage, as it raised its arm to send Duan Ling Tian off with its gaze. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. Through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew the meaning of the violent ape's actions. This was the conduct for respectfully sending off the Ape King. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and waved it at the violent ape, then left with Zuoqing and He Dong. Ow! The violent ape stood up when it saw Duan Ling Tian disappear before its eyes. Then it raised its head to roar in a high voice, and it swung its arms to ceaselessly strike its spacious chest. Bang! 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 The heavy sound resounded out, as if composing a song of farewell. This scene entered to eyes of everyone who hadn't left yet, causing them to be unable to help themselves from sighing with emotion. This isn't a fierce beast. It's virtually a human in beast skin. It's said that monkeys and apes are the fierce beasts that are closest to humans, even if its cultivation isn't high, but it's already beginning to understand human feelings. Today, I can be considered to have completely experienced it. Even a fierce beast like the violent ape submitted before Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that it perceived that Duan Ling Tian is extraordinary? Possibly. After Duan Ling Tian's group left the test platform, they walked all the way up. They intended to return to the outer court sword peaks. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something, making me not know what I should say. On the way, He Dong choked up some words with great difficulty, but he didn't know how to say it. If you don't know what to say, then don't speak. Zuoqing snorted coldly, as she disliked He Dong extremely. Before long, the 3 of them arrived nearby the chain bridge that headed towards Migres Peak. He Dong, you go back first, Duan Ling Tian said to He Dong, then went with Zuoqing to arrive at another stone platform, and stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak. He intended to go look for Li Fei. He hadn't seen that little girl for more than a month, and he missed her quite a lot in his heart. Duan Ling Tian and Zuoqing walked past the chain bridge, and the gaze of the Alcade Peak female disciples that saw Duan Ling Tian on the way lit up as they respectfully saluted. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian stepped onto Alcade Peak, he truly understood the meaning of women are fiercer than tigers. After the crowd of Alcade Peak female noticed him, they gathered together and surrounded him. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, the sword skill I cultivate has encountered a bottleneck. Can you guide me? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I returned home a few days ago and brought quite a lot of snacks from home. You try some too. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was rather helpless when he was surrounded and sieged by the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples, and he could only turn to Zuoqing, who was laughing nearby, for help. Now only Zuoqing was able to save him. Perhaps it was because Duan Ling Tian seemed pitiable, or perhaps because she thought of how Duan Ling Tian helped her pass the inner court disciple test. Zuoqing withdrew her smile. Fellow junior sisters. Zuoqing walked with graceful steps to stand before Duanling Tian. Then she looked at the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples. That's about enough. Duanling Tian came to our Alcade Peak because my master asked him to come. If he's late because of all of you, then at that time when my master gets angry, all of you have to assume to blame. Zuoqing's words were effective as expected, even though the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples were unwilling, but they still dispersed obediently. At the same time that many female disciples dispersed, they glanced at Duanling Tian full of tender affection, and their gazes were filled with a teasing expression, causing Duanling Tian to be helpless. Senior sisters Wuqing. They all seemed to be extremely afraid of Elder Bai. After leaving the vicinity of the chain bridge, Duanling Tian looked at Zuoqing and asked curiously. Of course. Zuoqing nodded with a smile. Normally, the Peak Master would ordinarily not concern herself with the routine work on Alcade Peak, and it's all taken care of by my master. In the Alcade Peak, my master can be considered as half a Peak Master. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. In the past, relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he discerned that the strength of Elder Bai was extraordinary, far surpassing the outer court elders he'd seen in the other outer court sword peaks. Now that he knew of the status of Elder Bai in the Alcade Peak, he was enlightened. After all, to manage an entire Alcade Peak, if one doesn't have a certain amount of strength, then not to mention how the Alcade Peak disciples would think, the other outer court disciples would probably not be resigned. Master ought to not be in now, you go see junior sister. Zuoqing sent Duanling Tian to outside the gorge, then smiled dubiously to Duanling Tian, and she intended to go back together with him. Thank you, senior sister. Duanling Tian smiled. This senior sister Zuoqing is really considerate. Duanling Tian walked into the gorge and saw Li Fei. Li Fei just happened to be there taking care of the flowers and grass. Duanling Tian's lower regions couldn't help but get hot when he saw Li Fei's curvaceous and well-proportioned devilish figure. A naughty smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth, and he silently approached before opening his arms to embrace Li Fei from behind. Who? Li Fei was shocked, and she instinctively shouted out in surprise. Little beauty, don't shout. No one will come save you even if you shout until your throat is sore. Duanling Tian's mouth stuck close to Li Fei's earlobe, and as he lightly blew air on her earlobe, he took on a hoarse voice as he spoke. Scoundrel! Li Fei recovered from her shock and had a joyous expression. She easily recognized Duanling Tian. You can even recognize me like this? Duanling Tian smiled bitterly and let go of Li Fei. His eyes were filled with tender love as he looked at Li Fei, who had turned around. Scoundrel, you also went to participate in the inner court disciple test today, right? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. You're at the 8th level of the origin core stage now. Passing the inner court disciple test ought to not be difficult. Senior sister has gone as well. Did she pass? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked with an expression of anticipation. Since you want to know, then why didn't you go with her and watch the scene? Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. I just finished cultivating and looked at the time. Since the inner court disciple test ought to be ending soon at that time, so I didn't go over, Li Fei said. I'll tell you in a while. Duanling Tian domineeringly embraced Li Fei, whose beautiful face was flushed into his arms, and directly rushed into the wooden house. After being intimate for some time, Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression, extended out her finger to draw small circles on Duanling Tian's chest. Scoundrel! Did senior sister pass the inner court disciple test or not? Do you hope she passed? Duanling Tian embraced Li Fei slightly tighter, then rubbed Li Fei's soft hair and smelt the fragrance of Li Fei's hair as he asked with a light smile. I hope senior sister is able to pass, of course. But supposedly, it's usually extremely difficult for 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples to pass the inner court disciple test. As she finished speaking, Li Fei had a face full of worry. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw Li Fei's expression. With your man there? You're still worried your senior sister will be unable to pass the test? Duan Ling Tian's words causing Li Fei's gaze to lit up. Senior sister really passed the inner court disciple test? Of course, why would I deceive you? However, you have to properly help your senior sister thank your man me. Duan Ling Tian smiled mischievously. Humph. You scoundrel, your skin is really thick. Senior sister passing the test is her own ability. How can you take all the credit? Li Fei lightly snorted and had a face full of disbelief. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Go ask your senior sister yourself later. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled bitterly and didn't intend to explain. Scoundrel, you're telling the truth? Duan Ling Tian speaking like this caused Li Fei's heart to slightly tremble, and she blinked her appealing beautiful eyes as she asked in a light voice. Of course it's the truth. Little Fei, when have I lied to you? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then took a deep breath, intoxicated in the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. Scoundrel, tell me about it. Li Fei became interested. What? Now you believe it? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Seeing Li Fei repeatedly urging him, Duan Ling Tian roughly spoke of the course of events to Li Fei. Scoundrel, thank you. Li Fei cuddled up in Duan Ling Tian's embrace as she asked with a light voice. She knew that it was precisely because of her that her man would help her senior sister. Little Fei, since when were you courteous with me? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying Li Fei for a while, Duan Ling Tian wore his clothes and intended to leave. Before leaving, he asked, Li Fei, I intend to make a trip to the Solitary Summit 2 months from now. Li Fei's gaze lit up when she heard this. Want to help that boundless sect's young sect leader pass the message? That time, when Duan Ling Tian encountered the boundless sect's young sect leader in the misty forest outside of Aurora City, Li Fei was present as well. So, Li Fei also knew of what the boundless sect's young sect leader entrusted Duan Ling Tian with. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Precisely to help him pass the message and go around in passing. Do you want to follow me? Of course I want to. I'll tell me master later. Li Fei nodded in excitement. She'd come to the 7-Star Sword sect for over 7 months and had never left all along, and she had long since become extremely bored. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'll come look for you at that time. I hope Ku-Er is able to return at that time. Then the 3 of us can go together with Xiong Quan. Subsequently, he spoke with Li Fei for a moment before leaving. When he left Arcade Peak, Duan Ling Tian specially sped up his footsteps and quickly ascended the chain bridge to head towards Dubhe Peak, as if he was fleeing for his life, causing the crowd of Arcade Peak female disciples who had just reacted to heave a sigh as they looked at his disappearing figure. Why did senior brother Duan Ling Tian run so fast? I still wanted to share the snacks I brought from home with senior brother Duan Ling Tian. I still wanted to explore life with senior brother Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at Dubhe Peak, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he returned to Migres Peak. Duan Ling Tian had only just arrived at Migres Peak when he frowned, because he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Yongqian met Duan Ling Tian once again, and his eyes flickered with a ghastly and hateful sheen. It was precisely this outer court disciple that completely crippled his right arm, causing him to be unable to use his right hand to execute sword skills anymore in the future. Is there something you need? Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm as he asked indifferently. My foster father wants to see you, Wu Yongqian said directly. What? The Peak Master wants to see me? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Wu Yongqian. Then he raised his voice to spread it throughout the surroundings. For a moment, it drew the attention of many Migres Peak disciples. Peak Master? Isn't that the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, Wu Yongqian? Looks like it's precisely our Migres Peak's master that wants to see Duan Ling Tian. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples discussed animatedly. Wu Yongqian frowned when he heard the discussion of these Migres Peak disciples. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian, my foster father wants to see you. Why did you make a racket? as if afraid if others didn't know that you're going to see my foster father. Ha ha! Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh, laughing in an unrestrained manner. Wu Yongqian, I crippled your arm that day after all. You suddenly said the Peak Master wants to see me. How do I know it isn't the Peak Master going back on his word on the matter that day, and wants to do something to me? So, no, I feel there's a need to let everyone understand this matter. Crippled arm? The crowd of Migre's Peak disciples were petrified when they heard Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes descended onto Wu Yongqian, and they instantly noticed that Wu Yongqian's right arm dropped down as if without bones. It can't be? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian actually crippled the right arm of senior brother Wu Yongqian. This is too ferocious, right? According to what senior brother Duan Ling Tian said, it seems the Peak Master knows of this matter as well. Formidable. I can now be considered to have experienced what is genuine formidableness. The Migre's Peak disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian in adoration, virtually as if taking Duan Ling Tian as their idol. Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple like you dares be presumptuous before me. Wu Yongqian's face went gloomy when he saw Duan Ling Tian publicized such a shameful thing of his, and he shouted fiercely, "Outer court disciple?" The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile when he heard Wu Yongqian. Then with a raise of his hand, a simple command token appeared in his hand. Wu Yongqian, open your eyes wide and look clearly. This command token ought to not be unfamiliar to you, right? Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw the command token in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He naturally recognized this command token because he had one as well. As for some of the nearby Migre's Peak disciples, their eyes shone in succession. Isn't that the inner court disciple's command token? It seems to be. Looks like senior brother Duan Ling Tian has already passed the inner court disciple test today. There were rumors that said senior brother Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage 1 month ago, becoming an inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage isn't strange. The problem is, senior brother Duan Ling Tian seems to be an only a little over 20 right. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is worthy of being the publicly acknowledged monstrous talent of our 7-star sword sect. Before he appeared, if anyone told me that an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist that was a little over 20 had appeared within our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. The words of the Migre's Peak disciples were filled with admiration towards Duan Ling Tian. The whispers of discussion of the Migre's Peak disciples entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, causing his face to go livid and his fierce eyes flickered with dense rage. This Duan Ling Tian crippled his right arm, causing him to be burdened by this, and his future achievements were bleak. His dream since a young age was to take over his foster father's position and become the 7-star sword sect's Migre's Peak's master. But now it would seem that all this would just become extravagant hopes. Duan Ling Tian, if it wasn't because of you, I would surely become the Migre's Peak's master in the future. It's all because of you. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with utmost rage, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Ling Tian into shreds, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian had destroyed his life. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he noticed Wu Yongqian's ghastly and hateful gaze. Then he said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, you seem to be extremely hateful of me? Humph. Although Wu Yongqian didn't say anything, his cold snort was sufficient to show his hate towards Duan Ling Tian. Wu Yongqian, although I did cripple one of your arms, but you have to get something clear. If it wasn't for you struggling desperately and hesitating to let go, your right arm wouldn't have been crippled. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wu Yongqian with a calm gaze. So, the largest responsibility for your right arm being crippled lies with you. If you'd abandoned your sword a moment sooner, you'd be lightly injured at most. It's your conceit and your arrogance that completely destroyed yourself. When Wu Yongqian and Duan Ling Tian fought that day, Wu Yongqian wielded his sword with his right hand. Duan Ling Tian clearly knew in his heart of what effect it had on Wu Yongqian. But he didn't have any feeling of guilt. It was Wu Yongqian who was too conceited that day and was unwilling to abandon his sword even after a long time. That's why he met such an end. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the conflict between him and Wu Yongqian was caused solely by the foster-faster of Wu Yongqian, the peak master of Migres Peak in the end. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have fought Wu Yongqian. But now, when he noticed the hate Wu Yongqian harbored towards him, Duanling Tian realized that Wu Yongqian didn't think in this way. Wu Yongqian obviously pushed all the responsibility onto Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Wu Yongqian gnashed his teeth when he heard Duanling Tian, and his eyes emitted hatred and killed intent that was vicious and gloomy. Didn't the peak master want to see me? Why aren't you leading the way? Duanling Tian glanced calmly at Wu Yongqian as he said indifferently. Wu Yongqian shuddered when he heard this. Only now did he recall what he came for, and he suppressed the rage that burnt to the utmost limit within his heart before turning around, intending to take Duanling Tian to leave Migres Peak. Senior brother Duanling Tian. Right at this moment, a surprised exclamation sounded out from the chain bridge, causing Duanling Tian to involuntarily stop. Duanling Tian glanced over. A Migres Peak disciple was approaching from the other side of the chain bridge, and when the disciple saw Duanling Tian, his gaze lit up. Then he walked over with swift strides. Duanling Tian recognized this Migres Peak disciple with a single glance. Yi Xiaobei. Duanling Tian clearly remembered this name. That day, he'd come to the trade hall desiring to sell the pile of medicinal pills from the #1 prize in the outer court martial competition. At that time, Yi Xiaobei came into conflict with another Migres Peak disciple for the sake of the things in his possession. In the end, Yi Xiaobei domineeringly withdrew 10 million gold and fiercely threw it all over that Migres Peak disciple's face to the point that the disciple's face was covered in blood. Duanling Tian still clearly remembered the scene from that day. It was precisely because of this that he had such a deep impression of Yi Xiaobei. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei as he greeted. Yi Xiaobei. Duan. Senior brother Duanling Tian, you still recognize me? Yi Xiaobei was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian. Then his face flushed red with extreme excitement. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Is it such a big deal? Senior brother Duanling Tian, congratulations on passing the inner court disciple test and becoming an inner court disciple. Yi Xiaobei smiled as he congratulated Duanling Tian, then said with a face full of adoration, Senior brother Duanling Tian, I heard that during the inner court disciple test you swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, violent ape with your bare hands and violently smashed it around. In the end, you smashed it around to the point it knelt and pleaded for mercy before you. Yi Xiaobei spoke in an extremely excited manner. Duanling Tian was speechless when he heard this. Why was this becoming more and more excessive as it spread? At that time, the violent ape wasn't kneeling and pleading for mercy. That was the conduct of submission for the ape clan. Yi Xiaobei didn't intentionally conceal his voice, and the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples all heard it. Swung up the 9th level origin core stage violent ape with his bare hands and violently smashed it around? Smashed it to the point the violent ape knelt down and pleaded for mercy? For a time, the gazes of all the Migres Peak disciples present that had descended onto Duanling Tian had become strange. Gulp, 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 gulp. The sounds of gulping down saliva in astonishment rose and fell. After a short moment, these Migres Peak disciples recovered from their shock, and as expected they burst into an uproar. Is senior brother Duanling Tian really human? Supposedly, those formidable demon beasts of legend are even able to take human form and are called demons. Could it be that senior brother Duanling Tian is a demon that has taken human form? No wonder senior brother Duanling Tian possesses such a monstrous cultivation at such a young age. So it turns out that he's a demon. As the Migres Peak disciples finished speaking, they all nodded in all seriousness. In their eyes, the achievements that Duanling Tian had obtained up till now was absolutely not something that a normal human was able to obtain. At the very least, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, There was not even one martial artist who attained the 8th level of the Origin Core stage at Duanling Tian's age. Duanling Tian was speechless when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples. How did he become a demon? Humph! Yi Xiaobei frowned and gazed at the crowd of Migres Peak disciples as he spoke out in Duanling Tian's defense. What nonsense are all of you talking? How could senior brother Duanling Tian be a demon? If he's a demon, then do all of you think that you can still live? Do all of you think anyone within the 7-star sword sect can still live? A demon is a demon beast that has taken human form. In the legends, demons are capable of doing anything in the heaven and the earth. Do all of you think that it's necessary for a demon to infiltrate our 7-star sword sect? Would a demon have the leisure to listen to all of you talk nonsense here? As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei's voice was sonorous and forceful. Duanling Tian was surprised. The current Yi Xiaobei undoubtedly possessed a slight extra disposition in Duanling Tian's eyes. Although it only vaguely appeared, Duanling Tian was still able to perceive that this was the disposition of someone of high position. Looks like this Yi Xiaobei isn't simple. Right, how could someone who's able to casually take out 10 million gold be an ordinary person? As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, all the Migres Peak disciples present started pondering. Yeah, the demons of legend that had taken human form had all stepped into the 4th void stage. In other words, they were demon beast existences at the void transformation stage. If an existence at the void transformation stage had the intention, not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even if all the experts within the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom swarmed out in full strength, I'm afraid they wouldn't be enough for it to fill its teeth. I nearly forgot this. How could a void transformation stage existence possibly have such leisure? You're right. Through Yi Xiaobei's reminder, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples finally straightened out their thinking. Duanling Tian smiled as he nodded to Yi Xiaobei. Then he followed Wu Yongqian, who had a gloomy face and had been waiting impatiently, to step onto the chain bridge and leave Migres Peak. Before long, Duanling Tian followed behind Wu Yongqian to arrive at the main peak, Dubhe Peak. He once again arrived at Migres Hall. Within the audience hall, the peak master, Wu Dao, stood in the middle of the hall with his back towards the entrance. Wu Yongqian, who stood at the entrance to the audience hall with Duanling Tian, said respectfully, "Foster father, Duanling Tian has arrived. Enter." At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, Duanling Tian followed behind Wu Yongqian to walk into the audience hall. "Peak master." Duanling Tian slightly nodded to Wu Dao, saluting in his own way. "Duanling Tian, we meet again." Wu Dao's eyes lightly flashed as he stared at Duanling Tian and spoke slowly. "I wonder why Peak Master has brought me here?" Duanling Tian went straight to the point, and his eyes were calm. "Duanling Tian, since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush." Wu Dao spoke bluntly. "You overcame a stronger opponent that day and killed the previous number 1 disciple in the outer court, sure how. After that, you once again overcame a stronger opponent and defeated my useless foster son and crippled one of his arms. I'm extremely curious, what method exactly did you use to overcome a stronger opponent?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dao gaze descended onto Duanling Tian, and it was filled with burning desire. Even though Duanling Tian had mentally prepared himself on the way here, slight fear still arose in Duanling Tian's heart when Wu Dao questioned him. Looks like there was another person within the 7-star sword sect that coveted his things. The first person was none other than the outer court elder of Migres Peak, Zhao Lin. Now, there was another Wu Dao. He was able to not take Zhao Lin seriously, but this Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, and influential and possesses great authority in the 7-star sword sect. He had no choice but to be afraid. Duanling Tian was able to notice that Wu Dao's gaze was currently fixed upon him, seeming to be observing the changes in his expression, wanting to know if he was telling the truth. Duanling Tian felt disdain towards this. Controlling the changes in his expression was extremely easy to him. "Peak master." Duanling Tian fearlessly looked Wu Dao in the eye, then smiled lightly. "Actually, this is my biggest secret. However, since Peak Master wants to know, Then even if I speak of it and share it, it isn't a big deal. Speak of it? Share it? Wu Dao's face revealed a smile when he heard Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, looks like I've misjudged you that day. Not bad, you're very sensible. So long as you're willing to share that ability with me, then even if we have no fate to be master and disciple, I'll surely take care of you within the 7-star sword sect in the future. The nearby Wu Yongqian's face sank when he heard Wu Dao. He frowned as he gazed at Duanling Tian, and a wisp of envious hatred appeared on his face. Then I'll thank Peak Master in advance. Duanling Tian nodded, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. Speak. Wu Dao looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze that emitted traces of burning desire. Under Wu Dao's gaze of incomparable anticipation, Duanling Tian slowly said, Peak Master, the reason I'm able to overcome a stronger opponent is because my origin energy has undone an unusual change. Duanling Tian had only just spoken up to hear when Wu Dao's breathing became hurried. What he wanted to know was exactly this. Even Wu Yongqian now had a face full of burning desire. As far as he was concerned, if he was able to master this ability, then even if his accomplishments in the martial Dao is limited, but he would still be able to overcome a stronger enemy. In the future, it might not be impossible for him to become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak. Under the concentrated gazes of Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian, Duanling Tian continued, my origin energy was originally exactly similar to ordinary martial artists. But I made a trip to the primeval forest once I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, and I was lucky to obtain a type of spirit fruit, an unknown spirit fruit. As he spoke up to this point, Duanling Tian's breathing became hurried, and he had a passionate expression. At that time, the origin energy within my body underwent an unusual change after I consumed that spirit fruit, and it actually started to vibrate involuntarily. I've tested it before. So long as my opponent's strength doesn't exceed mine by the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, then I'll be able to rely on this changed origin energy to defeat my opponent. Duanling Tian became excited as he spoke. The expression of Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian sank in tacit understanding. A spirit fruit was able to be encountered by luck but not sought after, and the fortuitous encounter of obtaining a spirit fruit was practically impossible to be replicated. Wu Dao's fierce gaze seemed as if able to penetrate everything as he stared fixedly at Duanling Tian, as if he wanted to perceive if Duanling Tian was lying through the changes in Duanling Tian's expression. However, regardless of how he observed Duanling Tian, the changes in Duanling Tian's expression didn't have the slightest unnaturalness. Could it be that what Duanling Tian said is true? It's really because he consumed an unknown spirit fruit that his origin energy was able to undergo a change? At that time, after my origin energy changed, I just happened to encounter the provocation of Huaxian and Yuan Wu. So, I relied on my origin energy that had changed to kill them with a single move on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. After that, the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, and the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. I relied on my changed origin energy to overcome them who were stronger than me and kill them. Duanling Tian seemed as if he didn't notice Wu Dao's burning gaze, and he spoke in his excitement, with an emotional expression. Wu Yongqian's gaze descended onto Duanling Tian, and it was filled with envy. Finally, the emotional expression on Duanling Tian's face eased up. Then Duanling Tian took a deep breath and looked at Wu Dao. Peak Master, now that I've told everything to you and shared everything with you, are you satisfied? Can I leave? Regardless of how the Duanling Tian's expression changed earlier, but he was terrifyingly calm in his heart. All he said was only for the sake of humoring Wu Dao. As for whether Wu Dao believe it or not wasn't something he needed to worry about. Whoosh! At practically the instant Duanling Tian finished speaking, a formidable, imposing manner suddenly extended out from Wu Dao's body to envelop Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian stood on the spot and remained unfazed, as if he completely didn't notice Wu Dao's imposing manner, and he had a carefree expression that wouldn't change even if Mount Tai were to collapse. Duanling Tian. Suddenly, Wu Dao shouted out explosively with a voice that contained extremely terrifying origin energy that pierced straight into Duanling Tian's eardrums, shaking Duanling Tian to the point his lifeblood roiled and his face flushed slightly red. My patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you stay here forever. You ought to know that I have this ability. Wu Dao slowly said with a voice that had an intent to threaten mixed within, completely shedding all pretenses, just for the sake of obtaining Duanling Tian's origin energy utilization method. Duanling Tian looked at Wu Dao and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Peak Master, I've clearly told you of everything you wanted to know. I wonder what you mean by this now? You think I'm deceiving you? Humph. Wu Dao's gloomy face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice that revealed dense cold intentions, and his gaze that flashed with killing intent descended onto Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, do you think I'd believe what you said? I'm the Peak Master of the 7-star sword sex Migra's Peak. I've read ancient books from all over but have never heard of any spirit fruit that can allow the origin energy to undergo an unusual change. You actually dare talk nonsense before me? Do you think I'm unable to see through your lies? As he finished speaking, the aura on Wu Dao's body gradually went gloomy. Slight origin energy had already started to burst forth from Wu Dao's hands and were getting denser by the moment. Above Wu Dao, ancient mammoth silhouettes were gradually condensing into form one by one, and they grew more and more as time passed by. In the blink of an eye, there were already a few thousand ancient mammoths. Ha ha! Duanling Tian burst out in laughing in an unrestrained manner when he heard Wu Dao. Presumptuous! Wu Yongqian's face sank. This Duanling Tian actually dared be so presumptuous before his foster father, the Peak Master of Migra's Peak. This truly deserved death. But he knew his own limitation. He wasn't a match for Duanling Tian. Otherwise, he would surely make a move to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. What are you laughing about? Wu Dao had a gloomy expression as he said in a deep voice. What am I laughing about? Finally, Duanling Tian restrained his laughter and sized Wu Dao up before slowly saying, Peak Master, it's not that I'm looking down upon you, but with the great size of Cloud Continent, you dare say you know everything? Read ancient books from all over? I wonder what ancient books have you read all over, Peak Master? Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. Even the martial emperor stage experts of legend didn't dare say they knew everything. Could it be that Peak Master's knowledge even surpasses that of martial emperor stage experts? As he finished speaking, a slight ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. Even the rebirth martial emperor of all those years ago that had experienced 2 lifetimes didn't dare say that he knew everything. This Peak Master of Migra's Peak, a high-up of a tiny little sect in a tiny little imperial kingdom dares boast like this? Truly naive, truly laughable. You! Even though what Duanling Tian said was logical, it was undoubtedly undisguised slapping of Wu Dao's face. This caused Wu Dao to burst into a rage, and the origin energy on his body rages and was restless. Duanling Tian, do you know that just by what you said now, I can directly kill you right now? Ha ha! Duanling Tian still had a carefree expression when faced with the enraged Wu Dao. Peak Master, your strength is shocking. But if you kill me today, then I wonder how the disciples of Migra's Peak will think of it. How the disciples of the 7-star sword sect will think of it, and how the other Peak Masters, sect leader, and guardian elders would think of it. Humph! Even if I kill you today, who would know that it's I who killed you? Wu Dao snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. Duanling Tian's tone was calm as he said indifferently, Peak Master, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Before I came here, many Migra's Peak disciples knew of the incident where I crippled an arm of your foster son. Moreover, they know that your foster son took me to go see you. Wu Dao's face sank when he heard Duanling Tian, and he frowned as he looked at Wu Yongqian who was beside him. Wu Yongqian smiled bitterly as he nodded, proving that what Duanling Tian said wasn't a lie. Trash! Wu Dao coldly swept Wu Yongqian with his gaze, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. If it really was like this, then he really didn't dare kill Duan Ling Tian. If this matter were to spread, the sect leader would surely interfere. With the natural talent that Duan Ling Tian had currently revealed, practically everyone within the Seven-Star Sword sect would take Duan Ling Tian as the hope of the sect. Even the sect leader had perhaps already started paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Dao looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Needless to say, you're extremely intelligent, truly intelligent. You actually know to create the right conditions for yourself to make me hesitate to take action against you due to fearing the consequences. Peak Master, you're too kind." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and he experienced a burst of delight in his heart when he saw Wu Dao's unsightly expression. Wu Dao continued, "However, even if I'm unable to kill you, I presume teaching you a lesson is understandable." The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face remained unchanged as he glanced deeply at Wu Dao, as if victory was within his grasp. He knew clearly in his heart that everything Wu Dao did earlier was undoubtedly to probe and threaten him. Even Wu Dao himself didn't dare fully confirm that what Duan Ling Tian said earlier were lies. "Humph. So long as you speak, I'll let you leave safely. After today, I won't make things difficult for you anymore." As expected, after Wu Dao heard what Duan Ling Tian said, he was moved. What Duan Ling Tian wanted was precisely the first half of what Wu Dao said. As for the second half, he'd completely disregarded it. Could he trust in Wu Dao's promise? It's a spirit fruit that's fully dark violet in color, and there are some small lumps on its surface. Duan Ling Tian slowly described the spirit fruit. Of course, the spirit fruit he was currently describing wasn't a spirit fruit that was beneficial to a martial artist. Instead, it was an extremely poisonous spirit fruit that killed without the slightest inkling. This type of spirit fruit was extremely rare, and it was always loved by demon beasts with extremely formidable toxicity. Moreover, unless it was someone who recognized the spirit fruit, it would be absolutely impossible to know that it secretly contained toxic poison. This was because the toxic poison within the spirit fruit was extremely rare, and even a silver needle wasn't able to detect it. Many people had seen this type of spirit fruit, but it was extremely rare for someone to still be living after having seen it. Whereas the rebirth martial emperor was precisely one of these survivors. Now, Duan Ling Tian's intention was to casually cook up a wild tale, because as far as he was concerned, it was highly unlikely that this type of spirit fruit existed in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He was only giving Wu Dao a dream that was impossible to realize. "You can go." After obtaining the information he sought, Wu Dao swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. "Peak Master, I'll be taking my leave." Duan Ling Tian nodded and took his leave. "Foster father, you believe what he said earlier?" After Duan Ling Tian left, Wu Yongqian looked at Wu Dao and his brows knit together. "I keep having the feeling that what this Duan Ling Tian says can't be trusted." "Humph." Wu Dao swept Wu Yongqian with a cold and indifferent gaze. "Could it be that I'm unable to perceive it, and I need you to teach me?" "Useless thing. I asked you to go call him here, but you made it so that everyone knew, allowing him to have nothing to fear because of the conditions he created before coming here and holding the advantage." Wu Yongqian lowered his head. His body started to lightly tremble and his eyes turned crimson red. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll make a trip to the primeval forest." Wu Dao swept Wu Yongqian with a gaze full of resentment towards Wu Yongqian's failure. Then he directly left. Duan Ling Tian returned to Migres Peak after leaving Migres Hall. Then he carefully arrived at the peak of the mountain before returning to the stalactite cave. The cultivation environment of the stalactite cave is even better than the environment on the 9 great spirit points. Even though I've become an inner court disciple now, there's still no need for me to find a cultivation location on Dubhe Peak. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly before sitting on the stone platform, then began meditating and cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WYRM Python form. Although with his current strength Duan Ling Tian could be called matchless under the nascent soul realm, he still didn't dare slack off. What he wanted to do now was to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian cultivated all the way until dawn the next day before walking out of the stalactite cave. Then he stood on the tilted tree and bathed under the morning mist before leaping up the peak. After leaving the peak and arriving nearby the trade hall, Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian. Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian noticed that at the same time that these Migres Peak disciples greeted him, their gazes had an extra sense of adoration when they looked at him. What's going on? Is it just because of the incident during the inner court disciples test yesterday? Duan Ling Tian was still wondering when a familiar voice sounded out by his ear. Duan Ling Tian. He Dong. Duan Ling Tian looked at the approaching person and lightly smiled. You're so early as well? The person that was approaching was precisely He Dong. Now, similar to him, He Dong ought to be preparing to head to the Dubhe Peak's Inner Court Disciples registration point to claim his Inner Court Disciples attire. In next to no time, the two of them stepped onto the chain bridge together. Duan Ling Tian, I heard you crippled the arm of the Peak Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. Moreover, the Peak Master summoned you for an audience yesterday. The gaze He Dong shot at Duan Ling Tian became even weirder. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid that all the disciples of Migres Peak have been completely won over by you now. You crippled the arm of the foster son of our Migres Peak's master. Yet you're still able to be safe and sound. You are absolutely the first person on Migres Peak that was able to do that. He Dong gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up as he expressed heartfelt admiration. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he saw this. When he thought about the attitude of the group of Migres Peak disciples from before, he came to a sudden understanding. So it's because of this incident. Dubhe Peak's trade hall was situated at the top of Dubhe Peak. When they came near the trade hall, Duan Ling Tian was able to see numerous inner court disciples scattered around everywhere as they carried out various transactions. As expected, when he and He Dong approached the trade hall, they attracted the gazes of many inner court disciples. Outer court disciples? The gazes of some inner court disciples continuously followed Duan Ling Tian and He Dong. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and He Dong heading toward the inner court disciples' registration point, they came to a sudden understanding. Looks like these two people are outer court disciples that passed the inner court disciple test yesterday. Suddenly, an inner court disciple seemed as if he discovered a new continent, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. This outer court disciple is so young. He looks to only be a little over 20. Could it be that he's Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian? As soon as the inner court disciple finished speaking, his words were like a stone that raised 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar to break out amongst the group of inner court disciples. He's Duan Ling Tian? The outer court disciple Duan Ling Tian, who's only 20 years old. Yet his cultivation has stepped into the 8th level of the origin core stage. He's as young as the rumors say after all. I never expected that such an outstanding genius would appear in our 7-star sword sect. His natural talent in the martial Tao is simply more monstrous than the 5 great young masters. No one in our 7-star sword sect's younger generation is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters, and that has always been a regrettable matter. Duan Ling Tian's appearance will perhaps cause the 5 great young masters to become the 6 great young masters. 6 great young masters? I can't wait. But, although Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Tao is good, his strength is still limited. He might only be able to contend with the 5 great young masters and fight for superiority with them after a few years. In next to no time, practically all the inner court disciples that were near the Dubhe Peak's trade hall knew of Duan Ling Tian's arrival. Many inner court disciples scrambled to head to the inner court disciple registration point, as they wanted to see the genius disciple that gave rise to so much discussion in the 7-star sword sect lately. At the side of the trade hall, 2 inner court disciples stood there together. Presently, the brows of one of the inner court disciples was knit together with a terrifyingly gloomy expression, and his eyes revealed dense hatred. This scene was noticed by the other inner court disciple, and he asked curiously, Fan Jian, you have enmity with Duan Ling Tian? Big brother Lu. Not only did Duan Ling Tian humiliate me the other day, he even severed one of my fingers. Unfortunately, he has grown in strength too quickly and I'm not a match for him now. Otherwise, I'd surely teach him a lesson. Fan Jian took a deep breath, and as he finished speaking, his tone contained a sense of helplessness. Fan Jian, we were friends before entering the Seven-Star Sword sect, and your clan and mine have been friends for generations. A problem of yours is my Lu Shiji's problem as well. Since Duanling Tian has offended you, I'll stand out for you. The inner court disciple that spoke was a young man around the age of 28 or 29, and traces of gloominess flickered within his eyes. Thank you, big brother Lu. Fan Jian's eyes lit up and his expression was full of joy. Duanling Tian and He Dong were both startled after they claimed their inner court disciple's attire and walked out of the registration point. Presently, the registration point was completely surrounded by people, and they were all inner court disciples. He's Duanling Tian? He's so young. Oh my God. When I was at this age, I think I was only at the second level of the origin core stage. Comparisons are truly odious. A figure whose natural talent in the martial Tao can compare to the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has finally appeared in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect. Just the natural talent Duanling Tian has revealed up until now has already completely surpassed the 5 great young masters. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard the whispered discussions of the crowd of inner court disciples. He understood now that the reason these inner court disciples had surrounded them was because of him. Duanling Tian felt extremely uncomfortable being the center of attention for so many people. He frowned and bid his farewell to He Dong before walking out of the surrounding crowd. The inner court disciples opened up a path everywhere he passed. Right when Duanling Tian intended to leave, "Don't move!" A cold and indifferent voice that had origin energy mixed within sounded like a thunderclap. The next moment, Duanling Tian, who had stopped his footsteps, turned around and saw 2 inner court disciples walking towards him. He recognized one of them. It was the inner court disciple, Fan Jian, who desired to forcefully purchase the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse from him back in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City. It's Fan Jian again. Could it be that the lesson I taught him the other time wasn't enough? Duanling Tian's face couldn't help but sink when he saw Fan Jian. 1 month ago, Fan Jian, who had just returned to the 7-star sword sect, had verbally humiliated Duanling Tian. Out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu, Duanling Tian had only severed the Fan Jian's pinky. That was of no great importance to Fan Jian, as a form of punishment. He originally thought Fan Jian would learn his lesson, but now it would seem that the way Duanling Tian thought was too simple. Fan Jian was like him name. Despicable. Duanling Tian was able to perceive that when Fan Jian and the inner court disciple by his side had walked over, the crowd of inner court disciples would follow to watch the excitement as well. Senior brother Lu Shigu has enmity with Duanling Tian? Probably not. According to my knowledge, Duanling Tian severed Fan Jian's pinky with a swing of his sword last month. Senior brother Lu Shigu probably wants to stand out for Fan Jian. I've heard that senior brother Lu Shigu and Fan Jian have been extremely good friends since long ago. Looks like Duanling Tian is going to suffer misfortune today. Yeah, although Duanling Tian is an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist, Lu Shigu is a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. Even if Duanling Tian has a bizarre ability to defeat a stronger opponent with weaker strength, it's probably still difficult to surpass the gap between him and senior brother Lu Shigu. The crowd of inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Lu Shigu? 1st level of the nascent soul stage? Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto the inner court disciple by Fan Jian's side and his face sank. He wants to stand out for Fan Jian? Lu Shigu and Fan Jian walked over shoulder to shoulder and quickly arrived before Duanling Tian. A sense of arrogance was mixed between Lu Shiji's brows as he looked at Duanling Tian with a condescending gaze and asked with a flat tone, "You're Duanling Tian?" But in the next moment, his face froze because Duanling Tian didn't have any intention of paying him any attention at all. Fan Jian. Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian, and his face sank slightly. Out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu, I was willing to forget all grudges with you that day. What is the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? With Lu Shirgo backing him up, Fan Jian was filled with confidence as he glared angrily at Duanling Tian and sneered. Duanling Tian, you crippled a finger of mine last month. There isn't even enough time for me to hate you, and you still want me to forget all the grudges with you? Do you think it's possible? Do you think I, Fan Jian, am so magnanimous? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into a line and a cold light flashed within. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out and accompanying it was an awe-inspiring strong wind. Whoosh! A palm print condensed from origin energy suddenly whistled out as it flashed towards Duanling Tian, causing Duanling Tian, whose spiritual force that had only just become vigilant, to be caught off guard. The instant Duanling Tian reacted to this attack, the palm print that was condensed from origin energy had already arrived before him, and his face went pale as he was utterly unable to dodge it. Earth Dragon's Shield. Duanling Tian was only in time to circulate his defense martial skill and his quake energy. A layer of defensive chi barrier arose on the surface of Duanling Tian's body and started vibrating violently with an extremely high frequency. Bang! The palm print that was condensed from origin energy descended onto Duanling Tian's chest, and the terrifying strength raged on him. After a short moment, it has shattered the Duanling Tian's defensive chi barrier that contained the quake energy. Although half the strength contained within the palm print was resisted by the defensive chi barrier, the remaining power still fiercely smashed onto Duanling Tian's chest, causing his internal organs to shudder. Pooh! Duanling Tian felt an intense and burning pain from his chest, and he couldn't refrain from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow leaving the bowstring and fiercely plunged to the ground. Bang! Duanling Tian's body fell onto the ground, and he felt a wave of dizziness that he only recovered from after a short while. Lu Shirgu. Duanling Tian, whose face was ghastly pale, gazed at Lu Shirgu and the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him that gradually dispersed, and Duanling Tian's eyes revealed dense coldness. At this moment, the scene was deathly silent. All this happened within the blink of an eye. Everyone, including Duanling Tian, never imagined that Lu Shirgu, who was a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, would suddenly make a move against Duanling Tian, who was an 8th-level origin core stage inner court disciple that had just entered the inner court. Not only that, but that he would use a surprise attack to heavily injure Duanling Tian. Hidong reacted to the sudden turn of event and his face went grim. Then his figure flashed to Duanling Tian's side as he asked with deep concern, Duanling Tian, are you alright? I'm fine. Duanling Tian withdrew a grade 7 gold injury pill and consumed it. Then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the pill, and his injuries recovered slightly. He stood up with great difficulty, but his face was still white as a sheet. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and his gaze descended onto Lu Shirgu, and within his gaze was awe-inspiring rage mixed within. What angry! Lu Shirgu started laughing as he walked to stand before Duanling Tian with large strides, and his gaze went cold. You're just a kid who's just entered the inner court, but you actually arrogantly disregarded the question of me, this senior brother of the inner court. Today, I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson, so as to avoid you from relying on your natural talent and thinking that everyone should run circles around you. Lu Shirgu, right? Duanling Tian glanced deeply at Lu Shirgu, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile, and coupled with the blood on his mouth, his smile seemed incomparably evil. Exactly. I'm Lu Shirgu. Kid, I know your natural talent is good, but since you've entered the inner court, then you had better be well-behaved before me, this inner court senior brother, in the future. Do you understand? Lu Shirgu had a face full of arrogance. Suddenly, Lu Shirgu swung out his hand, once again attacking Duanling Tian. 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes once again condensed into form above Lu Shirgu. Whoosh! This time, Duanling Tian, who was prepared, swung the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand to flash out like lightning. Sword drawing arts. Quake energy. He desired to obstruct Lu Shiji's palm strike that raged with origin energy. Negligible attack. In the next moment, Lu Shiji's disdainful voice sounded out within Duanling Tian's ears, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook before transmitting the shock to his palm. The palm strike of Lu Shirgu that contained the strength of 200 ancient mammoths completely disregarded Duanling Tian's quake energy as it struck away his grade 7 spirit sword before once again imprinting itself onto Duanling Tian's chest. Bang! The terrifying strength drained out from the fist and poured into Duanling Tian's body. At the same time that Duanling Tian was blasted flying once again, extremely intense pain once again descended, and it caused Duanling Tian's consciousness to become fuzzy. Right before he fainted, Duanling Tian heard two voices sound out by his ear. Duanling Tian. One of the voices was the voice of He Dong. Stay your hand. The other voice seemed familiar, but Duanling Tian wasn't able to recall it for some time. In the next moment, Duanling Tian completely lost consciousness. When Duanling Tian regained his consciousness and opened his eyes, he noticed that he was laying on a soft bed. Ah! So painful! In next to no time, Duanling Tian felt the intense pain that came from his chest. Duanling Tian viewed himself internally and noticed that the injuries of his internal organs had already completely recovered, and his chest bones that were cracked open were already almost healed. A grade 7 gold injury pill doesn't have this level of medicinal strength. Duanling Tian's heart jerked, as he who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor understood the grade 7 gold injury pill extremely well. Based on his injuries, even if he consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, it would be impossible to recover to this extent without a few months' worth of time. Duanling Tian naturally wouldn't think that he'd been laying here for a few months. It's a grade 6 great recovery pill. In next to no time, Duanling Tian noticed a trace of medicinal strength that remained within his body, and it was the medicinal strength that belonged to a grade 6 great recovery pill. What is this place? After recovering from his shock, Duanling Tian sized up this clean and tidy room. There wasn't many decorations or furniture in the room, yet all the furniture that could be found within it was practical. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duanling Tian's eyes squinted. Spirit point. This place is a spirit point. Duanling Tian noticed the rhythmic movement of the origin energy within his body, and the feeling this place gave him was exactly similar to the feeling he had at Mizar Hall and Migres Hall that day. Mizar Hall and Migres Hall were both situated atop the spirit point on the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak, and the cultivation environment there was superb. Lu Shirgu. Duanling Tian's eyes emitted a frightful cold light when he recalled the scene from before he fainted, and killing intent arose within his heart. Lu Shirgu relied on the fact that he was a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist to attack Duanling Tian twice, and the viciousness of his attacks caused chills to run down one's spine. I'll return it to you double. Traces of coldness arose within Duanling Tian's heart as he established this awe-inspiring vow. What the heck is this place? Duanling Tian suppressed the rage within his heart and got off the bed. Then he opened the room door. You're awake. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded out from nearby. Duanling Tian glanced over and saw a large pavilion on the right, at the end of the pathway outside the room, and a middle-aged man was standing there with his back towards Duanling Tian. Although he didn't turn around, he still seemed to be able to notice Duanling Tian's movement. Duanling Tian left the room and walked up the pavilion before greeting the middle-aged man who had his back towards Duanling Tian. Peak Master, I heard from Song that you were injured by a first-level nascent soul-stage inner court disciple. You have a grudge with him? The middle-aged man turned around to reveal his face. It was precisely the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. Therefore, the place Duanling Tian was at now was precisely Mizar Hall, the place where one of the 9 great spirit points on the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak was located. So it's senior brother Zheng Song that saved me. Duanling Tian thought inwardly. He finally recalled it, and he understood why the other voice he heard before he fainted was slightly familiar. So it turned out that the owner of that voice was the son of Mizar Peak's Peak Master, Zheng Song. I didn't have any grudges with him, and I only have some conflicts with the other inner court disciple that was by his side. However, after today, the enmity between me and him is deep. As Duanling Tian finished speaking, traces of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ghastly sneer. He would return what Lu Shige gave him twofold. After he calmed down his mood, Duanling Tian looked at Zheng Fan and asked, "Peak Master, you gave me a grade 6 great recovery pill?" Zheng Fan nodded. "I saw that your injuries weren't light. If you only consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, then even if it was able to heal you, it would probably take a few months. So, I gave you a grade 6 great recovery pill to allow your injuries to recover in a short amount of time." Duanling Tian had a serious expression as he said, Duanling Tian, will remember this kindness of Peak Master in my heart. What is a grade 6 great recovery pill compared to the great favor you gave me?" Zheng Fan shook his head and smiled. Then he sat down at the nearby table and fiddled with the tea set. "You've been knocked out for a few hours and have only just awoken. I presume your spirit is tired. Accompany me and drink a few cups of cloud-rise tea to recover your spirit as soon as possible." "Thank you, Peak Master." Duanling Tian sat down and looked at the sky. The burning sun was currently hung high in the sky, currently at high noon. Zheng Fan poured a cup of cloud-rise tea for Duanling Tian, then asked with a slight smile, "Duanling Tian, what do you plan to do in the future?" Duanling Tian took a sip of the cloud-rise tea, and his spirit was refreshed before slowly saying, "I temporarily don't have a specific plan, but in the future I should be going to the foreign lands to have a look." Foreign lands. Zheng Fan shuddered when he heard Duanling Tian, and the teacup in his hand nearly fell down. Zheng Fan shook his head and sighed with emotion. "Duanling Tian, I truly never imagined that your aspirations would be so great. The foreign lands are something that even I have not thought about for now. Supposedly, many void transformation stage existences are present at the central area of the foreign lands." As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Experts were numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands, and it also meant that death was at every corner. Without a certain level of strength, he completely didn't dare to wander about in the foreign lands. Peak Master, sometimes, placing your target slightly further will perhaps allow you to go even further on the path of the martial Tao. Otherwise, if you only realize you're like a frog living at the bottom of a well during your old age and when time has slipped away, wouldn't it be too late? Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled, as he made nothing of what Zheng Fan said. In the eyes of others, the foreign lands might be a dreadful monster. But in the eyes of Duanling Tian, who'd merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, it was only an even vaster world. In the foreign lands, void-prying stage martial artists could be seen everywhere, and void initiation stage martial artists were extremely numerous. Placing my target slightly further will perhaps allow me to go even further on the path of the martial Tao? A frog living at the bottom of a well? Zheng Fan went silent after hearing what Duanling Tian said. Zheng Fan only recovered from his state of pondering after a long time, then looked at Duanling Tian and sighed with emotion. "Duanling Tian, I've still underestimated you. No wonder you're able to possess such accomplishments at such a young age. Your martial will and heart of the strong is something that causes even I, the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, to feel ashamed from my inferiority. I'm slightly looking forward to it now. What sort of heights will you attain in another 10 years? What I can be sure of is at that time, you will surely have a strength that surpassed me." The way Zheng Fan spoke showed how extremely highly he looked upon Duanling Tian. "Peak Master, you're too kind." Duanling Tian lightly smiled, but his eyes revealed a wisp of confidence. Another 10 years? At that time, he might already be wandering about in the foreign lands. After drinking a few cups of cloud-rise tea, Duanling Tian stood up and lightly smiled at Zheng Fan. "Peak Master, if there's nothing else, then I'll be returning first. Please pass my gratitude to senior brother Zheng Song, and I, Duanling Tian, will remember this favor of his." Zheng Fan nodded. "Go ahead." Duanling Tian turned around, then stepped off the pavilion to descend onto the vast platform outside Mizar Hall. Then his body flashed out towards the distance. "Perhaps, my biggest accomplishment in this lifetime will be getting on friendly terms with this little fellow." Zheng Fan looked at Duanling Tian's disappearing figure, and only came back to his senses after Duanling Tian's figure had completely vanished before his eyes. Then he shook his head and smiled. So long as he's able to mature safely, his future isn't something I'm able to imagine. This piece of good karma would even be able to allow me to enjoy its benefit for my entire lifetime. After many years, Zhang Fan would realize that the way he thought right now would be so true, and what foresight his thoughts possessed. After Duanling Tian left Mizar Hall, he headed down Dubhe Peak. His eyes seemed calm, but in actuality, they contained killing intent concealed within. Lu Shigu. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's face became gloomy, like it was covered in a layer of thin ice, and he gave off an oppressively cold air. He deeply remembered this name in his heart. Even though he could challenge Lu Shigu to a battle in the life and death arena right now and use an offensive inscription to directly kill him, Duanling Tian didn't want to do this. To a certain extent, an inscription was comparable to a cheating device, and it was easy to kill Lu Shigu with an inscription, yet it was difficult for it to help him vent the hatred in his heart. He wanted to use the true strength that belonged to him to destroy Lu Shigu's confidence, and make Lu Shigu regret all he had done today. This was his arrogance. He would climb up from where he fell. This was a man, a true man. After Duanling Tian left Dubhe Peak, he returned directly to Migres Peak, then carefully circled around for half an hour before returning to the stalactite cave at the side of the mountain peak to calm his heart and cultivate. Duanling Tian cultivated within the stalactite cave for the next 2 months. When he was hungry, he would directly roast some meat. When he had eaten his fill, he would continue cultivating. Regardless of if it was day or night, time flew swiftly by. 2 months was neither long nor short, but it had passed just like that. 2 months later, Duanling Tian left the stalactite cave and spent a day's time to prepare everything he needed to do before heading to Alcade Peak. Elder Bai. When Duanling Tian went to look for Li Fei, Elder Bai just happened to be present as well. Scoundrel! Li Fei had a face full of joy as she walked out of the wooden house after hearing Duanling Tian's voice. Elder Bai nodded to Duanling Tian. Fei has told me everything that should be told. I want you to guarantee that Fei will be safe and sound when you return. Otherwise, I won't let you off. As she finished speaking, Elder Bai's gaze became fierce. Duanling Tian didn't get angry, as he knew that Elder Bai was just being concerned for Li Fei, and he lightly smiled. Don't worry, Elder Bai, you know the relationship between little Fei and me. Unless I die otherwise, it's impossible that I would allow her to suffer any injury. Only now did Elder Bai nod in satisfaction and leave. Scoundrel, don't mind what Master said. After Elder Bai left, Li Fei smiled apologetically to Duanling Tian. Little Fei, is this how you see your man? Not to mention Elder Bai is your master, but just what Elder Bai earlier is also because of her being concerned about you. I haven't even gotten the chance to be happy because she's so good to you. Why would I mind? Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Are you ready? Yes. Li Fei nodded excitedly and felt a wave of happiness in her heart when she thought of how she was about to leave the 7-Star Sword sect. Then let's go now? Do you need to bid farewell to senior sisters Wuqing? Duanling Tian asked. He'd come to Alcade Peak precisely to get Li Fei and leave together. I've already spoken to senior sister. Li Fei lightly shook her head, then said, I wonder if little sister Ku'er has returned? Let's go to Alcade Hall and take a look. Alcade Hall was the place on Dubhe Peak where the Peak Master of Alcade Peak cultivated. There's no need. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. I went to Dubhe Peak yesterday and went to Alcade Peak in passing. Ku'er and her master haven't returned. I wonder where they've gone. They still haven't returned after so long. As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian was slightly worried. Li Fei noticed that Duanling Tian was worried about Ku'er and she consoled him. Don't worry. According to my master, the Peak Master of our Alcade Peak is a Void Initiation Stage expert. With her by Ku'er's side, Ku'er will be fine. Duanling Tian nodded. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were few people able to threaten Ku'er's safety, while she possessed the protection of a Void Initiation Stage expert. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian called out at Li Fei before directly leaving Arcade Peak. As they walked on the chain bridge, Li Fei said with a smile, "Scoundrel, I saw the gazes of the other sisters of Arcade Peak earlier seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to eat you up. Besides that, many of them looked at me with gazes of envy and jealousy." As she finished speaking, Li Fei seemed slightly complacent, and as she held onto Duan Ling Tian's arm, a smile that could overthrow the world appeared on her face. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. "Little Fei, didn't you love to get jealous before this? You aren't jealous now. What is there to get jealous about?" Li Fei said with a smile. "There's nothing between you and them. Moreover, doesn't my man being so welcomed also show that I have good taste?" "You have good taste?" Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself when he heard Li Fei. "It seems that it was I who took the initiative to pursue you at that time." "Scoundrel, what did you say?" Li Fei heard Duan Ling Tian's mutters, and stared at Duan Ling Tian with a faint smile on her face. "No, nothing." Duan Ling Tian hurriedly shook his head, as he'd already felt Li Fei's hand being placed on his waist. If he were to dare speak carelessly, he didn't doubt it in the slightest that his waist would instantly suffer extremely brutal devastation. After Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei arrived at Dubhe Peak, they headed down the mountain. All along the way, the 7-star sword sect disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei with gazes filled with jealousy and envy. The male disciples were jealous and envious of Duan Ling Tian. The female disciples were instead jealous and envious of Li Fei. Before long, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had arrived the stables near the entrance to the 7-star sword sect, intending to get their horses. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had only just entered the stable when a figure dashed nimbly towards them, then stopped before Duan Ling Tian with an expression of excitement. "MOU." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to the outer court disciple that was of a similar age to him. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, this is?" MOU had an expression of joy that Duan Ling Tian was still able to remember him. Before long, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, and he was stunned briefly before withdrawing his gaze of astonishment, not daring to take another glance. He was able to discern that this was senior brother Duan Ling Tian's woman. "This is my woman. You can call her senior sister Li Fei." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to MOU. Then he introduced him to Li Fei. "Little Fei, this is MOU. Our Fergana horses were taken care of by him all this time. MOU, you haven't been lazy recently, right?" As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at MOU again. "Don't worry, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. I've practically taken the Fergana horses of you and senior sister Li Fei for a walk every day, and they have become much sturdier." MOU laughed. Li Fei lightly smiled to MOU, causing MOU to be stunned from the sight. When had he seen such an extraordinary beauty? MOU only came back to his senses when Duan Ling Tian lightly coughed, and his face flushed. His embarrassed appearance caused Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei to be unable to restrain their laughter. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei saw their Fergana horses, and they had indeed become much sturdier. The two of them leapt onto their horses and nodded to MOU before controlling their horses to leave. Only senior brother Duan Ling Tian, such an outstanding genius martial artist, is able to match such a drop-dead gorgeous beauty like senior sister Li Fei. As he gazed at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's figures that galloped into the distance, MOU's gaze gradually became firm as he silently said to himself, "MOU, you have to work hard. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is the target you strive for. You don't have to be as outstanding as senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Even if you only achieve half of what senior brother Duan Ling Tian has achieved, your life wouldn't have been lived for nothing." At this moment, MOU's martial will was tenacious like never before. In the future, when MOU had achieved success and won recognition, the person he felt grateful to the most when he recalled everything in the past was still the senior brother Duan Ling Tian, who was like a lantern in the night, guiding him onto the path. This was something that even Duan Ling Tian himself had never expected. He hadn't done anything but remember a name, Yet he'd affected the life of an outer court disciple that had taken the position of horsekeeper within the Seven-Star Sword sect. Swoosh! A figure that dashed like the wind was incomparably fast as the figure passed through the sect gate and flashed out, aiming straight for the two Fergana horses that were galloping in the distance. The figure's target was obviously the people atop the Fergana horse. Void prying stage expert? The Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that guarded the gates were stunned when they saw the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the figure that flashed by. Wasn't this the sigh of a first-level void prying stage expert? I've finally found an opportunity, Duan Ling Tian. This time, let me see how you escape from my hands. The person that dashed out laughed with a voice that was filled with excitement and unscrupulousness. At the same time, near the Dubhe Peak test platform, whoosh! Another figure flashed out, its destination aiming straight for the foot of Dubhe Peak. Above this figure, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, first level of the nascent soul stage. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure that was even faster had flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, the second figure had surpassed the first and obstructed the former's path. At the same time this second figure dashed out, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Second level of the nascent soul stage. The first figure stopped dead in his tracks and focused his eyes to gaze over, and his face sank when he saw the person who had obstructed his path. Xianxia, it's you again. I won't fuss with you about the fact that you took that Duan Ling Tian away the other day. Why are you obstructing my path today? Lu Shirgu, are you mistaken? How am I obstructing your path? This is Dubhe Peak, it's part of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and it isn't your house. I'll walk however I wish. What does it have to do with you? Xianxia looked at the person before him and smiled indifferently. Xianxia, do you have to make it difficult for me? Lu Shirji's face sank. He understood in his herd that this Xianxia probably already knew of his intentions. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't obstruct his path. He'd waited for 2 months and had finally found such a good opportunity to kill the weed by the roots. Now, his heart was filled with grievance as he noticed that his plans were about to be destroyed by Xianxia. At the start on that day, he'd only humiliated Duan Ling Tian for the sake of standing out for Fanjian. After that, when he thought about it, and thought of Duan Ling Tian's monstrous and matchless natural talent, an intent to kill the weed by the roots had arisen within his heart. From that time onwards, he's always been looking for an opportunity. Today, with great difficulty, he'd received the news that Duan Ling Tian had left the Seven-Star Sword sect, and he didn't dare dally for a moment as he flashed down Dubhe Peak, all for the sake of catching up to Duan Ling Tian and killing him to avoid any future troubles. Unexpectedly, an unwelcome busybody had showed up to obstruct his path. Make it difficult for you? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lu Shirgu. Then he swept Lu Shirgu with his indifferent gaze. Lu Shirgu, you seem to think too highly of yourself? Do you think you're worthy? Lu Shirgu took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the rage in his heart. The person before him was far from something Duan Ling Tian could compare to. Moreover, not to mention Xianxia's own strength was much more formidable than his. Xianxia's father was even the peak master of Mizar Peak, an existence that even the clan behind him was unable to offend. Since you aren't making it difficult for me, then it couldn't be better. Lu Shirji's figure flashed out, wanting to go around Xianxia and head down Dubhe Peak. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's figure flashed out to follow him like a shadow, causing him to be unable to move a single inch. Xianxia, don't go too far. Lu Shirgu was eventually unable to endure it any longer, and his eyes squinted as he glared at Xianxia. He wasn't willing to miss this chance to kill Duan Ling Tian, as once he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next time he would find such a good opportunity would be. With Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, once Duan Ling Tian matured in the future, surpassing him was only a matter of time. He could imagine that when Duan Ling Tian had grown to a point that had surpassed him, Duan Ling Tian would surely seek revenge. At that time, he would be completely in a passive position. So, he had to kill Duan Ling Tian before he was able to grow, because only in this way would he be able to wipe off any future trouble and allow himself to have no worries. What? Lu Shirgu, you want to fight me? Zhang Song's eyes squinted as he glared at Lu Shirgu with a faint smile on his face. From beginning until the end, his expression was calm, as if he didn't take Lu Shirgu seriously at all. Zhang Song, Lu Shirgu, will remember today's incident, when he realized it would be impossible for him to pursue Duanling Tian and kill the weed by the roots today. Lu Shirgu gritted his teeth as he left some words of retaliation before turning around and heading up Dubhe Peak. The disdain appeared on the corners of Zhang Song's mouth as he gazed at Lu Shirgu's disappearing figure. Outside the Seven-Star Sword Sect, towards the direction heading to Black Bamboo City. The figure that dashed like the wind seemed to have transformed into a gale as it swept towards the two Fergana horses that were galloping at full speed. This person that was swiftly flying forward was a middle-aged man, and as he dashed forward, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed to condense into form above him. His cultivation was extremely obvious. First level of the void-prying stage. A wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth when he saw the Fergana horses getting closer and closer, his eyes revealing a burning desire. The muscle meridian rebirth scroll is mine. However, in the next moment, the smile that had only just appeared on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth had frozen. It was only because an even swifter sound of wind sounded out in his ears, and before he could even react to it, he'd noticed that a figure had surpassed him in the blink of an eye, and the figure stopped in the distance. Although he was shocked by this person's cultivation, the middle-aged man had no intention of paying any attention to the person. His figure flashed, intending to go around this person. Zhao Lin. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained thick origin energy mixed within it had pierced into Zhao Lin's ears, causing the vital energy and blood in Zhao Lin's body to roil, and Zhao Lin didn't dare continue dashing forward. After Zhao Lin stopped, he was only able to ease up his trembling internal organs slightly after taking a deep breath. Zhao Lin gazed in terror at the person who had his back towards him. Who are you? Finally, the person who had his back towards Zhao Lin slowly turned around, revealing his real appearance. It's you. Zhao Lin's face went grim when he saw the appearance of the person, as he'd never imagined that the person who would obstruct him would be this person. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Zhang Fan. Peak Master Zhang Fan. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Lin's face sank and he spoke with a questioning tone. Zhao Lin, the outer court disciple of Migra's Peak, wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan glanced at Zhao Lin with a calm gaze as he slowly said, Elder Zhao Lin, please go back. Zhang Fan, are you hell-bent on interfering in my matters? Zhao Lin looked at Zhang Fan and directly addressed Zhang Fan by name, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, Zhang Fan, don't forget who my grandfather is? Ha ha. Zhang Fan couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm extremely curious. Do you dare tell Elder Ming of your current actions? You! Zhao Lin's face went grim as his weak point was grabbed by Zhang Fan, and he was slightly angry from embarrassment. Zhang Fan looked at the direction of Dubhe Peak as he slowly said, Elder Zhao Lin, please. Zhao Lin's gaze descended into the distance, and those two Fergana horses had already completely vanished from his field of vision. He understood in his heart that now, not to mention Zhang Fan interfering in this matter, even if Zhang Fan wasn't interfering, he still might not be able to catch up to his target. Humph! Zhao Lin coldly swept Zhang Fan with his gaze, then turned around and headed back towards the Seven-Star Sword Sect's Dubhe Peak. Zhang Fan followed him and flowing lights flashed within Zhang Fan's eyes. His thoughts seemed as if it had returned to yesterday. Peak Master, I have something that I want to ask for your help with. Speak, so long as it's within my ability. Then I absolutely won't refuse. I intend to leave the Seven-Star Sword Sect tomorrow, but I'm worried that someone will want to harm me. I hope that Peak Master is able to help me leave safely. Duanling Tian owes Peak Master a debt of gratitude. It's only a small matter. I agree to your request. Thank you, Peak Master. Flowing lights flashed within Zhang Fan's eyes and his heart was filled with wonder. How the heck did that little fellow offend Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage outer court elder, and he thought nothing of Zhao Lin. However, the person behind Zhao Lin was someone that even he who had already broken through to the void initiation stage now, and him he still felt reverence and fear towards. Go! Go! Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei were side by side as they spurred their Fergana horses forward, quickly arriving at Black Bamboo City to meet up with Xianxia. After they changed into casual clothes, they were prepared to head towards the location of Solitary Summit. The Solitary Summit was extremely far away from the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and this time Duan Ling Tian had made sufficient preparations to make a long journey. According to Xianxia, it would require spending almost 5 months to arrive at Solitary Summit from here. In other words, it would be nearly 1 year for a return journey. Of course, this was only the time estimated by Xianxia. When Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 spurred their horses to gallop violently and endured the hardships of an arduous journey, it had only been 4 months when they arrived nearby Solitary Summit. Xianxia, how far is Solitary Summit from here? After hurrying along on their journey for 4 months, Duan Ling Tian was worn out from the journey, and slight exhaustion was mixed within between his brows. He hadn't rested properly throughout these 4 months. He'd cultivated as they hurried on their journey. At the same time that a Fergana horse was extremely swift when traveling, it was also extremely stable. So it didn't stop Duan Ling Tian from cultivating while traveling. Xianxia gazed at the surroundings and said slowly, "Young master, we'll be there soon. It's at most another half-day's ride away." Although Xianxia had traveled for 4 months as well, he was still brimming with energy and vitality. This was something that was entirely different from Duan Ling Tian. Of course, all of this was because of Xianxia's deep cultivation. Moreover, during the journey, Xianxia's cultivation that had recovered to the 6th level of the void-prying stage had broken through once again, and he'd officially stepped into the ranks of the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then looked at Li Fei, who was beside him and equally exhausted. "Little Fei, endure it for a little while longer. We'll soon be able to rest." "Scoundrel, I'm fine." Li Fei nodded with a strong expression, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to ache slightly. He even slightly regretted bringing Li Fei along. Even though all the bandits they'd encountered on the way during these 4 months had been killed by Xianxia, and there was no need for them to worry about it, but because of the long-term accumulation of the lack of rest, it had caused Duan Ling Tian's and Li Fei's bodies and minds to be exhausted. Fortunately, Li Fei's cultivation had broken through on the way. Otherwise, she might not have been able to persist until now. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through, and Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had similarly broken through as well. Cultivating and traveling day and night all along the way had allowed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation to smoothly break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. At the same time that they continued on their journey, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "Even if I don't utilize a spirit weapon now, my strength is comparable to the strength of 121 ancient mammoths, and I'm already stronger than ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artists. Ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artists only have the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Moreover, along with my breakthrough to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy has broken through again. The current quake energy's scope of effect has increased to the strength of 70 ancient mammoths." As he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian experienced a wave of excitement. "However, I'm currently still inferior to that Lu Shigu." In next to no time, the excitement on Duan Ling Tian's face vanished, as if he was splashed with a bucket of cold water, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold brilliance. Lu Shigu, 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. At full strength, Lu Shigu's strength was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. If Lu Shigu were to utilize his spirit sword, then his strength would be even more formidable. "Scoundrel, what are you thinking of?" Suddenly, Li Fei's voice that was pleasant to the ear resounded, causing Duan Ling Tian to return to his senses. "Nothing." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, the icy coldness within his eyes instantly vanishing without a trace. He didn't tell Li Fei about the matter with Lu Shigu as he was afraid that Li Fei would be worried. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 once again traveled for half a day. They traveled until the scorching sun was setting in the west, and only then did they see a dangerously steep mountain that was like a pillar that held up the heavens in the distance. This mountain shot up directly into the clouds, and it caused one to be unable to help from being shocked when one laid eyes upon it. "Young master, that mountain is the solitary summit," Xianxia said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his gaze slightly moved downwards to descend into the distance. In the distance, a vast and magnificent ancient city rose up from the ground within this desert, like an enormous beast that was dormant there, stunning the hearts of everyone. "Xianxia, what city is this?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Li Fei's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and her gaze descended onto the ancient city in the distance. "Young master, this is the ancient city of Everlast," Xianxia replied respectfully. The ancient city of Everlast is the city within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that possesses the longest history. Allegedly, this ancient city already stood within this vast desert before the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom even existed. Ancient city of Everlast? Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up as he looked at the unending streams of people, horses, and carriages. He asked curiously, "This ancient city of Everlast looks like it's rather bustling. Is there something special about it?" An ancient city that was established in the middle of the desert and was near the solitary summit was actually able to attract so many merchants, and this caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to be filled with curiosity. "Young master, the ancient city of Everlast can be said to be the largest trade city within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. All the businesses within this city were born for the sake of profit. Unlike ordinary cities, there aren't any courtyard houses that are specially provided for people to stay in. If one isn't someone who's doing business here, then one can only stay within the inns here." Xianxia continued. "The largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Duan Ling Tian felt it was slightly difficult to believe. A city established in such a bleak and desolate place actually has such a great background? "Young master, there's this saying that's been spread within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If you want to acquire a certain thing you want, if the ancient city of Everlast doesn't have it, then it's impossible to encounter it in any other place within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom," Xianxia said slowly. "Now that you put it like this, I'm interested in this city. We'll find an inn to stay in for the night and properly experience the local customs and practices here. We'll head up the solitary summit another day." It wasn't easy to finally be able to make a trip out of the 7-star sword sect, and Duan Ling Tian intended to take Li Fei on a nice tour of the city, as he couldn't just finish what he'd come for and directly return. If he did it like that, it would be too uninteresting. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian. As similarly to Duan Ling Tian, she was filled with curiosity and yearning towards this ancient city. "Young master," Xianxia warned Duan Ling Tian when he saw they were about to enter the ancient city. "Experts are numerous like the clouds within the ancient city of Everlast. Even an inconspicuous man on the road could very likely be a void stage expert, coupled with this place being extremely far from the imperial city, and that it is considered a no-man's land. Bloody slaughters often occur here. Within the ancient city of Everlast, martial artists without a certain level of strength are only able to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves, as they're extremely afraid of courting disaster." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his expression became slightly serious. This ancient city of Everlast couldn't be looked at like how he looked at other ordinary cities. Li Fei withdrew a veil when they had almost reached the ancient city of Everlast, and only then did she spur her horse to enter the ancient city with Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia. As soon as they entered the ancient city, they could feel the dense aura of a market assaulting their faces. On the street within the ancient city, carriages and horses were like long dragons that flowed in endless streams, and the city was extremely bustling. Many stalls were laid out on both sides of the street, and these stalls either sold medicinal pills, spirit weapons, or various materials. There were youths, young men, middle-aged men, and even old men that were the owners of these stalls. Duan Ling Tian spread out his spiritual force as he spurred his horse forward. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. His gaze descended onto the owner of a nearby stall. This was a hunchbacked old man who was standing behind the stall and bargaining with another. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian was able to confirm that this hunchbacked old man was a void-prying stage martial artist, and the old man's strength ought to be at the second level of the void-prying stage. Looks like what Xiong Quan said earlier wasn't wrong at all. Within this ancient city of Everlast, any person on the street might be a void stage expert. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and became slightly vigilant. Scoundrel, how about we stay at that inn? Look, there's even a restaurant opposite the inn. When they passed a corner, the eyes of Li Fei, who had a sharp gaze, suddenly lit up as she looked into the distance. Duanling Tian followed Li Fei's gaze to look over when he heard her. An ancient styled inn appeared before his eyes. Beside the inn, a restaurant silently stood there. This restaurant was extremely special, as it was quiet and elegant. The first floor of the restaurant had been completely emptied, and it was filled with various plants that were placed in a circle, causing one to feel extremely comfortable when gazing upon it. Whereas the center of the plants was the stairway that led to the second floor. The structure of this restaurant caused Duanling Tian's eyes to light up. Duanling Tian spurred his horse forward with Li Fei and Xiong Quan, and they quickly passed by the restaurant. Eternal Jade Restaurant? Duanling Tian's eyes were sharp, and he was able to see the signboard of the restaurant with a single glance. Scoundrel! This restaurant is so quiet. Li Fei glanced at the second floor of the restaurant in surprise. There were many customers sitting within the second floor, and they were either tasting tea, drinking wine, eating, or chatting, but they had all intentionally suppressed their voices and didn't disturb the other people. An atmosphere like this appearing within the restaurant caused Duanling Tian to be unable to help himself from revealing surprise. A truly strange restaurant. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled, then looked at the opposite inn. We'll first get our rooms within this inn, then we'll come out and eat. Drain Pool Inn. Duanling Tian glanced at the inn signboard, then spurred his horse forward to arrive before the inn's door. Instantly, 3 of the attendants that stood in a row outside the door came forwards, and they respectfully received the reins of the Fergana horses from Duanling Tian's group of 3, then led the Fergana horses away. Duanling Tian's group of 3 walked into the inn, and the counter was directly in front of them. A woman around the age of 27 or 28 stood behind the counter, and when he set eyes upon the woman, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. He only recovered his senses when Li Fei put her hand on his waist and gave it a twist. Although this woman's appearance was inferior to Li Fei, there wasn't too much of a difference. But for an unknown reason, it seemed as if traces of a charming energy was between the woman's brows, causing others to easily be lost within. Charming technique? After Duanling Tian became clear-headed, his mood surged. The memories of the rebirth martial emperor contained records of charming techniques. Charming techniques were a cultivation method used by women. Once it was cultivated to mastery, it was capable of causing men to lose themselves within it, and allow the woman to manipulate the man at will. Amongst Duanling Tian's group of 3, only Duanling Tian was affected by the charming technique of the woman behind the counter. Xiong Quan's cultivation was deep and his gaze was clear. He remained unmoved. As for Li Fei, she was a woman, so she naturally wouldn't be charmed by a woman. Duanling Tian understood that this woman ought to be the manager of this drain pool inn, and he walked over to the counter and said, "Manager!" But the woman who supported herself on the counter and had her hand against her beautiful cheek seemed as if she entirely didn't hear Duanling Tian. Her eyes that were like a green lake gazed straight towards something outside the inn. Duanling Tian followed the woman's gaze to look over, and he noticed that the woman's gaze had descended onto a slovenly young man who sat by the window on the second floor of the opposite restaurant. This slovenly young man was around 30 years old. He had a face covered in stubble and his hair was casually draped on his shoulders, seeming to be neglectful of his appearance. He held a wine gourd in his hand as he leaned on the side of the window and drank wine. Suddenly, Duanling Tian saw that the slovenly young man seemed as if he'd noticed Duanling Tian's gaze, and the young man turned around to nod and smile to Duanling Tian. even though the slovenly young man turned away right after he finished nodding. But Duanling Tian still saw his appearance clearly. This was a handsome young man with starry eyes and sword-shaped brows, and his rectangular face that was covered with stubble was filled with vigor. His pair of experienced eyes seemed to be recounting that he'd once experienced countless vicissitudes of life. This is a person with a story. This thought couldn't help but arise within Duanling Tian's heart. Oh! He's unwilling to spare me a single glance after all. Suddenly, a sigh sounded out by Duanling Tian's ears, and only now did he notice that the beautiful manager behind the counter had already come back to her senses and was muttering to herself. Duanling Tian had a strange gaze. This beautiful manager spoke off wouldn't be that slovenly young man that's drinking wine on the second floor of the opposite restaurant, right? Finally, the beautiful manager lifted her head and looked at Duanling Tian's group of 3 as she asked, "The 3 of you want to stay?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. "How many rooms do you want?" the beautiful manager asked. 2, Duanling Tian said. In next to no time, the beautiful manager took out 2 keys and passed them to Duanling Tian. "First sky room, second sky room, is free of charge. All of you can stay for as long as you want." At the same time that Duanling Tian received the keys, he heard the beautiful manager, and he was completely stunned. Free of charge? Could it be that if you're handsome then it's free? Duanling Tian said inwardly. Why? When Duanling Tian was still dazed, Li Fei looked at the beautiful manager and asked with a curious expression. The beautiful manager glanced at Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes that were like jade lakes revealed a trace of recollection. "Little girl, when I see you, it's as if I've seen myself from all those years ago. As for why your stay is free of charge, it's because he looked at your man and smiled at your man." What the beautiful manager said caused Duanling Tian to recover from his shock. So it turned out that the beautiful manager didn't make their stay free because of his appearance. Li Fei was unable to wrap her head around it when she heard the beautiful manager, as she completely didn't know what the beautiful manager was saying. Exactly. A charming smile appeared on the beautiful manager's face. He rarely smiles at others. Since he smiled at your man, it shows that your man is out of the ordinary. A person that's able to make him smile can stay in my inn for free, no matter how long. What the beautiful manager said caused Li Fei to be even more confused. Presently, it was probably only Duanling Tian who was able to understand the meaning behind the beautiful manager's words, because only he saw the slovenly young man on the opposite restaurant earlier, and only he saw the slovenly young man smile at him. Looks like the beautiful manager of this drain pool secretly loves that slovenly young man, and that slovenly young man ought to know of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't only glance at me and smile at me before turning around. In this instant, Duanling Tian successfully guessed many things. Duanling Tian thanked the beautiful manager, then passed one of the keys in his hand to Xianxia before taking Li Fei to step onto the inn stairs. Duanling Tian lightly turned around, and he could see that the beautiful manager had once again continued to peep at the slovenly young man. "I never expected that we would only just arrive at the ancient city of Everlast, and were already able to encounter such an interesting thing." A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. When she heard Duanling Tian's muttering, Li Fei's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of curiosity as she slowly asked, "Scoundrel, what interesting thing? Do you know something? I'll tell you when we get to our room." Duanling Tian smiled mysteriously. Then he took Li Fei's hand and found the first sky room before opening the door to enter. Then he turned his hand around to look the door. "Scoundrel!" Li Fei just wanted to continue asked when she noticed Duanling Tian emitting a gaze that was like a hungry wolf, and she instantly seemed as if she'd realized something. Her delicate figure trembled and her beautiful face flushed rosy. Duanling Tian pounced towards Li Fei like a hungry wolf pouncing to eat. After a while of being locked together, Duanling Tian embraced Li Fei, who wore an expression of satisfaction as he quietly lay on the bed, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Li Fei lay on Duanling Tian's sturdy shoulders as she asked curiously, "Scoundrel, you still haven't told me. What did you notice earlier?" Obviously, Li Fei was extremely interested in the matter relating to the beautiful manager. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and slowly told Li Fei of what he had noticed without a single omission. Then he asked, "Is it interesting? It can't be, right?" Li Fei was dazed for a moment when she heard Duan Ling Tian, then muttered, "That manager earlier was so outstanding. Yet she actually likes a slovenly drunkard that doesn't care about his appearance? That drunkard has really accumulated good fortune from many lifetimes. Also, the most annoying of it all is that drunkard actually doesn't appreciate it." As she finished speaking, Li Fei was slightly enraged, and she felt an injustice had been done to the beautiful manager. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless. He was really unable to fully understand the thoughts of a woman. As far as he was concerned, even if that slovenly young man was a drunkard, so what about it? He still had the right to choose. Liking is liking and not liking is not liking, and it wasn't something that a suit of beauty could affect. They rested for a while longer and the sky gradually dimmed. Duan Ling Tian slapped Li Fei's bulging butt. "Little Fei, get up and get dressed. We'll go to the opposite restaurant to eat, then go for a walk in the ancient city of Everlast's night market." Li Fei's beautiful face blushed rosy and her gaze blurred. Her blushing face was only covered after she wore her clothes and put on her veil. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had gotten dressed as well. Duan Ling Tian brought Li Fei out, then called Xiong Quan before the three of them left the inn. Before leaving the inn, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the beautiful manager still supported herself on the counter, supporting her cheek with her hand as she gazed at the opposite restaurant. Could it be? Duan Ling Tian walked out of the inn and raised his head to gaze over, and only now did he notice that, as expected, the slovenly young man was still leaning on the window as he drank wine. Humph! When Li Fei noticed the slovenly young man, she snorted in a low voice, seeming to be extremely displeased with the slovenly young man. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then he took Li Fei's hand and walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant with Xiong Quan following behind him. He stepped onto the staircase that was surrounded by jade green plants and walked up to the second floor. Although there were many people having a meal on the second floor of the restaurant, it seemed to be incomparably quiet. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had only just sat down when a beautiful woman whose beauty wasn't inferior to the beautiful manager of Drainpool Inn and had a similar age to the inn manager had walked over, then lightly smiled as she asked, "Customers, what will you have?" Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when this woman appeared, the calm gaze of the slovenly man that leaned on the window while drinking wine had suddenly lit up and descended onto this woman. At this moment, in the eyes of the slovenly young man, it seemed as if only this woman remained in the world, and no other thing remained. This sort of gaze was extremely familiar to Duan Ling Tian, as it would only appear when one was facing their true love. Looks like this slovenly young man likes this woman. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Could it be that this was the love triangle of legends? Li Fei looked at the woman and blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked curiously, "Big sister, are you the manager of this restaurant?" "Sort of." The woman lightly smiled as she nodded. "Sort of." Li Fei was stunned as she didn't understand the meaning behind the woman's words. The woman continued, "This restaurant was opened by me and my husband." Duan Ling Tian's eyes were sharp and he was able to notice that when the woman said husband, her gaze couldn't help but dim slightly, and traces of inexplicable feelings were mixed within. She seemed to be extremely unconfident. Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. This woman seemed to be extremely unconfident when she mentioned her own husband. It was slightly strange. "So that's how it is." Li Fei smiled. She'd noticed the woman's lack of confidence in her eyes. But Li Fei didn't ask any further. After all, every household had its own troubles. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned as she gazed at the slovenly young man who leaned on the window and drank wine, then slowly said to the woman, "Big sister, why does your restaurant let anyone come up here? This slovenly drunkard seems to have stayed in your restaurant for an extremely long time, right? Doesn't he affect your restaurant's business? Do you want us to help you drive him out?" As she finished speaking, Li Fei's eyes had traces of excitement mixed within. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Looks like it was difficult for Li Fei to get over the matter of the slovenly young man disregarding the beautiful inn manager. When the beautiful restaurant manager who stood before Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei heard Li Fei, she was stunned, then couldn't refrain from bursting out in laughter, and her laughing appearance was extremely pleasing to the eye. "Big sister, what are you laughing at?" Li Fei's beautiful eyes contained a trace of a puzzled expression when she saw the beautiful restaurant manager suddenly bursting out laughing. The manager shook her head and smiled as she said slowly, "Miss, he's my husband." Ah! When they heard what she said, not only was Li Fei stunned, even Duan Ling Tian was stunned as well. That slovenly young man is the husband of this restaurant's manager? The husband that could cause her to have an unconfident feeling? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. Have the ways of the world changed? Such a beautiful restaurant manager would actually be unconfident when mentioning a slovenly husband? Little brother. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing Duan Ling Tian's face to go grim. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and only now did he notice that the slovenly young man had suddenly appeared to stand by the restaurant manager's side, and lightly smiled to him. "We meet again. Yes, we meet again." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and his heartbeat quickened. When did this slovenly young man appeared by the restaurant manager's side? His acute spiritual force actually didn't notice in the slightest. "Young master, he isn't simple." Right at this moment, Xianxia's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Xianxia's voice obviously contained a sense of fear mixed within. Actually, even if Xianxia didn't warn him, Duan Ling Tian would also have noticed that this slovenly young man wasn't simple. This young man looked slovenly and paid no attention to his appearance. But in truth, he was a person who was extremely particular about things. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian didn't carefully observe the slovenly young man, so he hadn't noticed it yet. Now, Duan Ling Tian was instead able to discern this from the slovenly young man's bright and clean face. So it turned out that this young man's slovenliness and paying no care to his appearance was only a disguise. You two know each other." When the restaurant manager saw Duan Ling Tian and her husband greeting each other, she had an astonished expression. The slovenly young man stretched out his hand to take the manager's slender hand and tightly grasped it. Then he said with a light smile, "I saw him entering Xianxi's inn." Xianxi. Suddenly, the manager's delicate figure trembled. "Ha!" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. At this moment, he was able to notice that when the restaurant manager heard the slovenly young man mention the name Xianxi, she was obviously slightly unusual. Moreover, at that moment, the lack of confidence on the manager was even more obvious. Xianxi. Could it be that it's the name of that inn's manager? Duan Ling Tian guessed inwardly. Looks like the restaurant manager and her husband know the inn manager. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts became cleared gradually. That inn's manager obviously liked the slovenly young man, whereas the slovenly young man was the husband of the restaurant's manager. Moreover, his heart obviously only had the restaurant manager within it. This was something that could be discerned from how he disregarded the inn manager but was tender and protective to the restaurant manager. But, although the heart of the slovenly young man was completely on the restaurant manager seemed to still be extremely unconfident. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around no matter how he thought about it. It was too complicated. Logically speaking, the lack of confidence of the restaurant manager was completely not required, because the heart of her husband was completely on her, and besides her, there was no one else in his heart. Perhaps, there's another reason. Duan Ling Tian could only think like this. The slovenly young man lightly pinched his wife's palm, then looked at Li Fei and changed the topic. "Little lady, you asked my wife if she needed you to help her drive me out?" I. Li Fei's beautiful face beneath her veil flushed, and for a time, she didn't know what to say. Actually, right at the beginning when she found out the slovenly young man was the husband of the restaurant manager, she'd known that she had misunderstood the slovenly young man. It wasn't that the slovenly young man didn't take a fancy to the inn manager, but he already had a wife. It's all a misunderstanding. Duan Ling Tian helped Li Fei ease the situation. Then he lightly smiled to the slovenly young man and the restaurant manager. May I know the name of big brother and sister? Duan Ling Tian helped change the topic. This slovenly young man was unfathomable, and it caused him to feel afraid. The slovenly young man glanced at the restaurant manager when he heard Duan Ling Tian, seeming to be seeking her opinion. The restaurant manager lightly nodded. Little brother, I'm Zhang Shou-yong, and this is my wife Wang Qiong. The slovenly young man nodded with a smile to Duan Ling Tian. He obviously didn't fuss about what Li Fei had said earlier and was extremely magnanimous. So it's big brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled. I'm Duan Ling Tian. This is my fiancée, Li Fei. I hope that big brother Zhang and sister-in-law can forgive us for the offense earlier. Brother Ling Tian, you're joking. It's only a small matter. Like the saying goes, ignorance can be forgiven. Zhang Shou-yong shook his head and had an expression of indifference as he didn't mind. The manager pair of Eternal Jade Restaurant were easygoing people. They only laughed it off and didn't take Li Fei's offense to heart. Wang Qiong looked at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, and flowing lights revolved within her beautiful eyes as she asked with a slight smile. Brother Ling Tian, what are you and little sister Li Fei having? Sister-in-law, you choose the dishes for us. We don't avoid any foods. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. Okay. Wang Qiong smiled and nodded. Then she turned around and went to prepare the food. As for Zhang Shou-yong, he nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and Li Fei then returned to sit before the window, then leaned on the side of the window as he picked up the wine gourd and drank wine by himself. The wine gourd in his hand was like a bottomless pit, and the wine within was forever unable to be finished. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If it wasn't for him having already seen through Zhang Shou-yong's disguise, perhaps he would really think that the slovenly young man was only a drunkard. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Fei, and as he recalled the scene of Li Fei acting against Zhang Shou-yong, he couldn't help but laugh. Scoundrel, don't laugh. When Li Fei saw Duan Ling Tian staring at her as he laughed, how could she not know what Duan Ling Tian was laughing about? She was instantly slightly angry from embarrassment. All right, I won't laugh. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and didn't tease the little girl any longer. Little Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved about as she asked curiously, Scoundrel, where do you think that big brother Zhang got such great charm? He already has a wife that's as beautiful as a flower, but he actually also has another beautiful manager that likes him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Since ancient times, love was undoubtedly the most complicated. Who is capable of making a matter of love clear? Scoundrel. I noticed that big sister Wang Qiong seemed to be slightly unconfident when facing big brother Zhang. Did you notice? Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I did. Scoundrel, do you want to know why? Li Fei's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to understand the matters between the manager and her husband a step further. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but smile. This little girl's curiosity is actually so great. But Duan Ling Tian touched his heart and asked himself, and in his heart, he too was undoubtedly filled with curiosity towards this matter. Duan Ling Tian saw the strand of bright light that flashed within Li Fei's beautiful eyes, and he asked curiously, What? You have a way to find out? Li Fei smiled mysteriously but temporarily didn't tell Duan Ling Tian of her plans. This caused Duan Ling Tian to gnash his teeth with hatred, and he wished for nothing more than to punish Li Fei on the spot. In next to no time, their food was served. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat as well, Duan Ling Tian said to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan had followed them to endure the hardships of the arduous journey, and he hadn't eaten a proper meal for the last 4 months. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down respectfully. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li Fei had only taken a few mouthfuls before she left her seat and walked towards the manager. Big sister Wang Qiong, let me help you. Now, Duan Ling Tian understood Li Fei's plan. Looks like Li Fei wanted to sound Wang Qiong out like this. This restaurant looks nice. Us brothers will eat here today. Suddenly, a wave of clamorous noise entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. In next to no time, a few middle-aged men could be seen to be chatting and laughing loudly as they walked up the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Their uproarious talk and laughter had broken the peace on the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Ling Tian frowned. The other customers who were having food in the restaurant frowned as well. They all had displeased expressions. This restaurant is rather quiet, one of the middle-aged men said in astonishment. And within this quiet second floor of the restaurant, his voice was like a thunderclap. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly resounded out. Eternal Jade Restaurant prohibits clamors. If customers aren't able to do this, then please leave. When he heard this voice, Duan Ling Tian looked at the slovenly young man who leaned at the side of the window. Presently, it was precisely this unusual restaurant manager, Zhang Shouyong, that was speaking. The middle-aged men were stunned when their voices were suppressed by Zhang Shouyong. In next to no time, they recovered from their shock, then walked over with large strides to surround Zhang Shouyong by the window. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. "You're just a stinking drunkard. Yet you dare chide us lords? This lord wants to tell you that when I enter a restaurant, I always do as I please. Since when did a drunkard dare be so arrogant? Truly courting death. Stinking drunkard. If you have the guts, then say it one more time. See if your uncle doesn't throw you down." The other middle-aged men looked at Zhang Shouyong with faces that revealed a smile of madness. Finally, Zhang Shouyong had his head lowered and was drinking wine all along finally moved. "The Eternal Jade Restaurant doesn't welcome all of you." Zhang Shouyong slowly spoke, and after he finished, he once again picked up the wine gourd and took another mouthful of wine. Then his head slightly swayed, exactly like a stinking drunkard. "These fellows are going to suffer." Duan Ling Tian sat afar and just happened to see the trace of fierceness that flashed within Zhang Shouyong's eyes, and his heart jerked slightly. "Ha ha!" The middle-aged men burst into laughter when they heard Zhang Shouyong, and after they finished laughing, they wanted to mock him once more. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. Whoosh! Suddenly, an eye-piercing sound of something tearing through the air sounded out. In the next moment, in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian, those middle-aged men emitted shrill cries and seemed as if they'd flown out the window on their own. Bang! 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 Outside the window, heavy sounds of weighty object hitting the ground resounded out, and accompanying it were a wave of miserable shrill cries. So fast! Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely Zhang Shouyong that had tossed them out earlier. However, he'd only heard the ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air when Zhang Shouyong attacked, yet didn't see Zhang Shouyong make any movement, even to the extent that the silhouette that condensed into form above Zhang Shouyong flashed before disappearing swiftly, causing his eyes to be unable to catch a glimpse. "Xiongquan, did you see him attack clearly?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiongquan and asked in a low voice. Xiongquan nodded with a serious expression, and after a short moment, he said, "His speed is extremely swift. Even I didn't see clearly the silhouettes that flashed above him. But what I can be sure of is that he is stronger than me." Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted when he heard what Xiongquan said. Even Xiongquan is embarrassed by his inability when facing this Zhang Shouyong? After all, after the origin-sealing parasite was completely removed from him, not only had Xiongquan recovered his cultivation at the 6th level of the void-prying stage, but now, his cultivation had even broken through to the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Wouldn't this mean that the strength of Zhang Shouyong was at the 9th level of void-prying stage or above? It was difficult for him to imagine it. A young man that seemed to be a little over 30 actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, then stretched out his acute spiritual energy, wanting to rely on his spiritual energy and the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor to examine Zhang Shouyong's cultivation, but the results exceeded his expectations. When his spiritual force merged into Zhang Shouyong's body, it was like a rock that sunk into the sea. It was exactly the same like when he examined the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, There were only two possibilities when such circumstances appeared. Possibility number 1. Zhang Shouyong was like Han Xuanai and knew of a method to conceal his cultivation, or the cultivation method he cultivated was able to restrain the aura of his cultivation. Possibility number 2. Zhang Shouyong was an expert at the void initiation stage. A void initiation stage expert at an age slightly over 30? He wouldn't feel that it was strange if a void initiation stage expert that was just slightly over 30 had appeared in the foreign lands. But now, it had appeared within the ancient city of Everlast that was within the domain of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and this caused Duanling Tian to feel that it was slightly inconceivable. In the end, Duanling Tian determined that Zhang Shouyong's circumstances should relate to the first possibility. Even then, his heart was still filled with shock. After all, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even throughout the entire Darkstone Empire or even the entire Darkhan dynasty, an expert that was above the 7th level of the void prying stage at an age that was just above 30 was an existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. After emitting a few shrill cries, the few middle-aged men that were thrown out the window by Zhang Shouyong went completely silent. Obviously, they'd realized how terrifying Zhang Shouyong was and had already left. The Eternal Jade restaurant returned to its quiet atmosphere once again. After Duanling Tian finished eating his fill, Li Fei had returned, and when he saw the smile that hung on her face, Duanling Tian knew that Li Fei had gained some results. Eat some more. Duanling Tian didn't anxiously ask Li Fei what she had gained, and instead waited for her to eat her fill first before asking, "Did you find out?" Li Fei nodded, and she had a slightly complacent expression. Duanling Tian's gaze lit up and he intended to pay his bill and leave. But Wang Qiong was unwilling to take his money. "Brother Ling Tian, I and little sister Li Fei felt like old friends at the moment we first met, coupled with you addressing my husband as big brother. How could it be proper for us to take your money? Keep it. Thank you, sister-in-law." Duanling Tian nodded and smiled, not persisting. Then he said his farewells to Zhang Shouyong before taking Li Fei's hand and leaving with Xiong Quan. After they left the Eternal Jade restaurant and were walking towards the ancient city of Everlast's night market, Duanling Tian gazed at Li Fei with a curious expression as he asked, "Little Fei, what did you find out?" Li Fei sighed. "It turns out that big sister Wang Qiong is a pitiable person as well." Pitiable person? Duanling Tian had a puzzled expression, and he listened intently. Big sister Wang Qiong was originally a woman with extremely superb natural talent in the martial Dao. Later on, she encountered an accident that caused her dantian to be damaged, and was unable to accumulate origin energy. According to what she said, Big Brother Zhang's natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high. This made her feel a sense of inferiority and caused her to have the feeling that she didn't deserve Big Brother Zhang. Li Fei said slowly. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Li Fei. So it turns out that the reason Wang Qiong lacked confidence was because she was unable to accumulate origin energy, whereas Zhang Shouyong was instead an expert in the martial Dao. He was able to understand this. An ordinary woman being together with a man that had extremely monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed a source of extreme pressure. But, since they'd already gotten married and were husband and wife, why would she still fuss about all this? Perhaps there's a knot in Wang Qiong's heart, Duanling Tian said inwardly. Moreover, this knot in her heart is very likely to be related to the beautiful manager in the Drain Pool Inn. Li Fei said, "I really misunderstood Big Brother Zhang earlier. It turns out that for the sake of Big Sister Wang Qiong, Big Brother Zhang was even willing to give up everything and follow her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open the Eternal Jade restaurant. Opening a restaurant had always been a dream of Big Sister Wang Qiong. Scoundrel." Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian and traces of shock appeared on her beautiful face. "I heard from Big Sister Wang Qiong that Big Brother Zhang is extremely formidable." She only smiled and shook her head when I asked her if Big Brother Zhang is a nascent soul stage martial artist. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a void stage expert? Nascent soul stage martial artist? Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei has really underestimated Zhang Shouyong. Little Fei, I can only say that the cultivation of that big brother Zhang is something even Xiongquan felt himself to be inferior to, Duanling Tian slowly said to Li Fei. What? Li Fei's beautiful face had a shocked expression when she heard Duanling Tian. She knew Xiongquan's cultivation, the 7th level of the void prying stage. Even amongst void prying stage martial artists, he could still be considered as one of the top. After being dumbstruck for a short moment, Li Fei looked at Xiongquan, seeming to want to get further confirmation from Xiongquan. It wasn't that she didn't believe Duanling Tian, but that matter was too shocking. Li Fei only completely confirmed it when she saw Xiongquan nod, and she had a shocked expression as she muttered, Big Brother Zhang's cultivation is actually more formidable than Xiongquan? Then wouldn't that mean that Big Brother Zhang is an expert that has surpassed the 7th level of the void prying stage? Gradually, Li Fei's eyes emitted a trace of jealousy. She was jealous of Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong was a woman that couldn't even cultivate. So, being able to possess unreserved love of such an outstanding man was undoubtedly a type of luck, a type of happiness. From the beginning until the end, that outstanding man had always showered her with tender love, and was even willing to give everything up and bring her along to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open a restaurant. All for the sake of helping her to realize the dreams she'd had all along. Duanling Tian took Li Fei's hand in an overbearing manner as he asked with a smile, What? My little Fei is jealous of others? Do you think I'm not as good as Big Brother Zhang? Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red and she lightly grunted. You philanderer! Big Brother Zhang is much more faithful than you. It can't be helped. You've already gone down the wrong path and you can't escape anymore. Duanling Tian laughed slyly as he pinched Li Fei's palm. He then brought Li Fei, who glanced at him with embarrassment, to take a stroll in the ancient city's night market. As the city with the largest trade area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the night market of the ancient city of Everlast was extremely bustling. It was to the extent that when Duanling Tian and Li Fei passed some places, they were occasionally able to see some people come into conflict due to some small matters, and it frequently ended with a slaughter. However, the pedestrians that passed by all looked on indifferently, as they seemed to be accustomed to all this and weren't surprised by it. It's truly a chaotic no-man's land. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Scoundrel, let's return. Li Fei's beautiful brows lightly frowned as she was slightly not accustomed to this. She was different to Duanling Tian after all. No matter what, Duanling Tian had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood during his previous life as a mercenary. So not only would he not be disgusted by all this, he would even feel it was slightly cordial. Okay. Duanling Tian noticed the slightly ghastly pale face of Li Fei's under the veil, and he nodded before pulling Li Fei's hand to turn around and return to the inn. Xiongquan followed closely behind Duanling Tian and Li Fei, and vigilantly observed their surroundings. Once someone dared to try harm Duanling Tian and Li Fei, he would make a move at the first possible moment to kill that person. Protecting the safety of the young master and the people by the young master's side is the reason for his existence. When they returned to Drainpool Inn, Duanling Tian noticed that the actions of the beautiful manager hadn't changed this entire time, and she was still staring at the slovenly young man in the opposite restaurant with an infatuated gaze. Duanling Tian shook his head, then took Li Fei's hand and brought her back to their room. Little Fei, since you're not accustomed to this place, we'll head to the solitary summit to look for Shangguanyen tomorrow, and we'll leave after we complete the task the young sect leader of the Boundless sect entrusted to me, Duanling Tian said to Li Fei. Li Fei lightly nodded, and she quickly fell onto the bed and entered a deep slumber. Duanling Tian's heart ached slightly as he gazed at Li Fei's exhausted face. He lightly stroked Li Fei's beautiful face that was as smooth as jade with eyes that were filled with tender love. At dawn the next day, Duanling Tian's group of 3 were prepared to leave. Let's go bid farewell to Big Sister Wang Qiong and Big Brother Zhang, Li Fei said to Duanling Tian before they had even left the inn. Duanling Tian nodded. However, when they left the inn, bathing under the fresh morning air, they instead noticed that the Eternal Jade restaurant hadn't opened yet, and Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Looks like we got up too early. Then we'll come bid our farewells on the way back before leaving. Li Fei suggested. Duan Ling Tian agreed. Then he and Li Fei spurred their horses to ride into the distance. Xiong Quan followed closely behind like a shadow. After they left the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Ling Tian's group of three headed towards the solitary summit. The solitary summit stood in the distance, and it was even more majestic than the seven-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. The solitary summit looked to be extremely near, but when Duan Ling Tian's group of three galloped at full force, it was already an hour later when they finally arrived at the foot of Solitary Summit. The mountain path on Solitary Summit was spacious and extremely flat. Thus it was completely possible to ascend the mountain with a horse. Duan Ling Tian's group of three spurred their horses up Solitary Summit. All along the way, there were a few buildings everywhere on the mountainside of Solitary Summit. They were either houses made of wood or bricks, or luxurious buildings that were like palaces. The Solitary Summit is so huge, finding Shangguanyen here is like looking for a needle in a haystack, asking people all along the way, yet not obtaining even the slightest information relating to Shangguanyen caused Duan Ling Tian they be unable to refrain from revealing a bitter smile as he felt that this was a difficult mission. I thought that we would be directly able to find Shangguanyen once we arrived at Solitary Summit, but I never expected that utterly no one knows him. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned and she was slightly vexed. The Solitary Summit is so huge, it isn't strange that they don't know Shangguanyen. Let's continue up the mountain and see if we can find out any information about Shangguanyen, Duan Ling Tian slowly said as he spurred his horse forward. Finally, when they arrived near the peak of Solitary Summit, Duan Ling Tian's group of three found some information about Shangguanyen. You're looking for Shangguanyen? An old man with a sturdy figure and stubble that covered his entire face was looking at Duan Ling Tian's group of three as he glared with his fierce eyes. Who are all of you to him? Senior, we're people from the Boundless sect. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he said to the old man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experiences of Rebirth Martial Emperor, he was able to discern that this old man was a 9th-level void-prying stage expert. The old man's strength wasn't inferior to the peak master of Migre's peak, Wu Dao. Boundless sect. When the old man heard Duan Ling Tian, he pondered for a moment before muttering. This sect, it's like I've heard it somewhere, right? That old goat Shangguanyen once said the sect he used to be in was called Boundless sect. Finally, the old man reacted to what Duan Ling Tian had told him. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of three and asked, all of you are Shangguanyen's later generation disciples? Later generation disciples? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched, yet he still nodded. Exactly, Shangguanyen is precisely the ancestor of our Boundless sect. Senior, we're looking for him because of an urgent matter. Do you know where he cultivates on Solitary Summit? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man in anticipation. Unexpectedly, the old man shook his head. I'm afraid all of you have come here for nothing. That Shangguanyen left Solitary Summit around 8 years ago. I originally thought he missed his disciples and had returned to Boundless sect. Now it would seem that it isn't so. What the old man said caused Duan Ling Tian's face to freeze. Shangguanyen already left Solitary Summit around 8 years ago? 8 years ago. At that time, the Boundless sect hadn't encountered disaster yet, whereas the Boundless sect's young sect leader thought that Shangguanyen was at Solitary Summit. In other words, Shangguanyen didn't return to Boundless sect. We've really come here for nothing. Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Shangguanyen had left Solitary Summit and had gone missing. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely huge. Not to mention him, even the Rebirth Martial Emperor at his peak strength might not be able to find Shangguanyen under the conditions that he didn't possess any clues. Thank you, Senior, Duan Ling Tian said to the old man, then left with Li Fei and Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, according to your knowledge, where else would Shangguanyen go besides the Solitary Summit? Duan Ling Tian held on the last strand of hope as he asked Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan smiled bitterly. Young master, even I don't know. Although Xiong Quan was the guardian elder of the Boundless sect, he only entered Boundless sect later on and had never met Shangguanyen. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew that wanting to find Shangguan Yen now was like finding a needle in a haystack. He could only temporarily put this matter down. Go! Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 spurred their horses along the spacious and flat mountain path to head down Solitary Summit. Xiong Quan spurred his horse to follow closely behind the other 2, like a shadow. As the saying goes, it's easier to go downhill than uphill, and this was absolutely true. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 had only spent half the time they took to go up the mountain when they arrived at the foot of the mountain. This was also after the time they used to inquire about Shangguan Yen all along their way up was removed. Scoundrel! Let's go bid our farewells to Big Brother Zhang and Big Sister Wang Qiong. Li Fei lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian, and even though her face was covered in a veil, it was still delicate and attractive. Okay. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a wisp of affection as he lightly nodded. Go! Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out from afar. A blue-clothed young man whipped his Fergana horse as he swiftly dashed towards Solitary Summit. Behind the young man, an old man followed close behind. Let's go! Duan Ling Tian slightly swept the blue-clothed young man with his gaze, then called out to Li Fei and Xiong Quan, intending to leave Solitary Summit. Right at this moment. Nay! Duan Ling Tian noticed that when the blue-clothed young man was just about to pass them and enter Solitary Summit, he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly pulled on his horse's reins, forcefully making his Fergana horse stop. Along with a wave of fluttering dust, the Fergana horse below the young man stopped. When Duan Ling Tian saw the gaze that was revealed from within the blue-clothed young man's eyes, his face sank. That was a gaze of brazen lust. Nay! The old man behind the blue-clothed young man had caught up, and he pulled on the horse's reins to make the Fergana horse below him stop before standing by the young man's side. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime's worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor, he was able to discern that the cultivation of this old man ought to be at the 5th level of the void-prying stage. As for the blue-clothed young man, he was around the age of 25 and possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Humph! Suddenly Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he snorted coldly, then spurred his horse forward to block off the lusty gaze the young man shot at Li Fei. His eyes stared fixedly at the young man and was filled with icy coldness. He wouldn't tolerate someone being disrespectful to his woman. Li Fei's beautiful face beneath the veil had sunken slightly when she noticed the young man's gaze earlier. Now, when she saw Duan Ling Tian blocking before her, it caused the gloominess on her face to vanish, replacing it with a slight smile of happiness. This was her man. A man that could be relied on. The young man's face couldn't help but sink when his gaze that was appreciating a beauty was blocked off, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shouted coldly, "Kid, fuck off." Although the woman wore a veil and he couldn't see her appearance clearly, he, who had inspected many women, was able to see that this was a beauty just from the pair of willow-shaped eyebrows and eyes that were like autumn water. She was absolutely a woman of top quality. This top-quality woman was far from the group of ordinary women at his home. Especially the hot body of this woman caused him to indulge in lewd fantasies, and his lower regions went hot. In his heart, a greedy desire arose, a desire to take this woman for himself. Now, he couldn't help but become slightly furious from his mood getting disturbed. Duan Ling Tian suddenly started laughing when he heard the young man asking him to fuck off, and a smile that had slight coldness mixed within appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to disappear before my eyes. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Bear the consequences." The young man was instinctively stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Then he recovered from his shock and couldn't refrain from laughing. The young man's eyes contained condescending contempt as he looked down on Duan Ling Tian. "Kid, you said earlier that you would give me 10 breaths time to disappear from before you. Otherwise, you would make me bear the consequences." Now, the young man even thought that he had heard it wrongly. Because no one dared talk to him like this, or threaten him like this, there's still another 8 breaths of time. Duan Ling Tian calmly gazed at the young man, his expression cold and indifferent as before, and he wasn't affected by the young man's words in the slightest. The young man finally confirmed that he didn't hear wrongly earlier. Instantly, he looked at Duanling Tian and laughed in ridicule. Kid, looks like you're really brave. The time of 8 breaths? Then let me tell you, I don't need the time of 8 breaths to make you a corpse. The young man's manner of speaking was filled with disdain and overbearingness. There's still another 6 breaths of time. Duanling Tian continued to speak with a calm tone, but within it was traces of killing intent mixed within. Uncle Lin. The disdain on the young man's face grew deeper as he suddenly shouted out in a low voice. Young master. The old man beside the young man respectfully replied. I want that kid and his servant to die within the time of 5 breaths. The young man spoke in a clear voice as he swept Duanling Tian and Xianxia with a cold and indifferent gaze, and his tone was as if killing the two of them was like a common occurrence to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man added, Uncle Lin, when you attack, you must not injure that little beauty. I want to bring her home to become my 27th concubine. Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, the young man burst out into laughter, and his voice was filled with lust and arrogance. 27th concubine? The coldness in Duanling Tian's eyes grew colder when he heard the young man, and he emitted an oppressive cold aura as he said in a cold voice. There's still 3 breaths of time. Uncle Lin, do it! The young man suddenly shouted out explosively, and his eyes revealed madness. As far as he was concerned, so long as he killed these 2 eyesores, that little beauty would be his. At that time, would she be at his mercy to play with? When he thought of that hot body and superb beauty about to become his plaything, the lusty glow in the young man's eyes grew brighter. Yes, young master. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the old man atop the Fergana horse by his side directly rose into the air from the Fergana horse and floated in mid-air. The old man's gaze was incomparably icy cold, and when it descended onto Duanling Tian and Xianxia, it was as if he was looking at 2 dead people. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old man, Duanling Tian and Xianxia were bound to die in the next moment. Kid, there are some people on this world that you can't afford to offend. Properly remember this in your next life. The young man looked at Duanling Tian as he laughed arrogantly, his eyes filled with viciousness. Is that so? Duanling Tian sneered, then shouted in a low voice. 10 breath of time is up. Xianxia. Yes, young master. Xianxia replied, and his eyes abruptly squinted and emitted awe-inspiring killing intent. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of wind howling resounded out. Duanling Tian's face sank as he noticed that the old man that floated in midair had disappeared before his eyes. At practically the same time, an awe-inspiring strong gale assaulted his face. Duanling Tian knew clearly that the old man was flashing towards him at an extremely swift speed, desiring to kill him. He could see 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensing into form in the air. This was precisely the mark of the 5th level of the void prying stage. Now, when this 5th level void prying stage old man attacked Duanling Tian, he even didn't utilize his spirit weapon or force. Perhaps, in his opinion, Duanling Tian still didn't have the qualifications to make him use a spirit weapon of force. In the distance, when the young man who sat atop the Fergana horse saw this scene, he revealed an expression of madness and lust. Die! Die! Once you're dead, the little beauty by your side will be mine. Right at this moment. Whoosh! An incomparably swift figure whistled out, and accompanying it was an explosive shout that was like a thunderclap. A mere 5th level void prying stage dares be presumptuous before my young master? It was Xianxia who had moved, and in the blink of an eye, before the old man could approach Duanling Tian, he'd already descended before Duanling Tian to float in midair and stop the old man. Above Xianxia, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes increased unceasingly. 8,000. 9,000. When the ancient mammoth silhouettes increased to 9,999, all of them shook before completely converging together and causing the clouds and mist to roil. When the clouds and mist dispersed, a winding colossus descended to appear before everyone's eyes. This colossus was a few tens of meters long, and its strong figure circled in the air, seeming lifelike. Its blood mouth would occasionally open to breathe the clouds and mist, bring forth a shocking sight to everyone. The colossus was 50% or 60% similar to the azure dragon in Duanling Tian's impression, but it was much smaller than the azure dragon. Moreover, its appearance seemed even more ferocious, possessing extreme deterrent force. Horned dragon. This was an ancient horned dragon. During the ancient times, the strength of an ancient horned dragon could compare to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Now, Xianxia's strength had surged to be comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon, similar to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Seventh level void prying stage. A trembling voice suddenly sounded out, and mixed within it was traces of fear. The sound was emitted from the old man that had charged at Duanling Tian like a bolt of lightning. But when Xianxia appeared before Duanling Tian, he hurriedly flashed backwards and floated in midair. As he gazed at the lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xianxia, the old man's eyes emitted terror that came from the soul. This middle-aged man's drew upon the energy of heaven and earth as his body moved to condense an ancient horned dragon silhouette. He didn't use a spirit weapon nor utilize force. The old man already knew what this meant. 7th level of the void prying stage. This was a 7th level void prying stage expert. This is an ancient horned dragon? Duanling Tian's gaze shot towards the sky above Xianxia. Although he'd already known earlier that Xianxia had broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage and knew from the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor that when Xianxia attacked, he would be able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense an ancient horned dragon silhouette. It was still the first time he'd seen an expert at the 7th level of the void prying stage in battle. The first time he'd seen an ancient horned dragon. Ancient horned dragon? Li Fei had a confused expression, as she's never even heard of an ancient horned dragon. Little Fei, on Cloud Continent, martial artists are able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth when they attack and develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, when the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes reach 10,000, they will automatically transform into an ancient horned dragon. Duanling Tian noticed Li Fei's confusion and slowly explained. This is the rules of the Cloud Content, the Iron Law of Cloud Continent. In other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon is comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Li Fei came to a sudden understanding after she heard Duanling Tian's explanation, and completely wrapped her head around it. Ancient horned dragon. In the distance, the blue-clothed young man that sat atop the Fergana horse was completely dumbstruck when Xianxia made a move and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Only now did he recover from his shock. At the instant that he recovered from his shock, his eyes were filled with a luster of disbelief. No, impossible. How could this fledgling kid possible have a 7th level void prying stage expert by his side? No, impossible. Impossible. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. Subsequently, his chest was completely filled with a feeling of terror. Now, he only had a 5th level void prying stage martial artist by his side, whereas his opponent instead had a 7th level void prying stage expert by his side. His side obviously had no chance of victory. Fright arose within the blue-clothed young man's heart. Xianxia, kill this old fellow. Suddenly, Duanling Tian looked at the old man that floated in midair and abruptly spoke with a voice that had traces of icy coldness mixed within. A voice that didn't contain any emotion. He could imagine that if he didn't have Xianxia by his side, he'd already have been killed by the old man earlier. The instant the old man disappeared before his eyes, the killing intent that assaulted his face almost suffocated him. That feeling was something he didn't want to feel a second time in his entire life. It was too awful. Yes, young master. Xianxia replied, and a cold light flashed within his eyes, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. Now, when he saw Xianxia's actions, The old man revealed a gaze of terror as his body shook before transforming into a ghost that flashed straight towards the blue-clothed young man, and grabbed the young man before wanting to flee. Obviously, he wanted to bring his young master along and flee. But would he be able to flee? Humph! Xianxia's cold grunt suddenly sounded out, and it was as if being able to freeze the air. At practically an instant, in Duanling Tian's eyes, Xianxia had disappeared on the spot, and when he appeared once again, he'd already chased the old man that flew while carrying the blue-clothed young man, intending to flee into solitary summit. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sword howl echoed out. With just a single sword strike that was swift to the limit and seemed like lightning, a sword strike that brought along a terrifying aura. It transformed into a sword light that flashed out and caused the air to freeze. Swoosh! At practically the same time, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared beside the ancient horned dragon above Xianxia. These 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes were like stars that twinkled around a bright moon as they surrounded the ancient horned dragon like they were worshipping an emperor. The grade 7 spirit sword in Xianxia's hand was able to increase his strength by almost 3,000 ancient mammoths. His advanced sword force was able to increase his strength by an additional 2,000 ancient mammoths. The two added together was the strength of almost 5,000 ancient mammoths. Pooh! A dazzling red rose that was condensed from blood suddenly bloomed in the air. Resplendent and gorgeous. The body of the old man carried the blue-clothed young man, and desire to flee suddenly stopped in the air, and the bright light in his eyes slowly faded as the 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him vanished. Cough! The old man's throat trembled as a shocking bloody hole appeared on his throat, and a pillar of dazzling blood surged out. Bang! The old man's body abruptly fell to the ground, and the blue-clothed young man that he held in his hand fell down with him. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man's face was covered in the blood that had shot out of the old man's throat, but he seemed as if he didn't notice it in the slightest. His pair of eyes were open wide like saucers and his body shivered, as if he was terrified to the utmost limit. Duanling Tian looked at the old man's corpse with an incomparably calm gaze. So what if you're at the 5th level of the void prying stage? Before Xianxia, who's at the 7th level of the void prying stage, you're still like an ant. If Xianxia wants to kill you, it's simply as easy as cutting grass. Who? After killing the old man, Xianxia returned to the Fergana horse, then followed respectfully behind Duanling Tian. His gaze was calm, as if he'd done something of no great importance. Duanling Tian sat on the Fergana horse, and his pair of icy-cold eyes descended onto the dumbstruck blue-clothed young man. I gave you a chance. Duanling Tian's gaze was slightly cold, and although his voice was calm, concealed within it was an awe-inspiring killing intent. The blue-clothed young man's figure trembled, and he shuddered as he recovered from his shock. Then he looked at Duanling Tian with an expression as terror as he shouted, "You can't kill me! You can't kill me! I can't kill you?" Duanling Tian started laughing brilliantly. Who? Suddenly, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duanling Tian's hand, and it flickered with a slight sheen of origin energy, seeming ready to attack at any moment. Kid, you'll surely die if you dare kill me. You're dead. The blue-clothed young man's face went pale when he saw the 3-foot-long blade in Duanling Tian's hand, and suddenly shouted out explosively, "If you dare kill me, my grandfather won't let you off." The young man didn't finish speaking in the end. Idiot! Because Duanling Tian had already flashed out and sent the 3-foot-long blade in his hand into the young man's chest. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's grunted coldly before kicking his leg out in a flash, kicking flying the body of the young man who was pierced through by the sword in his hand, and when the young man crashed onto the ground, the young man was completely without any signs of life. Dead. Duanling Tian's body flashed out and removed the spatial rings on the hands of the old man and young man. Hiss! The bright gold grade 7 spirit fire appeared on Duanling Tian's palm and slowly flickered. Duanling Tian waved his hand, and the grade 7 spirit fire descended onto the corpses of the old man and young man, lighting them ablaze. After throwing down the pill fire, Duanling Tian put out the pill fire that continuously burned in his hand, and didn't bother to spare the corpses another glance before returning to his Fergana horse, then called out to Li Fei and Xianxia. "Let's go!" The three of them spurred their horses and galloped away, heading towards the direction of the ancient city of Everlast. Duanling Tian intended to bring Li Fei to bid farewell to the big brother Zhang and big sister Wang of Eternal Jade Restaurant, and after they bid their farewells, they would leave the ancient city of Everlast and return the way they came. Duanling Tian had already planned it nicely in his heart. When they came here, they were in a hurry and didn't properly savor the scenery on the journey. On the way back, he would surely take little Fei to have a good time and sightsee all the way back. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after Duanling Tian's group of three left, atop a large tree outside Solitary Summit, two figures flashed down and arrived before the two corpses that were still burning in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! They both made a move. The bone-piercingly icy-cold origin energy in their hands transformed into a cold wind as it howled out, putting out the pill fire on the corpses. Presently, the old man's corpse had already been completely burnt, whereas half the young man's body remained. The two people that had done this were two middle-aged men. Fortunately, he can still be recognized. One of the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. He saw the young man's intact face, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Second brothers, it's indeed the grandson of the withered old man. We've hit it big this time. You go follow those three people, and I'll send this corpse to the withered old man. Then I'll come look for you with the withered old man." The other middle-aged man nodded, and at the same time that he dashed out, he whistled. The sound of the whistle resounded out. Instantly, in the distance, an incomparably swift leopard-type fierce beast flashed over. The middle-aged man's figure moved to descend onto the back of this leopard-type fierce beast before dashing out, his speed far surpassing those Fergana horses. "Withered old man, this time, you've going to owe us brothers a huge favor." The middle-aged man that stayed behind had a wisp of a smile on the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he raised his hand to carry the mangled corpse of the blue-clothed young man as he stepped onto the air before directly flying up Solitary Summit. Ancient City of Everlast. Duanling Tian's group of three returned when it was nearly noon. "It's perfect for us to have our lunch at Eternal Jade Restaurant." Duanling Tian smiled, then spurred his horse to stop outside the Eternal Jade Restaurant before getting off the horse. Then, he took Li Fei's hand and walked into the Eternal Jade Restaurant. As for Xianxia, he went to find a place for the three Fergana horses. Big brother Zhang. Duanling Tian and Li Fei walked up the second floor, then looked at the slovenly young man who leaned on the side of the window before nodding with a smile. Zhang Shouyong returned a smile before continuing to drink his wine by himself. Duanling Tian and Li Fei had only just sat down when Wang Qiong had arrived. Then she asked with a light smile, "Brother Ling Tian, little sister Li Fei, you two seem fatigued from traveling. Did you two go out early this morning?" "Yeah, big sister Wang Qiong. We went to look for someone in Solitary Summit early in the morning, but unfortunately, we were unable to find him." Li Fei lightly nodded, then said, "Big sister Wang Qiong, I and Scoundrel have come to bid our farewells to you and big brother Zhang, as we intend to return after we have lunch." "So fast?" Wang Qiong was slightly surprised. Then she said with a smile, "I thought both of you will be staying for some time. I never expected that you would leave so quickly. You two are suddenly leaving, and I haven't even prepared myself mentally. However, since you two want to leave, then I'll personally cook for the two of you." Duanling Tian and Li Fei didn't have any reaction yet when the slovenly young man that leaned on the window as he drank wine seemed to become frenzied, and his figure flashed out to sit beside Duanling Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, I truly owe it to you two's fortune today." Zhang Shouyong looked at Duanling Tian and Li Fei, and he lightly smiled, seeming to be extremely fond of the food Wang Qiong made. "You speak as if I leave you hungry." Wang Qiong pouted as she glared at Zhang Shouyong before turning around and leaving to go prepare the food. Li Fei looked at Zhang Shouyong curiously as she asked, "Big brother Zhang, could it be that big sister Wang Qiong doesn't usually cook for you?" "It's not that." Zhang Shouyong shook his head lightly, and a wisp of tender affection appeared on his face. It's just that I normally see her being occupied with the things in the restaurant and am afraid she would be too tired. So I rarely allow her to cook. However, I guarantee that the food your big sister Wang Qiong cooked will make you praise it profusely, even to the extent you would wish for nothing more than to swallow your tongue as well. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong started smiling. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy a feast today. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up and were filled with anticipation. Young master. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan had found a place for the 3 Fergana horses and had walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant. Sit down and eat with us, Duan Ling Tian said to Xiong Quan. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down. Brother Ling Tian, you're very considerate of your servant. Zhang Shouyong glanced at Xiong Quan and lightly smiled. Then, seeming to have noticed something, he looked outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and frowned. Brother Ling Tian, you've brought other people here as well? Zhang Shouyong's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. No, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. He noticed that the feeling of being watched had vanished now. Maybe my senses were mistaken. Not long after, the food Wang Qiong had personally went to cook had arrived. Before they ate, just from smelling the fragrance from the table full of fragrant delicacies, had already caused Duan Ling Tian's fingers to become restless. Big sister Wang Qiong, come sit and eat with us. After the dishes filled the entire table, Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong and invited. All of you eat first. There's still a soup. I'll go carry it out. Wang Qiong lightly smiled to Li Fei, then turned around to enter the kitchen again. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Ling Tian and the others all sat around the table as they gulped down the fragrant and steaming hot dishes. It's too good. No wonder Big Brother Zhang said we would even wish for nothing more than to swallow our own tongues. Big sister Wang Qiong, your culinary skill is too good, Li Fei praised as she ate. If you like it, then eat more. If there isn't enough, I'll just go make more. Wang Qiong smiled to Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes had tender affection mixed within. She had heartfelt love towards this little sister. After their meal, Wang Qiong started to clear the dishes and Zhang Shouyong went to the kitchen to help as well. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei sat before the table and rested, and were prepared to rest for a while before bidding their farewells to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Senior withered. There within the restaurant. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear. The sound resounded out from outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and approached swiftly. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian heard 3 ear-piercing sounds of wind howling enter his ear. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures had appeared before him. 2 middle-aged men stood at the back, one in azure clothes, another in red clothes, and their faces were exactly similar. Obviously, they were twin brothers. Before these 2 middle-aged men stood a withered old man. The old man's body was frail, like bones covered in skin, and he seemed as if a gust of wind would be able to blow him down. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare look down on the old man because of this. He was able to discern that amongst the 3 people before him, the old man in the lead was the most terrifying. Relying on his spiritual force and the experiences of the rebirth martial emperor, he was able to see through the cultivation of the 2 middle-aged men, and they were both 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists. As for the old man, his spiritual force stretched out, but it was like a stone sinking in a great sea. The old man was very likely an existence at the void initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. It's him. Duan Ling Tian saw the old man abruptly speak, his muddy eyes emitting dense cold lights the instant the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. The old man seemed as if he was waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. This old man's target is me? Yes. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed middle-aged man behind the old man hurriedly nodded. Senior withered. The 2 of us saw him kill you grandson with our own 2 eyes. The servant by your grandson's side was killed by this 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist. The gaze of the azure-clothed middle-aged man first descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Then he looked at Xiong Quan, who was beside Duan Ling Tian. What the azure-clothed middle-aged man said caused Duan Ling Tian's pupils to constrict. He finally knew what was going on. So it turned out that what he had done at the foot of Solitary Summit this morning had been exposed. This old man that seemed to be a void initiation stage expert was actually the grandfather of the blue-clothed young man he'd killed? He recalled it now, before his death. The blue-clothed young man seemed to have mentioned this old man. But under his violent rage at that time, how could Duan Tian have paid any attention to him? However, even if he now knew that there was an existence that seemed to be at the void initiation stage behind the blue-clothed young man, he still didn't have a shred of regret. Not only had that blue-clothed young man dared be disrespectful to little Fei, the blue-clothed young man had even tried to kill him. He deserved death. He could imagine that if it wasn't for himself being protected by Xianxia, the person that had died this morning wouldn't have been the young man, but him instead. So he didn't regret it. If he were to really talk about regret, then what Duan Tian regretted the most now was not seeing the two corpses burn to ash with his own two eyes. Although he didn't see it, he was able to roughly guess what happened after he set the corpses aflame. It should be that, when he and Xianxia did the deed, it was seen by the two twin brothers behind the old man. Later on, one of them went to tip off the old man, while the other followed them all the way here. Looks like what Big Brother Zhang noticed earlier was the people that were following us. Duan Tian recalled that before their lunch, Zhang Shouyong had asked if he'd brought anyone else over. For a time, Duan Tian's heart was clear as a mirror. "Why did you kill my grandson?" The withered old man's sharp gaze descended onto Duan Tian, and it seemed to transform into a bloodthirsty venomous snake that would bite Duan Tian at any moment. Duan Tian could feel the old man's killing intent that was difficult to restrain. He deserved death. Duan Tian's gaze went slightly cold, and he spoke with a cold tone that contained killing intent mixed within. Since it had come to this, Duan Tian knew he didn't have any choice. He could only go at it head-on. Now, he still wasn't sure that the old man was a void initiation stage expert. Perhaps he still had a chance. He'd already sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, asking Xianxia to await for the opportunity to launch a surprise attack at the old man and strive to kill him in one attack. Deserved death. The withered old man was stunned when he heard Duan Tian. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, who was beside Duan Tian. Presently, Li Fei hadn't worn her veil yet, and her drop-dead gorgeous face was unobstructed. When he saw Li Fei, a fierce light flickered within the withered old man's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Looks like my grandson was destroyed because of a woman." Obviously, the old man knew his grandson very well. Now that he saw Li Fei, he easily guessed some things. Duan Tian's face went grim when he felt the bloodthirsty killing intent towards Li Fei that was emitted by the withered old man, and he stood up in a hurry to stand before Li Fei and block this bloodthirsty killing intent for her. Humph! Duan Tian's expression was cold and indifferent, and his waist and back were straight. When faced with the old man's bloodthirsty killing intent, he wasn't afraid in the slightest as he stood there, immovable like a mountain. Scoundrel! When the old man's killing intent enveloped her, Li Fei felt as if she was within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The suffocating feeling caused extreme discomfort to her. Now, Duan Tian was standing before her, and at the same time that this caused her to feel warmth in her heart, she was also slightly worried. When the old man saw this, his white brows rose and he grunted coldly. "Kid, needless to say, you're not bad. But unfortunately, today you must die. As the saying goes, women are a source of disaster. Remember to stay far away from women in your next life." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, origin energy flickered atop the withered old man's hand. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the sky carried along a string of sounds of air exploding had suddenly echoed out. It was Xianxia who's been waiting for an opportunity all along. When he saw his young master's life in danger, Xianxia's body flashed out, transforming into a lightning bolt as he flashed towards the withered old man. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light shot out violently. It was like a venomous snake that had left its burrow as it struck towards the old man, while carrying along traces of an extremely terrifying aura. Advanced sword force. The energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky. Then first an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared. Then almost 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared to surround it. They were like twinkling stars that were surrounding the bright moon. Xianxia exerted his full strength at the moment he attacked, without holding back in the slightest. He desired to kill the old man directly. Advanced sword force? The old man's slightly muddled eyes squinted, and his voice contained a trace of surprise. Then, trifling skill. The old man sneered, and he casually raised his hand to intercept Xianxia. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above the old man, and in the end, it condensed into two ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The old man didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize a void initiation stage expert's concept. He only attacked purely with origin energy, and it was already comparable to the strength of two ancient horned dragons. First level void initiation stage. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted and his face went pale. Then he shouted out abruptly, "Xianxia, watch out!" Meanwhile, Xianxia had noticed the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the old man, and he instantly realized that the old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. His face couldn't help but go pale. Slap! The old man raised his hand and grabbed out, easily seizing the grade 7 spirit sword in Xianxia's hands. At this moment, Xianxia's 7th-level void prying stage strength, the amplified strength from his grade 7 spirit sword, and even the advanced sword force were also weak, like paper. Move! Duanling Tian's acute spiritual force vaguely detected that the old man was about to attack with his sword. So Duanling Tian shouted out explosively again to warn Xianxia. Due to his trust towards Duanling Tian, Xianxia didn't hesitate in the slightest when he heard Duanling Tian, and his legs stomped on the ground as his strength of one ancient horned dragon exploded out fully, desiring to dodge the attack coming from the side. Whoosh! At practically the instant Xianxia moved, the grade 7 spirit sword in the withered old man's hand that he'd seized from Xianxia was like a stroke of the gods as it flashed out directly towards Xianxia. This sword strike was originally flashing straight for Xianxia's heart. It was precisely because of Duanling Tian's warning that seemed like foresight that Xianxia was able to dodge a moment earlier, allowing his heart to escape by a hair's breadth. However, even then, the grade 7 spirit sword still pierced into Xianxia's body like piercing through dry leaves, hitting right on his dantian. Pooh! Fresh blood sprayed out, transforming into numerous red roses. Xianxia's body fiercely flew out, knocking over a few tables as he flew. No! No! Xianxia's voice was in panic, and after he dropped to the ground, he fiercely clenched his fists. However, what appeared above him now wasn't an ancient horned dragon any longer. It was instead an ancient mammoth silhouette, 9th level of the body tempering stage. His dantian had been crippled by the sword strike of the withered old man, and he'd lost all the origin energy in his body. All that remained was a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Xianxia roared for a short moment, then stopped and had a dejected expression. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous sound echoed out. It was the crowd of customers on the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant that were watching the events unfold, and when they saw the matter had developed to this extent, they were extremely afraid it would affect them. So, they all put down their money and left in panic, rushing to leave the restaurant. Xianxia! Duanling Tian glanced at Xianxia, and his eyes went crimson red and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. A trace of guilt arose within his heart. If it wasn't for him wanting to go to Solitary Summit, Xianxia wouldn't have been here, and nothing would have happened to him. During all these years that Xianxia had followed by his side, Xianxia had exerted himself to the utmost limit to handle work for Duanling Tian, and didn't complain in the slightest. Duanling Tian had always been grateful for this in his heart. Now, because of him, Xianxia's cultivation was crippled. He felt as if he'd been crippled. When he heard Duanling Tian's explosive shout, Xianxia raised his head, and when he noticed Duanling Tian's gaze, he couldn't help but force a smile. "Young master, I'm fine. I only lost my origin energy. My advanced sword force is still here." No one beneath the void-prying stage is able to defend against a single strike of my sword. The advanced sword force was a type of deep comprehension of a void-prying stage martial artists towards the sword. It had separated itself from origin energy, and was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth when he heard Xianxia. A 7th-level void-prying stage expert had his dantian crippled in the blink of an eye, and had lose all his origin energy to become a martial artist that was inferior to even a 1st-level void-prying stage martial artist. Could this be said to be fine? Duanling Tian asked himself. If it was him, he would surely be unable to accept reality. He knew clearly in his heart that Xianxia only said this to console him, as Xianxia didn't want Duanling Tian to feel guilty. But how could he not feel guilty? Xianxia, I owe you. At the same time that Duanling Tian silently sighed in his heart, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. What he owed Xianxia was something he would probably only be able to return in his next lifetime. He'd killed the grandson of this void initiation stage expert before him, and it was impossible that this old man would let him off. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and stared coldly at the withered old man in a neither haughty nor humble manner. Scoundrel! Meanwhile, Li Fei held Duanling Tian's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. They would share everything together. As far as she was concerned, being able to live and die together with Duanling Tian in this lifetime was a life that wasn't lived in vain. Little Fei. When Duanling Tian saw Li Fei like this, the cold indifference on his face vanished, and replacing it was extreme gentleness. He lightly stretched his hand out to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face. Do you regret knowing me? Li Fei shook her head. In this lifetime, being able to know you is the greatest providence the heavens gave me. Even if I have to leave this world with you in the next moment, I still wouldn't regret it. Because I'll be able to stay by your side at all times. You will never be alone. Duanling Tian nodded heavily. Then he took a deep breath and forced out a trace of a smile on his face. In her eyes, a trace of firmness was gradually revealed. No matter what, so long as there was still a sliver of a chance, he wouldn't let anything happen to little Fei. Humph! A cold snort sounded out, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. A truly touching scene. My poor grandson. He died because of this woman. The withered old man's voice was cold and indifferent, his expression extremely gloomy. Whoosh! Suddenly, the withered old man moved to attack. In the blink of an eye, he'd taken Li Fei from Duanling Tian's side. Little Fei! Duanling Tian's face went grim when he saw this, and the instant he reacted, his figure flashed out, wanting to save Li Fei. Whoosh! The old man casually raised his leg and a leg image swept out. He only used the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths to kick Duanling Tian flying. Instantly, Duanling Tian felt his internal organs shake, and something sweet rushed up his throat. Bang! In the next moment, his entire body flew out like an arrow leaving the bow before fiercely smashing onto the wall. Pooh! Duanling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs quaked, causing him to be almost suffocated. However, when he saw Li Fei was still in the hands of the old man, Duanling Tian abruptly shouted out explosively and flew out once again, transforming into a venomous serpent. Sword-drawing arts. His sword flashed out like lightning as it flew straight for the old man. Whoosh! The sword light that flashed by seemed to have transformed into the fangs of a venomous snake that bit at the old man. Futile effort. The old man sneered, then casually raised his hand to blast Duanling Tian flying once again. Pooh! Duanling Tian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood again. He was barely able to stand up using his sword to support himself, and his body swayed, seeming as if he might fall at any moment. Scoundrel! This scene caused Li Fei's eyes to nearly split open, and she exclaimed in sorrow. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a slovenly figure flashed out from within the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and his hand held the hand of a beautiful woman. It was precisely the husband and wife pair of the Eternal Jade restaurant, Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. They were originally busy in the kitchen, but when they noticed the commotion they'd hurried out at the first possible moment. When they saw the scene before them, Zhang Xiaoyong frowned, whereas Wang Qiong's beautiful face went pale. Little sister Li Fei. Kid. Looks like you love this woman very deeply. You actually fight so desperately for her sake. The withered old man only glanced at Zhang Xiaoyong and Wang Qiong indifferently, then didn't pay any attention to them. Perhaps he felt that the two of them were of no threat to him, and his gaze that contained traces of coldness once again descended onto Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian looked at the withered old man, then gnashed his teeth and said, "Old goat, I killed your grandson. It has nothing to do with her. You're a void initiation stage expert in any case. Don't you feel it's a loss of face for giving a weak girl a hard time? Whatever it is, come at me." Truly touching. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Duanling Tian and said indifferently, "Kid, I know that it's surely because of this woman that you killed my grandson. How about this? I'll give you a chance. I'll let you leave, but leave this woman behind for me to kill. How about it?" Humph. Duanling Tian snorted coldly and disregarded what the old man said. Not to mention he didn't believe that the old man would be so kind. Even if the old man was speaking the truth, it would still be impossible for him to leave. Li Fei was his woman and his life. Asking him to leave him woman and use his woman's life in exchange for his own, and live on alone? He would rather die. Scoundrel, leave quickly. However, Li Fei instead believed the old man, and she looked at Duanling Tian as she said anxiously, "Quickly leave. You have to take good care of little sister Ku Er in the future, and live on with little sister Ku Er." In Li Fei's eyes, even if she exchanged her life for the life of her man, she would have no regrets. A wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth as he grunted. "Did you hear it? Your woman asked you to go. Kid, hurry up and leave, so as to avoid leaving your life here." Duanling Tian paid no attention to the old man. He looked at Li Fei and lightly shook his head. "Little Fei, you're too foolish. I killed his grandson. How could he easily let me off? Even if he'd really be willing to let me off, but if the price was your life, then Duanling Tian, would rather die. Duanling Tian would rather die." Duanling Tian's voice was clear and contained his will to die, his heroic spirit shooting into the sky. Scoundrel! Li Fei's delicate figure trembled and tears flowed down her beautiful eyes like the rain. At this moment, although she was facing the danger of death, her heart was still filled with happiness. At this moment, it seemed that only Duanling Tian remained in the world within her eyes. This was her man. Li Fei's man. Duanling Tian's resoluteness caused the withered old man's face to become unsightly. He naturally wouldn't be so kind as to let Duanling Tian leave. He only wasted to smash the laughable love between this pair of little lovers, and let them know that their so-called love was so fragile. Now it would seem that he'd failed. This young man that had killed his grandson was actually willing to die for this woman. The withered old man took a deep breath as his hand shook and Li Fei was directly tossed out by him. Then he said with a cold and indifferent tone, "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Disappear before my eyes and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you with this kid." As the old man finished speaking, his eyes emitted a cold and fierce expression. He still wanted to see the scene of the person who killed his grandson being deserted by his loved ones. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. When he saw this scene, Duanling Tian couldn't help but sneer. "Old goat, doing the same thing twice. Don't you feel it's a waste of time? You probably wish for nothing more than to burn our bones and scatter our ashes in your heart. Would you let any one of us leave? Laughable." Duanling Tian's words caused the old man's face to flicker between a livid and pale expression. Scoundrel! Li Fei went to Duanling Tian's side and supported the pale-faced Duanling Tian up, and the gaze she looked at Duanling Tian with was full of gentleness. As long as she could stand together with this man, she would have no regrets even if she died in the next moment. In the distance, Zhang Xiaoyong was slightly moved when he saw this scene. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong, Wang Qiong's beautiful face was currently fully covered by tears, as if she'd transformed into a tearing beauty. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's actions of not abandoning each other had deeply affected her. The love between the two of them had already surpassed life and death. It was shocking. Kid, what you mean is I will go back on my word? The killing intent in the old man's eyes was awe-inspiring and his face sank. For the sake of seeing Duan Ling Tian being abandoned by his loved ones, he secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He raised his hand and the origin energy in his hand transformed into a needle that pierced into the tip of his finger. Hiss! A faint strand of fresh blood scattered in the air. I, withered old man, establish this oath with my blood. So long as this woman is willing to abandon this kid and leave, and let this kid experience the bitterness of being abandoned by his loved ones, I, withered old man, am willing to let this woman live. If I go against this oath, I, withered old man, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the fresh blood in the air rose up to the sky in a bizarre manner. In the blink of an eye, a formidable and majestic aura was emitted from above the strand of fresh blood. This aura suppressed everyone present, including the withered old man, and caused them to be unable to refrain from trembling. Bang! That strand of fresh blood directly pierced through the roof of the Eternal Jade restaurant and rushed into the sky. After a short moment, bang! A thunderclap sounded out from the horizon, shocking the entire ancient city of Everlast. A void-prying stage martial artist is overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the ancient city of Everlast? This was the first thought that arose within the minds of most people. Only because this thunderclap was no ordinary thunderclap. Bang! Subsequently, another thunderclap resounded out in the sky. No, it's impossible for the gap between the 6 lightning strikes in the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to be so short. Some void stage experts that had experienced the 6-9 heavenly tribulation said in astonishment, bang, 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 bang. In next to no time, many more thunderclaps resounded out, and it only stopped after a total of 9 resounded. This is the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. For a time, the entire ancient city of Everlast was in an uproar. 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Within the Eternal Jade restaurant, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he never expected that the old man would actually establish such a heavy oath. Looks like for the sake of seeing the scene of me being abandoned by my loved ones, this old man is really willing to let Li Fei go. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled slightly as he guessed the reason the old man did this. In next to no time, he looked at Li Fei who was beside him and his eyes revealed traces of tender affection. And within this tender affection was slight reluctance mixed within. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation like the back of his hand. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation was an oath tribulation that caused the people of Cloud Continent to tremble with fear on hearing of it. In Cloud Continent, other oaths didn't have a substantial binding force as it merely relied on one's conscience, and the person who made the oath could go back on his word at any moment. But once one used one's own blood and established the oath with the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, then it possessed absolute binding force. Supposedly, once someone within Cloud Continent used their own blood to establish an oath under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, then if they dared go against the oath, they would be directly annihilated by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. On Cloud Continent, similar incidents had occurred many times. So no one dared rashly establish on oath under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. This withered old man really does hate me to the bones. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the old man with an emaciated figure. His gaze was cold and indifferent like ice. The old man looked at Li Fei, and coldness arose on the corners of his mouth. Now you can leave peacefully. I truly look forward to how pained he will be when you abandon this kid and leave. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being abandoned by all his loved ones. Coldness arose within Li Fei's beautiful eyes as she glanced calmly at the old man, then paid no attention to the old man as her delicate hands tightly held onto Duan Ling Tian, and her gaze was firm as before, not changing in the slightest. She wouldn't abandon her man to save herself, just like her man wouldn't abandon her. Little Fei. When Duanling Tian saw the withered old man establish the oath under the 99 heavenly tribulation and was willing to let Li Fei go, he intended to persuade Li Fei to leave. But when he saw the gaze contained within Li Fei's eyes, he perceived the meaning Li Fei wanted to convey. That was a gaze of incomparable firmness and gaze of being unwilling to abandon him forever. He didn't say anything in the end, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. With a stretch of his hand, he'd taken Li Fei into his embrace and felt Li Fei's heartbeat. At this moment, Li Fei's heartbeat seemed to completely merge with his heartbeat, and it was difficult for a distinction to be made anymore. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't leave, then die with him. The withered old man's body lightly trembled as he suddenly realized that everything he'd done earlier seemed to have been for nothing. Although they were young, this pair of little lovers were actually willing to sacrifice their lives for love. At the same time that he felt it was beyond belief, it also caused him to be slightly angry from embarrassment. When faced with the old man's threats, Li Fei didn't pay a shred of attention to it. She silently leaned in Duanling Tian's embrace, feeling the familiar aura on Duanling Tian's body as she enjoyed every minute and every second. She truly hoped that this moment could become eternal. As for Duanling Tian, as he embraced Li Fei and smelt the fragrance in her hair at this moment, he felt his heart become incomparably calm. At this moment, he was even able to clearly feel that it was as if his soul had raised to a higher level, and his spiritual force that remained dormant for so long was growing at an extremely fast speed. It raised all the way until it was at the verge between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage. Towards all this, Duanling Tian seemed as if he'd entirely not noticed, or perhaps, he knew in his heart that even if his spiritual force had increased, it wouldn't be able to change anything. 3 breaths of time later. Looks like you really want to die with this kid. The withered old man sneered. Then his withered figure slightly shook and his origin energy howled. Then I'll let you and this kid become a pair of dead lovebirds. Whoosh! Above the old man, 2 ancient horned dragons gradually condensed into form, their imposing manner shooting into the sky like a rainbow. Young master! When he saw this scene, the face of Xianxia, who'd been struggling to get up, went pale, and his body that had just gotten up fiercely dropped onto the ground again. His fist madly hammered the ground like a madman, extremely hating his weakness. Stay your hand! Suddenly, a tender shout resounded in the entire 2nd floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant and caused everyone to be stunned. The withered old man's face sank. Then he turned around to look at the source of the sound, and his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. I, withered old man, hate it the most when someone tells me what to do. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you dare say another word, then I'll let you die with them. Duanling Tian looked at the young man by Wang Qiong's side and said slowly, Big brother Zhang, take sister-in-law out of the restaurant. He didn't want to implicate this pair of young husband and wife. Big sister Wang Qiong, if there's a next life, I hope that I'll still be able to eat the food you cooked. Li Fei raised her head and slightly smiled to Wang Qiong. It's really tasty. Now, quickly go with big brother Zhang. Little sister Li Fei. Wang Qiong looked at Li Fei and a wisp of a light smile appeared on her beautiful face that was weeping. Both of you have taught me many things and allowed me to instantly understand a lot. Thank you. If you really want to eat the food big sister cooked, then live on and big sister will cook for you. Live on. What Wang Qiong said caused Li Fei to sigh. Did she have the chance? Brother Yong. Suddenly, under the gazes of everyone present, Wang Qiong looked at the slovenly young man that was by her side, and she slowly said, I know that when you followed me to the ancient city of Everlast, you said that unless someone threatened our lives, otherwise, you wouldn't kill again. Suddenly, Wang Qiong's fierce gaze descended onto the withered old man and the 2 middle-aged men in the distance, and her voice became colder. But today, I hope that you can make an exception for me. For a time, besides the slovenly young man, Wang Qiong's words caused everyone to be stunned. Big brother Zhang, he wouldn't also be a When Duan Ling Tian heard Wang Qiong, his heart raced. And at the instant Duan Ling Tian's heart raced, a chilly voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. I understand. This voice came from the faraway, slovenly young man. Instantly, in Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, the slovenly young man vanished on the spot, as he'd obviously increased his speed to the limit. Duan Ling Tian saw the energy of heaven and earth royal in the sky, and it finally condensed into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. Big Brother Zhang is a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist? Duan Ling Tian revealed an expression of disbelief, as he'd never imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 would actually possess such terrifying strength. Bang! Duan Ling Tian had just realized all this when he heard an enormous bang. It was Zhang Shouyong who'd instantly arrived before the withered old man before smashing out with his fist that was like a sledgehammer. And before the old man could even react, it had already smashed onto his chest. The old man was smashed by the fist to the point that he flashed backwards in retreat. His face flushed red. 2nd-level void initial stage. The old man gaped with astonishment, and he felt something sweet in his mouth before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Never had he expected that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 would actually be in existence that was even more formidable than him. Whoosh! The old man didn't dare hesitate. The origin energy on his body roiled as a narrow sword appeared within his hand. And then his origin energy skyrocketed as it carried with it an extremely terrifying aura. This aura even surpassed advanced sword force. Sword concept. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, another ancient horned dragon and 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2 ancient horned dragons above the old man. The 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes were like twinkling stars around a bright moon as they surrounded the 3 ancient horned dragons in the middle. It's a grade 6 spirit sword. A cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The grade 6 spirit sword in the old man's hand was able to amplify almost 40% of his strength. The strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths was from the amplification of the grade 6 spirit sword founded from the 2 ancient horned dragons. As for the other ancient horned dragon, that was the strength bestowed upon the old man by his sword concept. Concept surpassed force. Although the old man's sword concept was only the lowest 1st-level sword concept, it still surpassed the advanced sword force. Advanced sword force was able to allow a martial artist to obtain an extra strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, just like Xiong Quan's advanced sword force. Whereas the 1st-level sword concept that surpassed the advanced sword force was instead able to allow a martial artist to obtain an extra strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, or in other words, the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon. Presently, the old man went all out, and his entire strength was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons and almost 8,000 ancient mammoths. Die! The old man's eyes were crimson red as his body flashed out, and the narrow sword in his hand trembled before flashed towards Zhang Shouyong like a bolt of lightning. Of course, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the old man had vanished into thin air. The old man's speed was too swift. With Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to see it clearly, and he could only feel a gust of wind swiftly flash by as it swept towards Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang, watch out! Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but warn. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian realized that his warning was unnecessary. He saw Zhang Shouyong disappear within his gaze, and when Zhang Shouyong appeared once again, he already stood at the spot where the old man had stood earlier. Merely at the 1st level of the void initiation stage and only at the 1st level sword concept, you dare display your slight skill before me? Zhang Shouyong's voice contained slight disdain and arrogance mixed within. Whoosh! Practically the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a light barrier with flowing lights flashing about had suddenly appeared on his body. This wasn't a defensive chi barrier, and was instead a layer of an earthen yellow light barrier. Instantly, Zhang Shouyong's entire figure seemed as if it had merged with the earth, and couldn't be differentiated any longer. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyong took a stride forward. A stride forward was like a mountain collapsing. Bang! An extremely strong aura surged out from Zhang Shouyong's body, and it seemed as if it had perfectly merged with the entire earth. This aura was even stronger than the old man's sword concept. Earth concept. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart as he gazed at Zhang Shouyong, who seemed as if he'd completely merged as one with the earth. After he'd merged with the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he wasn't unfamiliar to concept. Even to the extent that he was able to discern that the concept Zhang Shouyong was utilizing was a concept that was extremely difficult to comprehend. One of the concepts of nature, the earth concept. Earth concept was able to allow one's aura to completely merge with the earth. Not only would one be able to hide and conceal oneself, one was even able to draw support from the strength of the earth to attack, and it was an extremely domineering concept. Whoosh! At this moment, another 3 ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 3 ancient horned dragons above Zhang Shouyong. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes floated in midair, as they brandished their claws and bared their fangs and accumulated strength while waiting to attack. Big Brother Zhang's earth force was actually able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. Third level earth concept. The pair of twins that stood nearby had long since been dumbstruck by what they'd seen. Now, when they saw this scene, their faces went ghastly pale and their legs started shivering. Similarly to the cultivation levels of a martial artist, concept was divided into 9 levels. Each level was stronger than the next. First level concept was comparable the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon. Second level concept was comparable the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Third level concept was comparable the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. So on and so forth. The strongest level of concept, the 9th level concept, was comparable to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Third level earth concept. Duan Ling Tian was shocked as well. When he saw the 2nd level void initiation stage cultivation that Zhang Shouyong displayed, his heart was already filled with shock. Now, Zhang Shouyong had actually utilized a 3rd level earth concept. Duan Ling Tian didn't even have the chance to recover from his shock when Zhang Shouyong had already taken another stride forward, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have completely merged into the earth and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the emaciated figure of the withered old man that stood with an expression of terror in the distance trembled suddenly. Subsequently, his face went deathly pale, as if his neck was forcefully choked by someone. His mouth gaped open, but he wasn't able to say anything even after quite a while. In the next moment, his eyes that flickered with a fierce light had completely dimmed down. Bang! The withered old man's body swayed for a little while before crashing onto the floor. When he fell on the ground, eye-piercing fresh blood that was dazzling and resplendent flowed out of his 7 apertures. The withered old man, a 1st-level void initiation stage expert. Earlier, he even controlled Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei within his hands and was incomparably mighty. But now, a mighty void initiation stage expert like this had crashing onto the ground and died while his 7 apertures bled. The scene before them caused Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei to have an unreal feeling. Was this really a void initiation stage expert? At the same time, they were completely shocked by Zhang Shouyong's strength. Although they weren't able to perceive the movements of Zhang Shouyong when he attacked, they knew clearly that all this was related to Zhang Shouyong, who seemed to have merged with the earth and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong's slovenly figure once again appeared before everyone, and he just happened to be standing before the withered old man's corpse. Zhang Shouyong's gaze calmly glanced at the withered old man, as if he'd only done something of no great importance. Meanwhile, the pair of twin brother that stood nearby looked at each other, and they could both see the terror within each other's eyes. They'd realized that they'd rammed against a plate of iron. A 2nd-level void initiation stage expert that has comprehended the 3rd-level earth concept. Even in the entire surrounding areas of the ancient city of Everlast, such an existence was still considered to be a top existence. They'd actually encountered such an existence. Flee! The same thought arose within their minds, and they executed their movement techniques in panic to flash out of the restaurant. They wanted to leave this place that caused despair to emerge within their hearts. In this place, they felt that their lives had completely left their own control. Zhang Shouyang's brows lightly twitched. He was about to chase after the two of them when he suddenly perceived something, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he lightly shook his head. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's figure jerked, and he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already by Wang Qiong's side. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force that had advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage shook, and he faintly noticed that someone happened to be flashing over, and the person was going straight for the pair of fleeing twins. Who is it? Right when Duan Ling Tian was wondering in his herd, a sylph-like figure appeared before his eyes and obstructed the path of the twin brothers. Above this person, a lifelike ancient horned dragon lingered there, and another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes were like twinkling stars around a bright moon as they surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette, as if they were worshipping the Supreme Emperor. Ninth level void prying stage. The faces of the twin brothers that were stopped went pale as they shouted out in surprise. Leave your lives here. The person's voice was extremely pleasing to the ear, and she instantly attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Her pair of delicate hands flashed out like lightning, seeming to transform into two venomous serpents that bit towards the twin brothers and directly twisted their heads off. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible and caused chills to run down one's spine. Bang! Bang! In the wake of her attacks, the bodies of the twins crashed onto the ground and followed in the withered old man's footsteps. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei glanced at each other, and they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, only because they recognized the woman that had appeared before their eyes to kill the pair of twins. This woman wasn't anyone else but precisely that beautiful manager from the drain pool in opposite of Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that this beautiful manager that seemed incomparably weak would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. The beautiful manager nodded with a smile to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei. Then flowing light revolved within her pair of beautiful eyes as she gazed at the faraway Zhang Shouyang and Wang Qiong, and her gaze mostly descended onto Wang Qiong. Xianxia. Zhang Shouyang nodded to the beautiful manager and greeted indifferently. When faced with Zhang Shouyang's cold and indifferent attitude, the beautiful manager's delicate body trembled imperceptibly. Yet it was clearly seen by Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian knew that this was a private matter of Zhang Shouyang, so he didn't pay any extra attention. He brought Li Fei to stand before Xiongquan, then helped Xiongquan up before letting him sit at the side. Xiongquan, are you all right? Xiongquan shook his head and forced out a smile. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian gave Xiongquan a grade 7 gold injury pill before starting to help him dissolve the medicinal strength. Presently, Xiongquan had lost all his origin energy and was utterly unable to dissolve the medicinal strength of the pill. In next to no time, under the assistance of Duan Ling Tian's origin energy, Xiongquan's injuries had recovered substantially. Although his dantian couldn't recover, his complexion had become much better and it wasn't ghastly pale as before. I understand now. Suddenly, a rather miserable voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look, and what he saw was the beautiful manager of Drainpool sighing before turning around and leaving. That sylph-like and beautiful figure of hers was lonely and desolate, as if she'd lost the most important thing in her life in an instant. Besides that, when Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Shouyang and Wang Qiong, he had the feeling that something was different in this husband and wife pair. Before long, he got the answer he was looking for. So it turned out that it was because of Wang Qiong. The current Wang Qiong didn't lack a shred of confidence. Compared to herself in the past, the current Wang Qiong was simply like a completely different person. What happened? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled in his heart. It was difficult to imagine how a person could change so greatly in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian held Li Fei's hand and walked over to Zhang Shouyang and Wang Qiong before sincerely thanking. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, thank you. His tone was filled with gratitude. Today, if it wasn't for Zhang Shouyang's help, it would be impossible for him and Li Fei to have survived. Little sister Li Fei, you're fine, right? Wang Qiong stretched out her delicate hand to seize Li Fei from Duan Ling Tian's side. then pulled Li Fei to her side before asking about Li Fei's well-being. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'm fine. Li Fei lightly shook her head. Come, we sisters will go talk privately. Let's ignore them. Wang Qiong brought Li Fei to sit at the side, and they started chatting happily. This caused Duanling Tian and Zhang Shouyong to glance at each other and smile helplessly. The two of them found a place to sit nearby, and after they sat, Duanling Tian slightly sighed with emotion. Big brother Zhang, I really never imagined that you're actually a void initiation stage expert. Moreover, you're a void initiation stage expert that had comprehended the third-level Earth concept. Zhang Shouyong smiled. It's just luck. Luck. Duanling Tian shook his head as this was certainly not luck. Zhang Shouyong's comprehension ability that was able to comprehend the third-level Earth concept at such an age caused Duanling Tian to be shocked. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, even in the entire foreign lands, such comprehension ability could already be considered as pretty good. Big brother Zhang, you're not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duanling Tian asked. No. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, he looked at Duanling Tian and revealed a slight smile. Brother Ling Tian, thank you. Duanling Tian was stunned. For what? He couldn't wrap his head around it. It was Zhang Shouyong who saved him earlier, right? Why is he turning around and thanking me? Brother Ling Tian, I presume you ought to be curious of the relationship between me and the manager of Drainpool Inn, right? Zhang Shouyong asked, although he didn't know why Zhang Shouyong would suddenly ask this. But Duanling Tian still couldn't refrain from nodding. She's called Chan Xianxia and is my childhood friend, and my clan and hers have been friends for generations. Our clans arranged our marriage together when we were young. She can be said to be my fiancé. Of course, that's all a matter of the past. The moment I left the clan, that marriage became annulled. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful into his mouth. Childhood friend? Duanling Tian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would still have this type of relationship with the inn manager. Zhang Shouyong continued. Since we were young, I took her as my own sister, and have never thought of having anything happen between us, so I never cared about the marriage contract. Later on, I met Xiong, and we quickly fell into the river of love. Originally, my clan didn't interfere with me and Xiong. Although Xiong didn't have any background, her natural talent in the martial Dao was extremely superb. However, later on, an accident caused Xiong's dantian to be damaged, and she lost all her origin energy. From that moment onwards, my clan started obstructing me and Xiong from meeting and wanted to separate us. They even took out that marriage contract to force me. Influenced by my rage, I left the clan. At that time, another bigger problem descended. Xiong actually wanted to leave me, just because she felt that since her cultivation was completely lost, she didn't deserve me, and she lost all confidence. For the sake of allowing her to renew her confidence, I brought her far away to this ancient city of Everlast and established the Eternal Jade restaurant with her. As he spoke up to hear, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face. Here, I once again saw her smile, even though she was still so uncertain. In next to no time, the smile on Zhang Shouyong's face transformed into a bitter smile. However, what I never expected was that Xianxia would actually come to this ancient city of Everlast in search of me. Zhang Shouyong didn't have to say what happened after that, as Duanling Tian was able to roughly guess what happened. It was nothing but that Chan Xianxia didn't give up. Then, coupled with Wang Qiong's own lack of confidence, it caused Chan Xianxia to feel that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. So, Zhang Shouyong and his wife had always been at a standstill with her. Zhang Shouyong spoke in an unrestrained manner. This time, the feelings of you and sister-in-law, not leaving each other even in death, had infected Xiong. Xiong seemed as if she'd come around in an instant. She didn't feel she didn't deserve me anymore, and her past lack of confidence didn't exist anymore, to the extent that she even took the initiative to suggest wanting to leave the ancient city of Everlast with me and travel around. It was practically impossible for something like this to occur in the past. As he spoke up to hear, Zhang Shouyong had an excited expression. Congratulations, big brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong continued. Earlier, Xianxia realized that Xiong had renewed her confidence, and she knew that she didn't have a chance anymore, so she came around and will be leaving within the next few days. This time, you and sister-in-law have really done me a great service. Otherwise, if Xianxia was really allowed to continue on like this for a few more years, I don't know how guilty I would feel. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 1 hour later, Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Xiongquan left the ancient city of Everlast again. But there were another 2 people beside them. It was precisely the husband and wife pair, Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Duan Ling Tian gave away his Fergana horse to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, and he sat on the Fergana horse with Li Fei. Duan Ling Tian hugged Li Fei as he spurred the horse forward. Currently, Zhang Shouyong had changed into clean clothes and he didn't possess the slovenly appearance from before. Moreover, the stubble on his face was already shaved, making him look elegant and unrestrained. However, a wine gourd still hung on his waist. This wine gourd was like his treasure that never left his side. Big brother Zhang, why does the wine in this gourd seem as if it can't be finished? Half a month later, Duan Ling Tian was finally unable to refrain from asking. During this half-month, he could be sure that Zhang Shouyong hadn't replenished the wine in the wine gourd. His wine gourd was like a bottomless pit that contained wine that couldn't be drunk to the bottom. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Ling Tian, the wine gourd of your big brother Zhang isn't any ordinary gourd. This is a grade 5 spirit weapon, and it's able to contain 10,000 pounds of wine. Wang Qiong lightly smiled as she explained to Duan Ling Tian. Grade 5 spirit weapon? Wang Qiong spoke casually, but when it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it was instead like a thunderclap. Grade 5 spirit weapon? Li Fei, who sat before Duan Ling Tian and lay on his chest, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then her beautiful eyes flickered with a gleam of disbelief as she gazed at the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hands. Xiongquan, who spurred his horse in the lead, was slightly moved as well and was shocked. I've really misjudged it. Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion. Now, when his spiritual force extended out, he was able to notice that the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand was indeed a grade 5 spirit weapon. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. According to his knowledge, even throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, this grade 5 spirit weapons was still in existence like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The 7-star sword sect he joined was one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, a formidable sect like this seemed to only have one grade 5 spirit weapon, a grade 5 spirit sword. Supposedly, this grade 5 spirit sword was in the sect leader's control. That grade 5 spirit sword was the 7-star sword sect's sect leader's sword for generations and generations. Besides being able to store wine, this wine gourd is probably an extremely formidable offensive spirit weapon as well. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice the difference in this wine gourd. Unlike the spatial ring, which was a spirit weapon purely used for storage, the wine gourd still carried along traces of killing intent. This was the killing intent that only an offensive spirit weapon would possess. Grade 5 spirit weapon. There are extremely few within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's the empire that surpassed the Imperial Kingdom, there probably wouldn't be many as well. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is from the Darkstone Empire? Duan Ling Tian secretly guessed in his heart. Along the way, he tried to ask Zhang Shouyong about his background, but Zhang Shouyong would only laugh it off, then say that he wasn't related to the past any longer and didn't want to mention it. Duan Ling Tian could feel the aloofness and resoluteness in Zhang Shouyong's tone. It looked like the clan of this big brother Zhang of his had hurt Zhang Shouyong greatly. Zhang Shouyong wasn't willing to say anything, so Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't ask anymore. This also caused the background of Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong to become a riddle in his eyes. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, do you two have any plans? Duan Ling Tian asked. We don't have any specific plans for now, but we should be going to take a spin around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So we'll send you and sister-in-law back to the Seven-Star Sword Sect before we make any plans. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled. A trace of warmth flowed within Duan Ling Tian's heart. He naturally knew Zhang Shouyong's intentions. It was undoubtedly wanting to escort him and Li Fei back to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. After all, now, Xiong Quan's cultivation was different from before. Even if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, so long as the person used a spirit weapon, then Xiong Quan wouldn't be a match. Although Xiong Quan was able to execute the advanced sword force that's comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, the strength bestowed by the advanced sword force was unable to be amplified by a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon was only able to amplify the strength of the body and origin energy. Currently, Xiong Quan had lost all his origin energy, and only a 9th-level body tempering stage cultivation remained in him. When the strength of his body exploded out completely, it would only be comparable to the strength of one ancient mammoth. Even if he did utilize a grade 7 spirit sword and obtain the amplification from it, Xiong Quan's strength wouldn't even reach the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Xiong Quan. Duan Ling Tian sighed, then looked at Xiong Quan, who rode his horse in the front, and asked, Xiong Quan, what plans do you have? Xiong Quan took a deep breath when he heard this, then said slowly, Young master, with my current strength, I can't help you with anything. I want to return to my hometown. Xiong Quan's tone carried slight bitterness within. Then we'll send you back to your hometown. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He respected Xiong Quan's choice. He'd already decided in his heart that he would surely help Xiong Quan restore his Dantian in the future. Restore a Dantian. If anyone knew of Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts, they would surely insult Duan Ling Tian as a madman and think Duan Ling Tian was indulging in the wildest of fantasies. After all, once the Dantian was damaged, even if one consumed the best healing medicine in the entire Cloud Continent, the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill, it would still be powerless to save the person's Dantian. This was a fact that was publicly acknowledged within Cloud Continent. Once the Dantian was crippled, one's life was over. This was an iron law. However, as the person who'd merged with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't care about these so-called iron laws. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, there were 2 ways that could restore a crippled Dantian. The first, find a legendary medicinal herb called the Immortal Spirit Herb. The Immortal Spirit Herb only existed in legends, and even the Rebirth Martial Emperor had only heard of it, but not seen it. Allegedly, the Immortal Spirit Herb was able to cause a cripple to regrow his limbs. Its medicinal strength could be called heaven-defying. The second was to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist and refine a quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. The quasi-royal grade resurrection pill was a healing medicine that surpassed the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Within the Cloud Continent, people only knew that the best healing medicine was the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. They didn't know that since long ago, the Rebirth Martial Emperor had refined the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, and the royal grade resurrection pill surpassed the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. No matter how serious the injury was, so long as the heart hadn't stopped beating, then they could be saved by consuming the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. As for the royal grade resurrection pill, it was even more exaggerated. Even if the heart had stopped beating, so long as it hadn't stopped for more than an hour, then the person could be saved by consuming a royal grade resurrection pill. That immortal spirit herb is too impractical. Looks like I have to wait until I arrive at the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that the Rebirth Martial Emperor left for his 3rd lifetime to be able to help Xiong Quan restore his Dantian. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Within the pile of treasures that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had prepared for his 3rd lifetime, the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and royal grade resurrection pill were amongst them. After spending an entire month of galloping the whole way, Duan Ling Tian's group had finally arrived at Xiong Quan's hometown. Xiong Quan's hometown was situated within a group of mountains, and it was considered a remote village. Xiong Quan, you grew up here? Duan Ling Tian looked at the remote village and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It was difficult for him to image how Xiong Quan, the formed guardian elder of the Boundless sect, had such an ordinary and common birth. Yes. Xiong Quan nodded, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the faraway village. Duan Ling Tian's group had only just entered the village when they were noticed. It's Uncle Xiong Quan. In next to no time, a 12 or 13-year-old youth with sharp eyes had recognized Xiong Quan, and he exclaimed in shock before dashing over. Uncle Xiong Quan! Uncle Xiong Quan! You are! Xiong Quan was stunned as he gazed at the youth that leaped into his embrace. Uncle Xiong Quan, you don't recognize me? I'm Heir Hu. The youth raised his head and looked at Xiong Quan with an excited expression. You're Heir Hu. Xiong Quan was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh as he rubbed the youth's little head. Heir Hu, we've only not seen each other for a few years, and you've already grown so big. The youth laughed slyly. Uncle Xiong Quan, I was only 7 when you left the last time. Is everyone in the village still well? Xiong Quan asked. The youth nodded hastily. Everyone is fine. Just that we usually slightly miss Uncle Xiong Quan. Humph. I'm going to become an outstanding martial artist like Uncle Xiong Quan in the future. Then enter the Boundless Sect and become a great guardian like Uncle Xiong Quan. The youth's naive appearance caused Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong to be unable to refrain from smiling. Then you have to work hard, Heir Hu. Xiong Quan smiled as he encouraged, yet a trace of misery flashed deep within his eyes. Xiong Quan! Uncle Xiong Quan! Before long, a crowd of people poured out of the village, and they were incredibly fervent. Duan Ling Tian's thought inwardly when he saw this scene. Looks like after Xiong Quan became the guardian elder of the Boundless Sect, he didn't forget his own hometown. These villagers all respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Xiong Quan relied on his own hard work to grow into the guardian elder of the Boundless Sect from a kid that grew up in the mountains. This was a shocking feat. Moreover, after he'd become the guardian elder of the Boundless Sect, Xiong Quan was able to remember his roots and take care of his own hometown, and this was even more difficult to come by. He was truly respectable. It was precisely because of this that Xiong Quan was able to obtain the acknowledgement of all the villagers in his hometown. Because of their relationship with Xiong Quan, the villagers' love for Xiong Quan extended onto Duan Ling Tian's group, and they obtained an extremely passionate welcome from the villagers. After staying in the village for a few days and enjoying the rural life, Duan Ling Tian's group were prepared to leave. Before they left, Duan Ling Tian went to meet Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, this is the antidote. In the future, you don't have to worry about the poison in your body recurring every 6 months, as this antidote is sufficient to completely remove the poison within your body. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it to Xiong Quan. That day, for the sake of controlling Xiong Quan, he'd added poison into the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill he gave Xiong Quan. It was a type of slow poison, and so long as one didn't consume the antidote for a period of time that's more than 6 months, then one would undoubtedly die. Now, Duan Ling Tian gave Xiong Quan the antidote to completely remove that poison. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan took a deep breath before accepting the medicinal pill and consuming it. Then he said sincerely, Young master, Xiong Quan can't be by your side in the future, so you must take good care of yourself and protect yourself well. Young master doesn't have to feel guilty about what has happened to me, as everything is fate. Fate? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Xiong Quan, let me ask you, what is fate? Xiong Quan was dumbstruck when he heard this. He didn't know how to explain it. Xiong Quan, remember this. Never ever believe in the so-called fate. Now, although your Dantian has been crippled, your advanced sword force is still present. Since you've opened the door to force, even if you don't have your origin energy, you're still able to continue comprehending the sword concept. Duan Ling Tian slowly said to Xiong Quan. It's all not important anymore. Xiong Quan shook his head and smiled, seeming extremely free and easy. Without origin energy, even if he comprehended sword concept, what good would that do? At most, the sword in his hand and his attacks would be formidable. In terms of speed, he would be no different than a 9th-level body tempering stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian had a serious expression as he said to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, I know that your Dantian being crippled has caused you to be without hope, but I still want to tell you that I have a way to restore your Dantian. What? Xianxia was startled by what Duanling Tian said, and he was like a frightened bird as he asked, "Young master, you said you have a way to restore my crippled dantian? Is it true?" Currently, Xianxia had lost his previous composure and his free and easy appearance. He instead had an excited expression and had forgotten himself. The only reason he feigned such an appearance earlier was because he didn't want Duanling Tian to be worried and guilty. Actually, his heart hadn't walked out from the shadow of his dantian being crippled since the beginning. After living together with Duanling Tian for these few years, Duanling Tian had never once taken him to be a servant because of the poison that controlled him, and instead, Duanling Tian had taken him to be like a family member. This caused him to have always had gratitude in his heart. Now, even when he wasn't controlled by the poison, he still tried his best to be considerate of Duanling Tian. "You followed me for a few years. Have I ever said something meaningless?" Duanling Tian wasn't surprised by Xianxia's excitement. As if there was a choice, then no one would choose to become a cripple. Xianxia's face flushed red when he obtained confirmation from Duanling Tian, and he was extremely excited. "However, even though I have a way to restore your dantian, I'm afraid it will still require some time. It will take anywhere from 5 to even 10+ years. Duanling Tian poured a bucket of cold water when he saw Xianxia being so excited. But Xianxia paid no attention to it, and he grinned. "Young master, I can wait." Duanling Tian nodded, then patted Xianxia on the shoulder. "Then I'll be leaving first. You don't have to send me off. Work hard in comprehending your advanced sword force. With your comprehension ability, comprehending sword concept isn't difficult. I hope that when I see you next, you would have already comprehended sword concept." "I will, young master. I will absolutely not let you down." Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Duanling Tian smiled in satisfaction, then turned around and left. He converged with Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong before leaving the remote mountains. "Scoundrel, are you still thinking about Xianxia?" Li Fei couldn't refrain from asking when she noticed Duanling Tian being silent all the way. Duanling Tian sighed. "I am responsible for what happened to Xianxia." Li Fei held Duanling Tian's hand and consoled. "Don't blame yourself, you were helpless at that time as well. That withered old man was too strong. However, Big Brother Zhang has killed that withered old man, and it can be considered to have taken revenge for Xianxia." Duanling Tian nodded, then looked at the young man on the other Fergana horse. "Big Brother Zhang, thank you." Zhang Shouyong shook his head and smiled. "Brother Ling Tian, don't mention it. That day, when I saw you for the first time in Drainpool Inn, I felt as if I'd met an old friend. The facts prove that our tempers agree with each other and we were bound to become friends." "Yeah." Wang Qiong, who sat in front of Zhang Shouyong, nodded. "I and little sister Li Fei hit off well from the beginning as well, and I've taken her to be my own younger sister in my heart. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Otherwise, even though I'm not a match for you, I'm able to ask Brother Yong to help me teach you a lesson." As she finished speaking, Wang Qiong's contained a slight protective tone. "Then wouldn't I be fully controlled by this little girl in the future?" Duanling Tian exaggerated with a laugh. "Humph. Scoundrel. Let's see if you dare bully me in the future." Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to beam, and her beautiful face held a complacent expression. In the following leg of the journey, Duanling Tian's group of 4 didn't travel quickly as they wandered about to enjoy the beauties of nature all along the way towards the 7-star sword sect. An event worthy of mention was that when they were about to arrive at Black Bamboo City, Duanling Tian's cultivation broke through once again. The 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. Presently, I've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage, and my strength is comparable to the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, I possess an extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the WYRM Python form, has finally attained perfection. The scope of effect of the quake energy has already advanced to the limit as well. So long as the strength of my opponent doesn't exceed my own strength by the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then I'm not afraid. Since he broke through, Duan Tian's mood was always slightly agitated. Lu Shigu. Duan Tian's gaze flickered with a cold light, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When I return this time, it's time to properly settle the accounts between us. That day, Lu Shigu had heavily injured him and even knocked him out. He'd always taken this to be a humiliation. He hoped that one day, he would be able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Shigu pay tenfold. No, 100-fold. Now, although he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, after his cultivation stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage, he was already unafraid of an ordinary first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. So long as Lu Shigu hasn't broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, then my current strength is completely sufficient to completely destroy him. As Duan Tian thought about this, his eyes emitted a trace of yearning. When he returned to his senses, Duan Tian smelt the fragrance of Li Fei's hair and felt the strong breeze that blew at him while the horse galloped forward, and his eyes slightly narrowed as an extremely gentle expression appeared on his face. Presently, it had already been an entire year since he left the 7-star sword sect. This time, not only had his cultivation broken through once again, Li Fei's cultivation had broken through half a month ago to advance to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Of course, the reason Li Fei's advancement was so swift, following closely behind Duan Tian's footsteps, was because of the 10,000-year stalactite milk she'd consumed that time. Presently, Li Fei's natural talent in the martial Dao was similar to Duan Tian and had arrived at the limit of what a martial artist could arrive at. 1 year had passed. Duan Tian was already 21. Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto the small black dot in the distance as he asked slowly, "Brother Ling Tian, the city ahead is Black Bamboo City?" "Yes." Duan Tian nodded. He knew that arriving at Black Bamboo City would also mean that they were about to go their separate ways from Zhang Shouyang and his wife. On the journey here, he, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyang, and Wang Qiong had formed a deep friendship. Reluctance was hard to avoid. "After we've arrived at Black Bamboo City, we'll have a meal together." Zhang Shouyang looked at Li Fei and Duan Tian as he suggested. Duan Tian and Li Fei naturally had no objections. Wang Qiong said to Li Fei with a face covered in tender affection, "Little sister Li Fei, I'll surely come visit you with Brother Yong when I'm free in the future." Li Fei's beautiful eyes became faintly misty as she said in a light voice, "Big sister Wang Qiong, I'll miss you." Duan Tian consoled Li Fei. "All right, all good things must come to an end. Cheer up. What's more, it isn't like there isn't a chance to meet again in the future. Besides that, we have to eat together in a while, and your current appearance will surely cause big sister Wang Qiong to feel bad when she sees it." Li Fei lightly nodded, and she was barely able to force out a trace of a smile. During this half-year, she and Wang Qiong had hit off from the beginning and were close like sisters. Now that they were about to separate, she was naturally extremely reluctant. The small black dot far away gradually became bigger, and in the end it transformed into a city. This city stood in the distance. It was like it had transformed into an enormous beast that swallowed the streams of wagons and people that entered. After Duan Tian's group of 4 entered the city, they casually found a restaurant before finding a place that was adjacent to the window. Subsequently, they ordered their food. "Brother Ling Tian, they seem to be looking at you?" Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's voice entered into Duan Tian's ears. Only now did Duan Tian notice that the crowd of customers within the restaurant were all looking at him with a slightly strange gaze. Actually, he'd noticed when he'd just entered the city that some people seemed as if they'd seen money when they saw him, as their eyes gleamed and they had greedy expressions. What's going on? Duan Tian completely didn't know what had happened. Shi Clan Estate. Patriarch? I want to see the Patriarch. An incomparably swift figure flashed into the Shi Clan estate, then dashed violently all the way to finally charge to the Shi Clan audience hall. Within the Shi Clan audience hall, an old man in embroidered clothes had a cold expression as he gazed indifferently at the middle-aged man before him and asked, "There still isn't any news of that Duan Tian lately?" The middle-aged man was precisely the patriarch of the Shi Clan, Shi Li. "Lord Xiado, Li had a bitter expression. I sent some people to the Seven-Star Sword sect to find out about him. 1 year ago, Ling Tian left the Seven-Star Sword sect and hasn't returned since. Xiado, the vice president of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Jade Magnolia Trading Company, a 6th-level void prying stage existence. Even if he was the patriarch of the Shi clan, he was only a void prying stage expert, a 1st-level void prying stage. If Shi Hao wasn't killed by Ling Tian, then he would have surely been able to become the Shi clan's 2nd void prying stage expert with his natural talent. As he thought up to this point, Li's face sank. You told me this yesterday. Xiado swept Li with an indifferent gaze. Have you found out where he went? Li shook his head. Not for now. Don't worry, Lord Xiado. Ling Tian also crippled the cultivation of my daughter and killed my son. I surely am irreconcilable enemies with him. So long as I have news about him, I would surely notify Lord Xiado at the first possible moment. Xiaodo's arrival had allowed Li to see hope for taking revenge. In the past, although he knew that his son, Shi Hao, was killed Ling Tian, but he didn't dare act rashly. Because Ling Tian was an outstanding disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The Shi clan wouldn't allow him to take a risk for a personal enmity and draw calamity for the Shi clan. However, some time ago, this vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiado, had come over in a threatening manner with a drawing in hand, and this picture allowed him to see hope. His daughter Shi Yan recognized it with a glance. The young man within the drawing Xiado possessed was precisely Ling Tian. In this way, he invited Xiado into the Shi clan estate to plan their vengeance together. Ling Tian, it's you who deserve death. You actually dared to kill Lord Xiaodo's only son. Cold lights flickered within Li's eyes, and a small sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Patriarch, patriarch. Right at this moment, a figure that was in a hurry charged into the audience hall before reporting his arrival. Xiado frowned when he saw the Shi clan disciple directly charge in, and he grunted coldly. Patriarch Li, looks like your Shi clan's rules are nothing much. Could it be that this Shi clan audience hall can be casually entered by anyone? Li was slightly embarrassed and looked at the Shi clan disciple as he asked in a low voice, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Patriarch, the Shi clan disciple said excitedly. The person in the drawing has appeared. Bang! The instant Li's pupils constricted. Xiado sat beside him and had just picked up a teacup to take a sip. Xiaodo's body trembled and the teacup in his hand was directly smashed into pieces by his grip. Xiado stood up and looked at the Shi clan disciple as he shouted, "You said the person in the drawing has appeared?" The Shi clan disciple hurriedly nodded. "Yes. I saw him enter the city with my own 2 eyes. Patriarch! Patriarch!" Meanwhile, numerous figures had flashed into the audience hall. My cousin brother noticed that young man in the drawing at the Tranquil Elegance restaurant. My friend noticed him as well. I too saw him with my own 2 eyes. These Shi clan disciples were similarly providing information like the Shi clan disciple before him. Good, good. Xiado laughed heartily, and the imposing manner on his body surged. Although he didn't stretch it out intentionally, but it still caused the expressions of the Shi clan disciples that were present to go ghastly pale, and their bodies shivered. Guang, father will go take revenge for you now. Xiaodo's voice was like a thunderclap, shocking the Shi clan audience hall to the point it seemed as if it swayed. After eating their fill, Ling Tian's group of 4 left the restaurant, then spurred their horses out of Black Bamboo City. On the way, Ling Tian's brows knit. His spiritual force told him that there were currently numerous people who were spying on him from the shadows and were following him. Zhang Shouyong looked at Ling Tian as he lightly smiled and said, "Brother Ling Tian, the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect are like thunder piercing the ear to me as well. I and Qiong will send you to the 7-Star Sword sect and also look at the elegant appearance of the 7 great sword peaks on the way. How about it?" "Okay." Ling Tian nodded and lightly smiled, and his smile contained gratitude mixed within. He knew in his heart that Zhang Shouyong made such a decision because Zhang Shouyong had surely noticed the people following him. Then let's go slowly. I still want to chat with big sister Wang Qiong. We don't know when we'll meet again. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flashed, and it suffused with a sheen of reluctance as she suggested. Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyong nodded. Their group of 4, 2 Fergana horses, walked out of Black Bamboo City and headed directly towards the 7-Star Sword sect. Because of Li Fei's suggestion, Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyong had both decreased their speeds and didn't spur their horses into a gallop. Before they parted, Li Fei and Wang Qiong chatted happily to their heart's content. Black Bamboo City wasn't far from the 7-Star Sword sect, and even when they slowed down, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 had already traveled halfway there after half an hour. The 7-Star Sword sect really does deserve its reputation. Zhang Shouyong gazed at the 7 sword peaks that stood in the distance, and he couldn't help but praise them. I heard a long time ago that the 7-Star Sword sect possessed 7 great sword peaks, and it's one of the great wonders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen it today, it truly does deserve its reputation. Wang Qiong deeply agreed and nodded. Perhaps any one of the peaks of the 7 great sword peaks were inferior to the solitary summit that was nearby the ancient city of Everlast. However, when the 7 great sword peaks were gathered together and stood there, it gave people a shocking sight to behold. The 7 great sword peaks were like 7 sharp swords that shot up into the heavens, as if it wanted to pierce 7 holes through the heavens. Right at this moment, thump, 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 thump. A string of dense sounds of horse hooves hitting the group interrupted the paid of husband and wife who were enjoying the sight of the 7 great sword peaks. Zhang Shouyong's face sank as cold lights flickered in his eyes. A trace of displeasure arose on Wang Qiong's beautiful face as well. When Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyong turned their horses around, they could see over 10 sturdy horses dashing over with 3 Fergana horses in the lead, and they galloped straight towards the location of Duan Ling Tian's group. Halt! Halt! In next to no time, the people who sat on the 10 over sturdy horses had surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, as if they transformed into a heaven-encompassing net, causing Duan Ling Tian's group to have nowhere to escape. Shi Yan. Li Fei's sharp eyes noticed the woman by the dignified middle-aged man's side with a single glance. The woman had distorted and hideous features, and her pair of triangular eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen. It was precisely the formed Alcade Peak disciple, Shi Yan. The Shi Yan that was crippled by Duan Ling Tian. The Shi Yan that was the younger sister of the formed number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Bitch! Shi Yan gazed at Li Fei, and her triangular eyes emitted a frightful icy coldness. Today, you and your man will die. You crippled my cultivation and killed my brother. None of you will be able to escape today. Shi Yao's voice was filled with gloominess. Wang Qiong's beautiful face went grim when she heard Shi Yan insult Li Fei, and she said in a low voice, "Watch your words. What does me insulting this bitch have to do with you?" Shi Yao coldly swept Wang Qiong with her gaze, then grunted. Today, you can only blame yourself and your man for being unfortunate to actually be together with these 2 jinxes. You 2 are bound to be implicated by them. Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, has a calm expression as he asked indifferently, "What you mean is you want to kill all 4 of us?" Right when Shi Yan intended to speak. Exactly. All 3 of you will die with Duan Ling Tian today. An aged voice sounded out, and extreme coldness and indifference was mixed within the voice. It was the embroidered clothed old man on the Fergana horse that spoke. The current group of people seemed to be following the lead of this old man. This person. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he gazed at the old man in embroidered clothes. He kept having the feeling that the old man was slightly familiar, but he could be sure that he'd never seen the old man before. If he'd met the old man before, it would be impossible that he didn't have an impression of the old man at all. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that the old man's cultivation ought to be at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Shouyong's calm expression slightly sank when he heard the old man. A void-prying stage martial artist dared talk nonsense before him? Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the dignified middle-aged man beside Shi Yan glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian as he said coldly, "First, you crippled my daughter's cultivation, and later on you even killed my son. Sure how? Today, I, surely, will make your blood splatter on the ground. You're Sure Hao's father?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the dignified middle-aged man with an indifferent gaze. Then his gaze descended onto the old man in embroidered clothes. "You're also taking revenge for Sure Hao?" The old man in embroidered clothes hadn't even opened his mouth when Shirley had already sneered and said, "Duan Ling Tian, this is Lord Xiado, and he'd the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. I truly never expected that you actually dared kill the son of Lord Xiado. Simply audacious. Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president? Xiado?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. He seemed to have heard of this somewhere. "Scoundrel, Black Wind City," Li Fei reminded. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding as he recalled what happened there. That day, he'd only just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and when he passed the Black Wind City that was at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd participated in an auction. After the auction ended, there was someone who coveted the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse he'd won in the auction. Later on, that person and the two old men by that person's side were killed by Xiongquan. That person seemed to be the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. "You're Xia Guang's father?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man in embroidered clothes, as he still clearly remembered the name from that day. "Exactly. I'm Xia Guang's father, Xiado." Xiado's gaze was incomparably icy cold and contained boundless killing intent. "Looks like you still remember my son you killed. I've been looking for you for an entire year, and finally found a lead in Black Bamboo City. Looks like even the heavens want to allow me to take revenge for my son." As he finished speaking, Xiado's face flushed red and he was extremely excited. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that was as if he was looking at a dead man. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiado as he asked in a low voice, "Xiado, you're the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in any case. Could it be that you don't want to know why I killed your son that day? That day, if it wasn't for Xiaguang coveting the jade-eyed heavenly mouse in his possession and colluding with the people from the Ma Clan auction house, wanting to kill them and seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he wouldn't have made Xiongquan kill Xiaguang. As far as he was concerned, Xiaguang brought all this onto himself. Xiaguang deserved death." Xiado snorted coldly when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Then he said with a sunken face, "I don't care why you killed my son. I only know that regardless of who, if they kill my son, then they must be prepared to pay in blood. Even if the Son of God killed my son, I, Xiado, would still tear him to pieces. Even if it's your son who was in the wrong, even if your son was the first to arouse an intent to kill, you don't care? You don't think that it's because you didn't educate your son well?" Duan Ling Tian gazed at Xiado with an even colder gaze. "Yes." Xiaodo's eyes flickered with cold lights as he said angrily, "Even if my son commits all sorts of crimes, no one can touch him, only because he is the son of Xiado, the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president." "Ha ha!" Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard Xiado. "As expected, like father like son. He's the son of you, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president. So his life is more precious than others. Of course, as far as I'm concerned, his life is priceless. As for others, at least the life of you, Duan Ling Tian, is no different from lowly grass in my eyes." Xiaodo's voice contained traces of ruthlessness mixed within. "No different from lowly grass." Cold lights flickered within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. If he possessed the strength to kill Xiado now, then he would kill Xiado without the slightest hesitation. "Do you really think that the life of your son is a life, but the life of others isn't a life? What a notion of being no different from lowly grass." Zhang Shouyong looked at Xiado and shouted coldly. Presently, slight rage had appeared within the eyes of this young man who had a calm expression. Who are you to dare be presumptuous before Lord Xiado? Shi Li's face sank. He wanted to show off before Xiado. So he stomped his feet on the ground and his entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At the same time that Shi Li flashed out, 1,500 ancient mammoths appeared out of thin air above him. Half-step void stage. They saw Shi Li shouting explosively and charging at Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Li Fei was stunned as well. As far as they were concerned, Shi Li was simply courting death. A half-step void stage martial artist was strong in their eyes, but in the eyes of Big Brother Zhang, he was no different than an ant. After all, even a formidable first-level void initiation stage expert like the withered old man was instantly killed by Zhang Shouyong. A mere half-step void stage, a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage was nothing before Zhang Shouyong. OM. A spirit saber suddenly appeared in the hands of Shi Li, who seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed out, and saber lights revolved on the saber, dazzling and resplendent. For a moment, another 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shi Li. Grade 7 Spirit Saber. Shi Li's hand shook. Instantly. OM. 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 The Grade 7 Spirit Saber in Shi Li's hand instantly transformed into saber lights that covered the sky, like a net made of sabers that swept towards Zhang Shouyong with an imposing manner that shot through the sky like a rainbow. Whereas Wang Qiong, who was in front of Zhang Shouyong, had become its first target. If he wanted to harm Zhang Shouyong, then he would have to first clear of the obstruction which was Wang Qiong. Although Wang Qiong's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and didn't possess a shred of origin energy, when she was faced with the saber light net that covered the sky as it approached with Shi Li, she was not afraid in the slightest. Her expression was calm, as if she didn't pay any attention to the scene unfolding before her eyes, because she knew that she had a formidable person by her side to support her. So long as that person was present, she would be fine. Shi Li is dead. When he saw Shi Li attacking Wang Qiong, Duan Lingtian had already given Shi Li the death penalty in his heart. Just like Li Fei was his reverse scale, Wang Qiong was Zhang Shouyong's reverse scale. Shi Li actually dared make a move against Wang Qiong? He's simply courting death. Just as if he was responding to Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Zhang Shouyong's face swiftly became gloomy at the instant, when Shi Li made a move and executed saber lights that covered the sky as they swept towards Wang Qiong. You're courting death. Zhang Shouyong's voice was chilly and carried with it a frightful killing intent. And when his voice entered the ears of everyone present, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, whoosh, everyone only heard an ear-piercing sound howl of the wind, and accompanying it was a string of sounds of air exploding that were like thunderclaps. At practically the same instant, bang! Everyone clearly saw that the body of Shi Li, who approached menacingly, had stopped in midair, then blew up in the blink of an eye. Blood and flesh splattered in the sky, and not a single complete piece of Shi Li's body could be seen. Obviously, he was blasted by an extremely terrifying force. Silence. The entire scene was deathly silent. The group of people surrounding Duan Lingtian's group, including Xiado, at this moment, they seemed as if their throats were choked by someone and their faces flushed red. Their eyes contained a sheen of extreme terror mixed within. An existence at the half-step void stage was directly blasted to the death in the blink of an eye, before they could even react to the attack. Duan Lingtian gazed at this scene calmly as he didn't feel surprised at all. What a joke! This Big Brother Zhang was an existence at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. A mere half-step void stage martial artist dared be presumptuous before Big Brother Zhang? Virtually courting death. Li Fei's beautiful face seemed ghastly pale as she was frightened by Big Brother Zhang's methods. Although she didn't see clearly how Zhang Shouyong attacked, she saw the scene of Shi Li's body being blown apart by the terrifying force. When Shi Li was killed, he even didn't have the chance to let out a shrill cry. Everything happened too quickly. Quick to the point that it was shocking. Father! Shi Yan's body lightly trembled as she gazed at the pieces of Shi Li's body that covered the ground, her triangular eyes flickering with despair and astonishment. Her expression was filled with disbelief. Her father had died just like that? No. Impossible. For a time, Shi Yan was slightly battered out of her wits, whereas the others were jolted awake from their shock by Shi Yan. Hiss! 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 Numerous sounds of gasping rose and fell, causing the slightly oppressive atmosphere of the current scene to stand out. Even Xiado, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Company, an existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, now looked at Zhang Shouyong with a gaze that carried traces of terror. Earlier, he was completely unable to see clearly how this young man had attacked. It was too fast. Fast to the point his eyes wasn't able to catch the movements. Xiado understood that this was a dangerous figure. Xiado's heart sank. He looked at Zhang Shouyong and cupped his fist. Sir, I'm the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Xiado, today this is a matter of private enmity between me and this Duanling Tian. I hope that you don't interfere in this. I, Xiado, and even the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company will owe you a debt of gratitude. Now, Xiado brought out the Jade Magnolia Trading Company to oppress Zhang Shouyong, as he wanted Zhang Shouyong to have some scruples and retreat in the face of difficulties. As far as Xiado was concerned, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company still had a certain level of sway within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But unfortunately, Xiado was bound to be disappointed. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Duanling Tian knew Xiado's intention as soon as he heard Xiado's words, and he couldn't help but snicker. Could it be that this Xiado thinks that Big Brother Zhang would be afraid of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company behind him? Moreover, Xiao. Duanling Tian looked at Xiado, and a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're just a vice president, but you dare spread word that you're able to represent the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Laughable. You? Xiaodao's face sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes, and he wished for nothing more than to directly kill Duanling Tian. However, the young man who caused extreme fear in him had not made his position known. So, even if he hated Duanling Tian anymore, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, as he didn't dare make a move. The strength of that young man was too terrifying. According to his estimations, it was at least at the 7th level of the void prying stage. It was far from something he could compare to. Humph! Finally, Zhang Shouyong gave Xiado a reply, a cold snort. Though Xiado didn't know what Zhang Shouyong meant by this, he saw Zhang Shouyong move, disappearing into thin air above the Fergana horse. In the next moment, an ear-piercing and awe-inspiring howl of the wind swept out into the surroundings. He could vaguely see that there were 3 enormous silhouettes in the sky, flashing as they made a circle in the sky in the blink of an eye. When these 3 enormous silhouettes entered into Xiaodo's eyes, it caused his expression to become incomparably deathly pale. Second level void initiation stage. As a 6th level void prying stage martial artist, he could clearly feel that this young man didn't utilize his concept, and had only purely used his origin energy. The strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 2nd level void initiation stage. This young man was a void initiation stage expert. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown by, Zhang Shouyong appeared before Xiado in the blink of an eye. Aside from that, at this moment, besides Xiado and Shi Yan, not one of the other 10+ people were alive. They were all killed by Zhang Shouyong. Since the moment Zhang Shouyong made a move to his appearance before the old man, he'd only used the time of 1 breath. Zhang Shouyong used his actions to show how terrifying a void initiation stage expert was. So strong. Duanling Tian took a deep breath, and his gaze contained yearning mixed within, a yearning towards the void initiation stage. No! No! Meanwhile, Shi Yan, who was dumbstruck in the distance, had finally recovered from her shock, and her face was deathly pale as she gazed at the corpses that covered the ground. Her legs went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Her pair of triangular eyes flickered with boundless terror and despair. Today, The reason she'd appeared here was because she wanted to see Duanling Tian killed with her own 2 eyes. She'd even resolved in her heart that once Duanling Tian was killed by the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, she would tear Duanling Tian's corpse to 10,000 pieces, as only then would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. But now, all this was bound to become her imagination. Why? Why is it like this? Why does Duanling Tian have such formidable support by his side? Why? The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Shi Yan clenched her fist tightly, and her triangular eyes flickered with unwillingness. Her distorted and hideous features were now completely knotted together. Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto Xiado, and he asked with a calm tone, "You said earlier that you want to kill my brother?" This caused Xiaodo's face to go deathly pale from fright, and his body trembled. Xiado took a deep breath, then looked at Zhang Shouyang and asked, "Sir, who exactly are you?" Subsequently, he suppressed the fear within his heart as he slowly said, "Perhaps the clan or sect that you're from has some friendly relationship with my Jade Magnolia Trading Company?" The way he spoke contained a slight sense of yielding. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? The corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth held a trace of disdain as he said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of it." "Never heard of it?" Xiaodo's face instantly flushed red, as if his throat was choked by someone. He naturally thought that Zhang Shouyang had said this intentionally. Although the Jade Magnolia Trading Company couldn't be considered the top trading company within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was still known far and wide. Duanling Tian, however, wasn't surprised. According to his knowledge, although Zhang Shouyang stayed in the ancient city of Everlast for a few years, besides having gained some understanding of the 7 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he didn't take notice of any other powers. Suddenly, whoosh! The 3 ancient horned dragons appeared above Zhang Shouyang once again, then bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they hovered down, bringing about an extremely oppressive feeling to others. Xiaodo's face went deathly pale when he saw this, and his eyes emitted dread. "Since you kept saying you want to kill my brother, then I'll send you off and remove all future worries for my brother." Zhang Shouyang spoke word for word, and every word he spoke seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that smashed onto Xiaodo's chest, causing Xiaodo's expression to become even paler. In the end, it completely shattered Xiaodo's will to fight. Thump! Xiaodo's body dropped with a thump. He'd actually knelt on the floor and lowered his noble head. Then he said with a slightly trembling voice, "Spare me, Lord. I was only kidding earlier. That unfilial son of mine actually dared offend the brother of you. Lord, he deserves death even if he died 100 times. Lord, it's I who didn't teach my son well. It's I who didn't teach my son well." Currently, Xiaodo was devoid of the arrogance of a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist and the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Presently, he was like a dog that wagged its tail as it begged. In the face of death, he'd completely abandoned his honor, just for the sake of survival. "Vice President Xiaodo, this isn't what you said earlier." Ridicule appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth, and he had heartfelt disdain for Xiaodo, a dignified 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist and the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, had actually abandoned his honor as a man and a martial artist, all for the sake of survival. Person like this was pitiable. When he heard Duanling Tian, Xiaodo suppressed the flames of rage deep within his heart that would burst out at any moment, and he said in panic, "Brother Duan, I was only joking earlier. I was just joking with you." Really? Joking?" Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold, then laughed strangely. "Since Vice President Xiaodo liked to joke, Big Brother Zhang, I think you can play a joke with Vice President Xiaodo. I think Vice President Xiaodo ought to not mind. Right? Vice President Xiaodo." Yes. Xiaodo nodded in panic. He didn't dare say no at this moment. Zhang Shouyang heard Duanling Tian and perceived Duanling Tian's intentions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. "Vice President Xiaodo, right?" Zhang Shouyang asked indifferently. "Lord, Just call me Xiado. Just call me Xiado. Xiado had a panicked expression and had lost himself. You like to play jokes, right? Zhang Shouyong asked again. Yes, yes. Xiado didn't dare hesitate and nodded in a hurry. Very good. Zhang Shouyong nodded, then raised his hand to press it onto Xiaodo's head, and at the same time that Xiaodo's body shivered, he said slowly, Then I'll play a joke with you. Let's see if your head will explode when I slightly exert some origin energy. Xiado was already shaking with fright, and when he heard Zhang Shouyong, he lost his mind and directly fell onto the ground as he said in a trembling voice, Spare me, Lord. Spare me, Lord. I can't take this joke. I can't. Humph. Zhang Shouyong's gaze went cold and lost any intention of continuing to tease Xiado. Then his origin energy skyrocketed in his right hand. No! Xiaodo's eyes were sharp and just happened to see this scene. At the same time that his face went pale, his limbs pushed against the ground and his body trembled before seeming to transform into an eagle. He flashed off, desiring to flee. In the sky, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed on in tow. But would he be able to flee? Want to flee? The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a sneer, and in almost an instant, a layer of an earthen yellow light barrier had appeared on the surface of his body. Above him, 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes fought for the lead position as they fluttered out. Whoosh! In Duanling Tian's vision, Zhang Shouyong's body completely merged with the earth in an instant before disappearing on the spot. At the same time that Zhang Shouyong, who'd utilized his third-level earth concept, had disappeared before Duanling Tian's eyes, he'd appeared over 10 meters away to easily obstruct Xiado, who wanted to flee. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's palm descended with skyrocketing origin energy, and on the corners of the origin energy, traces of an earthen yellow halo could be vaguely seen. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong had utilized the third-level earth concept in the strike. Bang! The palm strike that contained the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons had descended onto Xiaodo's chest, and it emitted an enormous bang. Instantly, Xiado followed in the footsteps of the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li. His entire body exploded, transforming into pieces of flesh that covered the sky before scattering all over the ground. Utterly dead. Shi Yan. Suddenly, Duanling Tian heard a delicate shout sound out, and subsequently, Li Fei, who sat before him, had flashed out. Only now did Duanling Tian notice that Shi Yan was actually trying to flee. Whoosh! Li Fei's figure flashed out gracefully and caught up with Shi Yan in the blink of an eye. Then the 3-foot-long blade in her hand was sent into Shi Yan's back, passing straight through. Li Fei's gaze was extremely calm as she watched Shi Yan die before her eyes. Shi Yan deserved death. The 10-plus people that approached menacingly earlier were now scattered all over the place. Dead. It's just nice for me to return this Fergana horse to the 2 of you. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he led 2 of the Fergana horses that were the spoils of the battle over. Then he and Wang Qiong got on 1 each. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Li Fei rode 2 Fergana horses separately. The 4 of them galloped towards the 7-star sword sect. The incident that happened earlier didn't affect the mood of Duanling Tian's group of 4, and all of them chatted happily as they rode their Fergana horses forward slowly. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had arrived at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak. Outside the 7-star sword sect. Brother Ling Tian, sister-in-law, until we meet again. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled to Duanling Tian and Li Fei as he bid his farewells. Until we meet again. Duanling Tian lightly smiled and nodded as well. Big sister Wang Qiong, if you and big brother Zhang are free in the future, then you must come visit me. Li Fei had a reluctant expression as she looked at Wang Qiong. Of course. Wang Qiong lightly nodded, and her eyes contained reluctance. When they saw the figures of Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong disappear into the distance, Duanling Tian and Li Fei withdrew their gazes, then turned their horses around to head towards the stables in the sect. The 2 of them had only just entered the stables when they saw a young man come greet them. Senior brother Duanling Tian, senior sister Li Fei. It was MOU. After a year of not seeing each other, Mo had become much more mature. Mo, you've broken through to the third level of the origin core stage? Duan Tian glanced at Mo with a surprised expression. I remember that you were only at the first level of the origin core stage 1 year ago. How'd you advance so quickly? Senior brother Duan Tian, you're able to perceive my cultivation. Mo was dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Tian looked travel-worn and had obviously just returned from outside the sect, so it was impossible for Duan Tian to know of his current cultivation. In other words, senior brother Duan Tian had perceived it. Duan Tian gave Mo a mysterious smile in return, then descended from his horse and supported Li Fei down before saying to Mo, "We'll leave our horses to you, right? Take this, it's a small gift from me." Duan Tian took out a stack of silver as he spoke. It was an entire 1 million silver, and he passed it to Mo. Senior brother Duan Tian, I can't take this. Mo shook his head, then smiled honestly. Duan Tian glanced deeply at Mo, then asked curiously, "Aren't you taking care of the horses here and being a horsekeeper all for the sake of earning a little bit more pay? This money is sufficient to be equal to the pay you get from working here for many years. Why do you not want it?" Mo rubbed the back of his head. "My mother told me that I have to rely on my own hard work to earn money. No gains without pains. Take it, just take it to be the salary for taking care of our Fergana horses." Duan Tian said again. When he saw Mo still not receiving it, he immediately glared. "If you don't take it, then you're looking down on me." When Mo saw Duan Tian speaking up to this extent, he could only receive it, and he had an expression of gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Duan Tian. Your natural talent isn't bad. Work hard. I hope that I have the chance to see the day you show extraordinary results." Duan Tian nodded and smiled to Mo. Then he took Li Fei's hand and left the stables before following along the mountain path to head up Dubhe Peak. "Senior brother Duan Tian, I'll surely not let you down." Mo had a serious expression as he held the silver in his hands tightly, his gaze firm like iron. Duan Tian sent Li Fei to the side of the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, then helped Li Fei straighten out her lovely hair before saying in a gentle voice, "Little Fei, go back to your master. I've taken you away for more than a year and Elder Bai is surely anxiously by now. We've hurried on our journey for half the day and you're already tired, so have a good rest." "Okay." Li Fei obediently nodded, then stepped onto the chain bridge and left with a slow pace. Duan Tian withdrew his gaze when he saw Li Fei's figure disappear before his eyes. He didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead headed to the top of Dubhe Peak. There were things he had to face sooner or later. Lu Shirgu. The corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. After he arrived at the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak, Duan Tian didn't find any trace of Lu Shirgu, so he went close to an inner court disciple and asked, "Senior brother, do you know where Lu Shirgu cultivates at?" This inner court disciple turned his head around, and his pupils constricted when he saw Duan Tian. Duan Tian. He'd obviously recognized Duan Tian. The inner court disciple took a deep breath. That day, he was present when Duan Tian was heavily injured and knocked out by Lu Shirgu. Presently, Duan Tian had vanished for a year, and now took the initiative to look for Lu Shirgu. Duan Tian's objective was apparent: to seek revenge from Lu Shirgu. Duan Tian, The inner court disciple hadn't even finished speaking when his pupils constricted and his gaze shot behind Duan Tian, as if he'd seen something that struck fear into him. Subsequently, before Duan Tian could even react, he'd walked off in panic. It was like if he stood a moment longer by Duan Tian's side, he would encounter some sort of disaster. The actions of the inner court disciple caused Duan Tian to be stunned. Then he turned around. When his gaze shot into the distance, he'd noticed two people just happened to be walking shoulder to shoulder as they ascended the top of Dubhe Peak. "Lu Shirgu, I didn't even have to do anything and luck brought you to me." The corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The people that had appeared before him now were precisely Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian. Meanwhile, Lu Shige and Fan Jian had noticed Duanling Tian as well, and after they walked over, Lu Shige's gaze contained frightful coldness, as he said in a cold and indifferent voice, Duanling Tian. In the past year, he hadn't heard of any news about Duanling Tian, so he knew that Duanling Tian was still outside the sect and had not returned. The longer it was like this, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. He was afraid that Duanling Tian would stay outside the sect for too long, and when he returned, Duanling Tian's cultivation would far surpass him. After all, Duanling Tian's natural talent was out there for all to see. Once Duanling Tian matured in another 2 or 3 years, it was impossible for him to be Duanling Tian's match. Now that he saw Duanling Tian had returned, at the same time that he was relieved in his heart, he once again aroused killing intent towards Duanling Tian. As far as he was concerned, only by killing Duanling Tian would he be able to remove any future worries. Lu Shige. When faced with Lu Shige's provocations, Duanling Tian's reaction was no different to Lu Shige, and his eyes emitted a frightful cold light. He'd ascended the peak of Dubhe Peak today precisely for the sake of looking for Lu Shige. Now, Lu Shige had delivered himself into Duanling Tian's hands, and allowed him to save some effort. Fan Jian borrowed the might of Lu Shige to sneer and say, "Humph! Duanling Tian, you were heavily injured and knocked out by my big brother Lu the last time, and you still dare be so arrogant before my big brother Lu today?" Fan Jian. Duanling Tian calmly swept Fan Jian with his gaze, and an expression of a ridiculing smile jumped about in his eyes. "Do you think that with this Lu Shige present, I'm unable to do anything to you?" "You!" Fan Jian's face went slightly pale and he couldn't refrain from taking 2 steps back, as he was extremely afraid that Duanling Tian would suddenly attack him. Right when Duanling Tian intended to ridicule Fan Jian, his acute spiritual force suddenly trembled. He noticed that Lu Shige had once again moved to attack him in surprise, as Lu Shige seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept over to him. Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and his face sank. Then his legs lightly shook as he barely dodged Lu Shige's palm strike. Whoosh! Lu Shige's palm strike practically brushed Duanling Tian's clothes as it flashed by. "Duanling Tian, your natural talent is not bad indeed. It has only been a year and you've actually already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage." As he gazed at the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duanling Tian, the corners of Lu Shige's mouth curled into a strange smile. He'd launched a surprise attack on Duanling Tian only for the sake of sounding him out. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duanling Tian to dodge. "Do you think that everyone is like you, not advancing a shred after a year?" Duanling Tian said in disdain. 9th level of the origin core stage. Duanling Tian and Lu Shige's conflict created quite a commotion. Before long, the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples that were nearby the trade hall on the peak of Dubhe Peak had all surrounded over to watch the scene unfold. "It's Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian vanished for a year and has finally returned. Duanling Tian has actually broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Yeah, with such natural talent, surpassing senior brother Lu Shige in another year or 2 isn't difficult. Looks like senior brother Lu Shige has really brought a great calamity upon himself." The crowd of inner court disciples whispered in discussion. As far as they were concerned, so long as Duanling Tian didn't ascend to the life and death arena and continued to cultivate properly for another year or 2, then at that time he would absolutely be able to easily destroy Lu Shige. Now he was still slightly lacking. The words of the inner court disciples entered into Lu Shige's ears and caused his face to sink, and his eyes emitted frightful cold lights. The thing he was most afraid of was exactly this. Duanling Tian. Lu Shige's ghastly gaze descended onto Duanling Tian as he said in a low voice, "I've heard since long ago about your ability to defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker strength. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, I presume you wouldn't be afraid even against a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist, right?" Duanling Tian said indifferently when he heard Lu Shifei First-level nascent soul stage martial artist. I don't know about anyone else, but if it's you, Lu Shirgu, then I'm naturally unafraid. Good. Lu Shirgu started laughing in an arrogant and unrestrained manner. Since it's like that, then do you, Duanling Tian, dare to battle me, Lu Shirgu, on the life and death arena until only one remains? Life and death arena? The surrounding crowd of spectating inner court disciples burst into an uproar when they heard Lu Shirgu. Duanling Tian's brows knit. Why should I ascend the life and death arena with you? Lu Shirgu frowned, then took a step forward as he provoked with an icy cold voice. What? You, Duanling Tian, the famous genius in the martial Tao of our seven-star sword sect. The genius in the martial Tao that can defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker cultivation. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, you still don't dare ascend the life and death arena with me. A first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Earlier, who was it that said he wasn't afraid of me, this first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What? Now that you've heard me challenge you to ascend the life and death arena, you're afraid. As he looked at Duanling Tian, whose expression became unsightly by the moment, the ridicule on the corners of Lu Shirji's mouth became even denser. Looks like some people are only good at boasting, yet at the critical moment, they're instead pussies. Big brother Lu, besides being good at boasting, what else is this Duanling Tian good at? What rare genius in the martial Tao of our seven-star sword sect? According to me, he's complete trash and not worthy of being mentioned. Fan Jian matched Lu Shirgu at the right moment and trampled on Duanling Tian's honor. Fan Jian. Duanling Tian's eyes seemed as if they would light up in flames as he gazed at Fan Jian and said coldly, "You said I'm good at boasting? Okay. Duanling Tian, the trash in your eyes, challenge you to a battle on the life and death arena. Do you dare?" Duanling Tian's words caused all the inner court disciples who were present to look at Fan Jian with a strange gaze. Right? You, Fan Jian, said that Duanling Tian is only good at boasting, and is trash that can't do anything else. Now, Duanling Tian challenged you to a battle in the life and death arena. Do you dare? Duanling Tian's words caused Fan Jian to be speechless. Not to mention Duanling Tian had already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage now. Even if it was a year ago, he still felt he wasn't a match for Duanling Tian who hadn't broken through yet. How would he dare accept Duanling Tian's challenge to ascend the life and death arena? What? Don't dare. The gaze Duanling Tian shot at Fan Jian carried an extra sense of disdain and contempt. You, Fan Jian, said that besides being good at boasting, I'm good for nothing else, and you even said that I, Duanling Tian, am trash. Now, you don't even dare to agree to the life and death arena challenge of a trash like me. Are you telling everyone present that you, Fan Jian, are even inferior to trash? You, Fan Jian, are even inferior to trash. Duanling Tian's words entered into Fan Jian's ears and caused his face to flush red. He gnashed his teeth and wished for nothing more than to agree to Duanling Tian's challenge and ascend the life and death area to battle Duanling Tian. In the end, his reason still defeated his impulse. Fan Jian sneered when he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples that became more and strange. Duanling Tian, don't change the topic. Today, it's Big Brother Lu that invited you to battle on the life and death arena first. If you dare agree to Big Brother Lu's challenge, then so what if I, Fan Jian, agree to your challenge? Sure enough, Fang Jian's words caused a wave of disdain. Fan Jian is too shameless. He clearly knows that it's impossible for Duanling Tian to be a match for senior brother Lu Shirgu, but he's still instigating Duanling Tian to agree to Lu Shirji's challenge. Exactly, once Duanling Tian agrees to Lu Shirji's challenge, the one to die would surely be Duanling Tian. Then even if he agreed to Duanling Tian's challenge at that time, it would already be impossible for Duanling Tian to survive. In the end, he completely doesn't need to battle Duanling Tian on the life and death arena. If I'm Duanling Tian, I will request to first fight Fan Jian on the life and death arena, then battle Lu Shirgu, and see if this Fan Jian dares or not. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. What? Duan Ling Tian, weren't you extremely arrogant earlier? Don't dare now. Fan Jian paid no attention to the surrounding discussion, using a ridiculing gaze to stare at Duan Ling Tian as he provoked. Fan Jian. Duan Ling Tian sneered. I can agree to your request, but the suggestion of one of the inner court senior brothers wasn't bad. So long as you agree to my challenge, I can agree to Lu Shiji's challenge. But I, Duan Ling Tian, want to battle you, Fan Jian, on the life and death arena first. After the two of us battle, I'll battle Lu Shigu on the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Fan Jian. You! Fan Jian's face sank and he glared at the inner court disciple that brought this suggestion forward. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian once again. Duan Ling Tian, don't forget that it was Big Brother Lu who challenged you first today. First come first serve. I, Fan Jian, won't fight with Big Brother Lu. Haha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing. Fan Jian, in my entire life, I've seen many shameless people, but I've never seen a person as shameless as you. They can't hold a candle to you. Duan Ling Tian's words that seemed like praise had instead caused Fan Jian to feel it to be incomparably unpleasant to the ear when he heard it. The surrounding crowd of inner court disciples couldn't help but burst out laughing. They deeply agreed with what Duan Ling Tian said. If you don't dare, then say it. But you're still posing to be honorable here. Do you, Fan Jian, really think that the other disciples present here are unable to perceive your cowardice? Laughable. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a slightly ridiculing smile as he spoke with sharp words. Duan Ling Tian, looks like you don't dare accept the challenge of Big Brother Lu. Fan Jian's face was incomparably gloomy as he ridiculed in return. Since it's like this, then there's no need for I, Fan Jian, to agree to the challenge of a cowardly person. However, Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that Big Brother Lu can't do anything to you if you don't ascend the life and death arena?